Não, a folha ainda é maior. A folha é maior.
Welcome to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero as we look upon preparation, anticipation, and a little bit of fog this morning. A couple of local favorites, Sammy Pupo, João Chianca on the scene on the warm-ups. Luana Silva, she's going to have a lot of people behind her in competition today. Had a little bit of a fog hold this morning, so that allowed for Sofia Medina to have a little longer warm-up session. And competitors getting ready, Mateus Hurdy. Let's see a backflip. We got a lot happening this morning. Competition finally called on. Preparation is in effect, and we're looking for another full day of surfing here at Itaúna Beach. Tara Watanabe finished off the day yesterday in a wonderful fashion as we fly by Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, the famous iconic church on top of the hill overlooking that beach of Saquarema, Barinha, all the way to Itaúna Beach. And I just want to welcome everyone. I want to say good morning, bom dia, bom dia.
Bom dia, Kaipo.
Maria Pops, as well as Mitchell Salazar. Maíra, you know, we had some waiting this morning, but it looks like the waves are still good.
Yeah, the swell is still pushing. We had an awesome day yesterday, and still today we have good opportunities right there, so everything is ready for the big day.
Yeah, we're going again, Mitchell, and we're starting off with finishing off the round of 64 for the men. We got 2 more heats in that round.
Yeah, a couple more heats, and just looking at the conditions out there, I mean, as you said, super fun. The water did get much colder, though. We saw that easterly swell coming a bit more, so a lot of those currents coming all the way from Cape Town, South Africa. But luckily for us, as long as there's waves, feels like we're going to be able to run this event as much as we can, Kaipo.
Yeah, muito frio. Was that okay?
Yeah, muito fria. The water is fria.
Fria. Thanks. See, I'm still working on my Portuguese over here. But yeah, the water did get cold, and that's why you're going to see all the competitors in full suits. But that's also why we have to have a watchful eye on the fog, Mitchell, that has been coming in and out of the scene today. So we're going to squeeze in the heats where we can, but we're always going to keep a watchful eye on that fog bank.
Yeah, 100%. It's just one of those things here on the Challenger Series. That's why we have a 9-day waiting period. I mean, we have plenty of days to be able to run this event, but most importantly, you just look at the visibility out there. You want the competitors to be able to be seen on every single wave. And of course, with 4 people out there in the water in these important rounds, priority is a big issue too. So you want to be able to see every paddle, every balk, if possible too, Kipes.
Let's go for our Maitera call with Manu Caiado.
Hello, guys. Good morning. I'm here with local hero Raoni Monteiro to ask about the conditions today. What do you think about the ocean? Good morning, Raoni.
Good morning, everyone at home. Today, it's a touch smaller than yesterday, but it's still some swell, it's still good conditions, good shapes, you know, like the rights are really good, some left too. We have southeast swell, which is really good for Saquarema, with east wind, which is offshore. And yeah, will be fun today. We have 2 heats now, men's, and then they're gonna run the girls and then men's again if we have time. But the tide will be 10 o'clock, high tide. Not much different tide today, difference of tides today, but yeah, definitely will be fun waves today, good conditions for the event and for the competitors. So I'm happy to be here. I'm coaching some guys, some Australian guys, and yeah, let's do this.
Oh my God, this guy, he knows everything. And we were earlier in the studio thinking about how the week is going to be. And someone said like, oh, Raoni said, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, if Raoni said, it's going to be right. So what about the week?
The waves are getting smaller, but definitely it will be waves for the rest of the week. Will be fun waves, good wind direction. I mean, tomorrow will be shifting south wind, southeast, and east wind, which is good for Saquarema. South, it's not really good, but will be waves for the rest of the week, definitely.
If you said so, thank you very much, Raoni. Have a great day. Back to you guys.
What a legend, Raoni Monteiro, former CT surfer and outstanding ambassador to this whole area. Levi Slauson, Luke Thompson, Aiden Mason Camp, Luke Swanson. That's how we're going to start the day off, Mitchell.
Yeah, no, 2 top-seeded surfers out there, 2 top 10 members Both Luke Thompson and Levi Slauson have won an event so far in 25. Mason Kemp already had a 17th over at home in Bolito. And Luke Swanson, the kid out of North Shore, I mean, slowly but surely finding his footing on the Challenger Series, Kipes.
Yeah, it's good to see Luke Swanson get in groove just because he's such a talented surfer. But like you said, Levi Slauson, number 10 on the Challenger Series right now. Luke Thompson, number 2 on the Challenger Series of Maeda. And with that being said, Luke Thompson makes it to the final here in Saquarema, and he's on the championship tour.
Wow, yeah, he has a good opportunity. So every single wave counts, every single heat counts, and he already he won an event in the Challenger Series this year. So he's really probably with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, this kid, just 21 years old from Durban, South Africa, already, and he's got a great support squad also. One of them being Jordy Smith, who's just a tour veteran, and I'm sure Jordy would be elated to have another South African join him on the 2026 championship tour. Mitchell.
1,000%, Kaipa. I mean, it pushes you, it motivates you, your cultures together on tour as well, obviously, and, big difference in age, but I think that would also elevate Jordy's performance up until that point, but he's such a rad kid, been seeing him every day of the waiting period so far, in really good spirits, but he's got a tough heat. Mason Kemp's not an easy customer out there. We talked about the talent of Luke Swanson, and of course Levi Slauson. He's one of the hopefuls for the state of California, and of course for the U.S. to eventually qualify for the tour.
Yeah, Levi Slauson, 22-year-old, out of Encinitas, California, had that big win over at the U.S. Open, which, is really the numbers that put him, in that top 10 situation on the Challenger Series. Coming off a 33rd, however, in the last event over in Ericeira, Portugal. So needs to kind of get his footing back, Maeda, and needs a good result over here in Brazil.
Yeah, it's true. We've been seeing a lot of this, like guys having good results and then after a good result getting a shocker. But he has the opportunity right there. He serves pretty well. He has all the tools. Like his surfing really matches these conditions of this day. So let's see what he can do.
Yeah, had a brief glimpse over at the North Shore's 21-year-old Luke Swanson, the goofy foot, coming in play right now. Looks like he's in good position. Does not want to go on that first one. Open priority as we start the heat, Mitchell.
Yeah, and got to be looking right here. If you're Thompson, you want to keep somebody off of the peak if possible. And big paddle right there, not going to get into it. It seems like Aiden in white.
Sneaky. Aiden Mason Camp is going to have the opening ride of the day.
Whoa.
And skips out in the foam, cavitation on the fins in the white water, and he will go to the back of the priority line. So good positioning, but missed opportunity there, Maeda.
Yeah, for sure. He lost the drag right there in his fins. A lot of water, foam on this wave. So, yeah, missed opportunity for him.
Number 2 seed coming out of his QS region of South Africa. Well, actually, the region's just Africa as a whole.
Yeah, they got some good waves in that region, too. Had the event in Morocco with Jorgen Kuzene, so that one counted for both Europe and the African region. But, I mean, you talk about Cape Town having some good waves. We, of course, go to Bolito for both the Challenger and the regional QS. They have plenty of quality waves and, of course, a ton of beach breaks that actually resemble the wave we're at right now.
Yeah, broad, expansive coastline over
100%.
there. A lot of exploring still available on that continent as well. I feel that is just, it's a developing surf region in that there's so many more waves to be discovered, and probably being surfed right now. We just don't know about it.
Well, it's a market that needs to be explored, as you said, a lot more, and it needs to be expanded quite well. I mean, where Slauson's from, the U.S. Open champion this year, we have maybe overpopulated breaks, and then there's certain parts of the coastline of California that aren't surfed as much.
Nobody knows about Swamis, right? Nobody knows. Nobody knows about Seaside, right?
Summer parking lots there. If you don't get there like at 6:30 in the morning, you're done. You're not getting in anymore.
One kind of rule, not a rule, but one of my things to think about is just, try not to surf wherever there's a parking lot, because that means there's a lot of people.
Hopefully, we
surf
don't
up
get
a
any
dirt trail.
texts.
Here's the Aussies in the morning. They like their coffee, getting amped up, getting ready to cheer on Liam O'Brien, who's going to be in the next heat. as well as Xavier Huxtable. So 2 Australian surfers coming up in the final heat of the round of 64. And right now, in contrast to yesterday, Maida, pretty quiet.
Yeah, pretty quiet. Yesterday, like the swell was pushing so many waves. Raoni Monteiro, Liam O'Brien, all the boys having a look because, yeah, it's really quiet. Not many opportunities right there, right now.
And it's interesting, Mitchell, just because it's got to change your game plan, going from a super consistent day yesterday to a very selective day today.
Well, not just that. You'd be thinking, okay, maybe they're going to be able to squeak in the last 2 heats of the round. It wasn't possible yesterday afternoon. We ran out of sunlight, but not just that. How do you keep your game face on another 24 hours, you know? Do you go to sleep with that same kind of mentality, have to wake up? So obviously we talk about the grind, this being a long tour, especially now with the addition of another event, pipeline to the schedule, but still got to be able to compete at any given point.
Thompson catches a rail. So that was super unusual for Luke Thompson. We'll see if there's any other rides happening right now. That looks like we're going to have a lull. So you know what? It's a good time to visit and call up our partners over at Surfline and see what they say about how the day is going to eventuate. Our Surfline forecast, Mitchell. Tell us what the future holds.
Yeah, well, you know, there's been a lot of activity the last few days leading up to the event. The first 2 days of the weighing period, pretty much as good as it gets right here in Sacktown. But as you can see right there, that blob slowly fading. But later on during the week, we're seeing some more activity in the Atlantic Ocean. I do feel like we should be having some potential down the line today. 2 to 3 feet, definitely a bit above that on the sets, but it does take a while, slightly offshore in the morning, and just a bit side shore, which is still not a bad win for this wave right here, especially if you're into the right Kipes.
That is true. And our long-term forecast looks like, Maida, some opportunity towards the end of the week.
Yeah, like 3 to 4 feet tomorrow, and then fades a little bit on Wednesday. Thursday, 2 to 3 feet, offshore wind, and the day after, it seems to be the best one, like Friday.
Yeah, so maybe finals day Friday, maybe Saturday even. Sunday we got a potential big storm, but that's way too out in the future. I feel that everything changes. Thank you, Surfline, for all that data, but you know, you really, I feel at this region, from what I've learned coming here for a number of years, is it's really hard to do a long-term forecast for Saquarema, Mitchell. It's a lot of times you can think about the next 48 hours, but it's really hard to get anything past that.
Yeah, you just got to show up every day and check it. And, you know, that's the cool thing about a beach break like this. It can change with any given tide or any kind of push as well. This is a wave we hadn't seen, Kaipo, and Thompson really getting the first significant score of the heat. Talked about him being a member of the top 3 in the CS ranking, so that's going to score well for Luke. Longtime team rider for Graham Smith and Smith Shapes. Beautiful second turn right there. Truly releases the fins and gets a nice combo out of the open face right there with plenty of time still on the clock for the other 3 surfers, but that's going to be the first significant score of this one.
And you know what, Kaipo, this is not something really exclusive about Saquarema or Itaúna. Like in Brazil, because like it's the Atlantic, a lot of water, like movement and this kind of thing. So it's really hard to get a precise forecast for all Brazil, anywhere in Brazil, yeah.
And the water temp over here is really, is hard to predict. I mean, I've been in board shorts here, and I've been freezing in a 3-2, all within, you know, kind of the same period every year. So every year when I come here, I never know you got to pack everything. Scratching, finally getting into it, Levi Slauson. And a nice little swoop on the sharp eye for Slauson. Looking down the line, stomping on the tail, wants to set up a finish, in which he does, times it nicely with the backwash, so that's going to get Levi Slauson on the board, Mitch.
Yeah, really smart move right there. I mean, he had already committed to the paddle and might as well get into it if you're already paddling for it, so good work by Levi, working with Chris Gallagher once again at this event, and Chris actually has a number of surfers. Taro Watanabe, another of the surfers, made it yesterday. Same thing with Eli Hanneman. So it seems like strategy, if you're going to be on a wave and commit to the paddle, you better convert on it, Kaipo.
Yeah, and it looks like he did. So we're waiting for scores for both Luke Thompson as well as Levi Slauson to kind of give you the situation early on in this opening heat of the day. Score comes in for Luke Thompson at 4.67. Take another look, Maida, at Levi Slauson.
Yeah, beautiful wave. I really like this carve right there, throwing a lot of water, wrapping around, coming to the inside, and then bangs it.
And much like Jake Marshall, longtime Sharp-Eye team rider, Kaipo, but Taylor Clark, a good friend of theirs, a former competitor who's actually one of the most successful in the U.S., I'd say, in the last 15 years, is been shaping a lot of boards for both Mar Suzuki and the Sharp-Eye crew out of San Diego. So having that familiarity within your crew, pretty big deal.
Taylor Clark, and that's a classic evolution of someone ends their position as a surfer. You know, like you said, he had a great career as a fledgling pro, but then noticed, hey, I have an eye for shaping. Marcio Zuvi took him under his wing, and Taylor Clark now, because of his relationship, like you said, with his friends, Jake Marshall, Levi Slauson, is actually as much their shaper as Marcio is.
Yeah.
And Taylor's actually putting out some really, really good boards. It's that hands-on feel, right? That's incredible. And you mentioned also Chris Gallagher, another surfer, shaper,
Yes.
mentor, you know? So there's so many facets to these guys in the support squad. For a guy like Luke Swanson, for a guy like Levi Slauson, that comes from a lot of different planes within surfing, and that collective knowledge really helps these guys.
That's exactly
You can
it.
talk about boards, you can talk about strategy, you can talk about everything.
And just, you know, life, when you need a little bit of advice, those guys have already been through a lot of the situations you're going through yourself. So it's obviously crucial at this point of their careers.
Yeah, end of the day, Mitchell, I'm going to have you counsel me a little bit about my life. I've got some questions. We're going to figure it out. I'll lean on your shoulder. All right, the numbers are in. 4-point ride. That's the opener for Levi Slauson. Luke Thompson did a little bit better with that 4.67. No waves ridden yet for the other Luke Swanson, out of the North Shore of Oahu. Swanson has always been an incredible surfer. You got to watch his free surf clips. But Maida, he has yet to really put it together in a big competition.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes time, Kaipo, you know, because he is pretty young still, isn't he?
Yeah, 21 years old.
21 years old, so maybe he can put everything together here in Saquarema.
Hey, you see red hair. You see the Apple Watch getting applied.
It's the MOBB, isn't it?
It's the MOBB, that's right. As we see Keijiro Nishi getting ready for the final heat of the round of 64. Nishi will come up against Liam O'Brien, Xavier Huxtable, and Thomas Lindhorst. All right, finally some sets coming through here.
And Swanson needs to be on a wave with priority here. I had a great chat with him yesterday. He was talking about, you know, just the year, how difficult it is to compete at the Challenger Series, but the fact that when John came back from a sailing trip, he immediately wanted to run heats with Luke.
Well,
and he was like, hey, that's a sign of respect. Like, the best surfer in the world respects me in that sense.
Well, the cool thing about Luke coming up, you know, and living on the North Shore up in Pupukea is that from a very early age, he's been kind of under the mentorship of John Florence. And that's just an incredible relationship right there, to have someone like John always in your corner. Wave number 3 for Luke Thompson. Right behind him, Luke Swanson. So we got dual Lukes back to back in this exchange. This is kind of cool. Luke squared.
Well, they both squared up on those too, so good surfing by both of them. A great conversion, I feel, by Swanson on the set with priority. He waited nearly half of the heat for that wave, Kaipo, and really important one for him.
Levi Slauson tosses it up, and we've seen that before.
Dude.
Big outside air reverse for the Encinitas loco. Looking on this inside here. Can he do it twice? Oh, yeah. Levi Slauson beams at the judges.
Wow.
And even the Aussies are clapping for that.
Hey, greatness
Everyone's gonna
appreciates
clap for that.
greatness. I mean, iron sharpens iron, right, Kipes?
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Could not ask for a more committed first maneuver out of Slauson on the outside.
Yeah, really nice. This really reminds me the final in Huntington Beach that him and Matheus Erdi were throwing to the air all over.
Well, talk us through this, Maida.
Yeah, really nice rotation right there. Send the fins to the sky, and then kept believing in a good ramp in the inside to the other side, another rotation.
Okay. I know it's early in the day. Judges might be a little bit shy of throwing a big number, but they can't deny that that's excellent. Mitchell.
I agree. And another thing, too, it wasn't just the one.
No.
The second one was ridiculous, too. You know, but
Well,
once again, the amount of commitment, the risk right there. I mean, look at where he lands.
Well, it's
in the flats.
And it's also variety, because that was an air reversed for the first air, and then this is a full rotation for the second air. So to check off that, you know, not just like progressive maneuvers, but a variety within that progressive realm, you got to reward that. Luke Swanson, though, Maida, looking dangerous on the backhand here.
Yeah, snap on the face. And again, another one right in the pocket. And the third one looked great to finish it off.
So Swanson coming out of that replay, that was a 6.83. Let's take a look at Luke Thompson, Maida.
Whoa, nice snap. Throwing a lot of water on this one as well. Just a little bit slower, that one, but then finds a more vertical one to finish.
Yeah, so to wrap up some scores, that last that we saw in the replay for Luke Thompson, that was a 4.03. Luke Swanson in the green jersey opened up 6.83. We're still anticipating a big number for Levi Slauson. The judges kind of digesting that this morning. 12 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock.
And now Mason Camp with priority. Well, he needs to be on the right wave in the next few minutes, too, if he wants to get back into this heat here.
Already a very competitive heat in the morning, and we've seen that throughout. It's so impressive.
It's the round.
I think we were just even talking last night on how competitive even the round of 64 is, for example, in these Challenger Series. 8.5, we felt it was going to be excellent. It did go excellent. There's the judges' spread. Japan giving them a 9-point ride through the high and the low. 8.5 for Levi Slauson and the lead. Luke Thompson winds up off the bottom of the Smith shapes. Beautiful snap for the South African. Make it two. Comes around this corner a little late to that one, but some quick feet to come finish that one off. Luke Thompson likely going to replace his 4.03 and remain in second place. And more action out the back. The other South African wants a piece of the pie. Aiden Mason-Camp swoops off the bottom, snaps off the top. A long bottom turn, easy carve back into the white water. Mason-Camp pumps down the line, lip glide finish for Aiden Mason-Camp out of Cape Town, South Africa. Take a break right now. We're going to come back with some scores, the situation, and a very entertaining opening heat here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Looking to stop number 3 on the Challenger Series, Southside Huntington Beach. Levi Slauson was able to click in and do some incredible surfing at Huntington Beach, Mitchell.
Yeah, I definitely feel like his timing was on point. He's competed there a multitude of times as an amateur, now as a professional as well. In the air, on rail, going left, going right. He had everything going for him that weekend. With a different structure of the event, too, Kaipa, remember, we didn't even go into head-to-head matchups until the quarterfinals.
I'm not mad at that. Mateus Hurdy also had his best result on the Challenger Series Maida runner-up finish there in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, and Mateus caught so many waves on that heat. Like, I think it was 17 waves. He was pushing so hard, but Levi was looking great, in shape, like in sharp, and it was awesome final.
Back to live action here. Luke Thompson, last wave for Thompson was a 6.67, just feeling that one out. He's going to remain in second place with 11.34 heat total behind Levi Slauson. Also, during that break, we're waiting for a score for Aiden Masonkamp. Masonkamp, wave number 2 at a 5.67. This is that 5.67 for Aiden Masonkamp. Mitchell.
Yeah, and good conversion right here. Had the double pump right at the end just to get his timing on point with the finishing section. He's in the heat, though, and that's a good conversion with priority on that wave. And this one for Thompson, Kaipo, I really like the style. I like the timing more than anything, especially with this last turn. That's a difficult section to go up and over right there at the end.
Yeah. That was a 6.67 for Luke Thompson, which leads us to the current standing with Levi Slauson in the lead. Luke Thompson in that advancing second place position. Priority right now to the green jersey, the goofy foot on North Shore of Oahu, Luke Swanson, but it's the other Luke. Luke Thompson up and riding again, just feeling things out under priority.
As advertised this heat, Kaipo, despite the slow start from the sets out there in the ocean, everybody's got a good score on the board, and that's really what you want to see. You got something above a 5.5, you're in the mix. Obviously, the big outlier here is the 8.5 from Slauson. That matches the best score of the event so far. But if you're both Thompson and Swanson, you got something in the 6s, you're in a good position to make it out of heat. And Masonkamp, he gets on a set, he could drop a 7 or better.
Yeah, well, you know, Maida, we've seen that even yesterday. The standings in the heat just switching up even within the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, we saw this happening again. The live rankings are right there. George Pitar in first position, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's right. With Kaoli Voss losing out in this round yesterday, that opened the door for George Pitar. Lots of opportunity for Mateus Hurdy and Luke Thompson. As we said, Luke Thompson, if he makes the final here, Thompson will be on the championship tour. Osberry still in the mix. Eli Hanneman had a buzzer beater yesterday. Dimitri Poulos looked great. Liam O'Brien is going to be surfing in the next heat. And Levi Slauson looks like he's on his way into the round of 32.
Yeah, Slauson right now, right at number 10 with a good position to make it out of this heat, as you're saying. But, you know, there's a couple of guys with more than 19,000 points already on the board.
Here's Levi. Nice opening carve. Just a paced approach here. Wants to improve upon a 4-point ride, and that's not going to do it.
More of a defensive move, though, it seemed, yeah?
And the brew.
Oh!
Throwing the tail there, Luke Thompson, looking to ditch a 4.67, which he has in his score line. Meanwhile, the other Luke Swanson with priority and being very patient out in the back. So we'll wait for the scores and see how that affects the standings in this heat. I don't think it's going to affect it too much. What do you think, Maida?
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe this wave he can change for the 4.67. It was a very good opening turn right there. Quick snap, and then throws the tail, makes the rotation. I think it can change the 4.67. What do you think?
I like it. Well, I think it improves, and he needs close to a 6 for the lead. Potential for that as well. I mean, when you look at the 5.67 of Masonkamp, the last maneuver was pretty crazy, especially when you consider how much backwash there was in that right, Kipes.
Yeah, well, the backwash is something that you got to prepare for when you come to this particular venue. And, you know, the backwash can be your enemy, or the backwash can be your friend if you time it right, Maida, and really accentuate the maneuver. players.
Yeah, for sure. And here in Saquarema, it's really hard to kind of predict and to know how to use that. But the guys that know how to do, it's lovely.
All right, wave coming through here. Let's see if Luke Swanson wants a piece of this. Looks like a 3-wave set. Just going to take a look at the first one, and nobody interested at all. Second wave looks like it has some potential, but it's hitting a different section of the bank. Standing up there, Luke's going to let that one go, as well as the rest of the crew. So we're down to under 4 minutes, and things might be getting tense now for both Luke Swanson and Aiden Mason-Camp. We'll take a look at our natural kayak recap, starting with Levi Slauson, Mitch.
Yeah, he really, struggled to be able to paddle into this wave. Eventually got up, converted on a 4-point ride. Some good surfing here by the Southern Californian, just being able to get something on the board. And then he got what has matched so far the best wave of the event, Kaipo, an 8.5 on this one.
Oh, taken to the air, not once, but twice, Maida.
Yeah, the second one was gnarly, full rotation right there. That's why it came as a 8.5.
Luke Thompson, Mitchell's been looking really sharp out here. And that one right there, we're watching one more time. That score's just come in at a 7.23. So Luke Thompson, with that last effort, has actually vaulted himself out into the lead.
Yeah, I like that scoring right there. I think that last turn's very complicated, and he's got basically 14 points on the board. Top 3 surfer, Kaipo. Really the first year where he's felt like himself on the Challenger Series schedule, and he's a final away from qualifying for the first time for the tour. He already had the carrot dangling at him in front of him when he competed over at J-Bay. Had a great performance over there. As you can see the score, the guy's been averaging some good totals throughout the year so far.
Yeah, everyone liked that wave other than Japan.
So went high with Levi's wave and went a little low with this one. You got to pick your poison out there right now.
That's why we have 5 judges, right, Maida?
Yeah, sure, to make with the split decisions to make an average. So Luke Swanson being very picky right now, like a long time with the priority. Less than 2 minutes left.
Yeah, Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning has already sounded. And Luke Swanson has not flinched to open up with a decent score of a 6.83. There's Swanson right now. He needs just a 5.68 to go into second place. He has first priority. Checking the Apple Watch. 21-year-old remaining calm in a tense situation.
Mason-Camp, he's not that far behind either. Needs a high 6, Kaipo, so he just needs to be on a wave. Both of them need to be on a wave. We haven't seen an air attempt so far from Swanson. We know how capable and how good he is. Same thing with Mason-Camp. He's great in all facets of the game. Just need to be on a chance here, though. 55 seconds, it's slim pickings out there. You got to be the first wave you can catch.
We're going to see how this plays out, and it is kind of go time within the next 2 waves that hit the sandbar, I feel, for Luke Swanson before the clock expires. Here comes a wave.
He's got to be on it.
Swanson's going to activate. Here he goes on the backhand. Winds up. Nice carve. Just a snap on the backhand. This wave a little bit wide, so he's going to have to hope for a dynamic inside section. Working it over for all it's worth. Good rhythm in there. And maybe trying to sell it to the judges. 5.68, Mitchell, I'm going to go to your judging expertise on that one.
Look, it was a well-surfed wave. I think it's probably going to fall short, but couldn't have surfed it much better than how he did.
Split peak. We're going to go with Aiden Mason-Camp. Catches rail, goes down. That's going to be his elimination in the round of 64. Levi Slauson did take a left, looking to improve upon his 4-point ride to make the requirement a little bit higher for Luke Swanson. We still got some math to do. The clock's off, but we're waiting for scores, Maida.
Oh, yeah. It was a very well-ridden wave. I don't think it's going to get there. I don't know. Let's watch again, Mitch.
Well, the first turn's great. It's in the pocket. It's critical. The only issue after this, though, wave goes flat, Kaipo. So he tried to do as much as possible. It's just maybe not as critical. The wave doesn't stand up as much as he was hoping for, but regardless if he gets the score or not, he's got to keep his head up high. He converted on 2 waves out there and waited patiently with priority, and Slauson just a quick throwaway for him, so he doesn't improve on his 4.
Well, score almost in for Luke Swanson, but it appears that it's going to be coming, like you said, Mitchell, under the mark, under the 5.68 that he requires. He gets a 4.1. Not enough for Luke Swanson. He'll be eliminated along with Aiden Masonkamp. That means that Levi Slauson is going to move on, as well as Luke Thompson, into the next round. There's the number. Luke Thompson takes the win. Levi Slauson with a tie for the highest wave score of the competition so far. I feel like it's time for us to move on to a break before the next heat. When we come back, we're going to have another exciting heat for you. Liam
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
finishing off the round of 64 for men here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Heat 16, Liam O'Brien, Keijiro Nishi, Xavier Huxtable, and Thomas Lindhorst are the squad out there in the water. 30-minute heats. We're down to 27 minutes here in Itaúna Beach in the final heat of the round of 64 is Kaipo Girl, along with Maíra Pops on the call here. What do you think about this heat?
Yeah, very interesting heat, like watching Liam O'Brien back in the jersey. And the last heat, Kaipo actually started pretty slow, but during the heat, like a lot of good waves ridden, good opportunities. Also a 8.5, amazing wave surfed by Levi Slauson. So the vibes are high. The swell keep pushing.
I'm happy, you know, and these are the first 3 days of the event window. We have a window open all the way till October 19th, but it has been really refreshing that you, on the front end of an event window, you already get all these competition days going, because that really sets us up to be really picky when we get to, you know, the pointy end. Xavier Huxtable here. Xavier, Torquay, Australia. Just a couple of carves there for Huxtable. And just to get a number up on the board, doesn't want to sit out there too long.
And that strategy is really important when you have like a four-man heat with this kind of conditions. Liam O'Brien, open riding.
Lob, Liam O'Brien, 3 years on the championship tour. Was a victim of the cut this year. Is trying to get back on. Nice finish there. Strategic play for Liam O'Brien. Currently number 9 on the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event. And from a beautiful part of Australia, Burleigh Heads, Queensland. We had a CT event over there at Burleigh Heads, Maida, and it was amazing.
Oh, it was. I mean, Felipe Toledo win was amazing. And Leo O'Brien, I think he lost his first heat because he was having a baby, wasn't it? Not lost. I mean, he didn't show up for the first one.
That was...
It wasn't there?
Yeah, no, it was Connor O'Leary, I believe. But Connor and Ryan had
Oh,
babies at the
sorry.
same time,
Yeah. Okay, I'll get this info later.
You got some replays here, Maida, and Xavier Huxtable surfing here, but just a 2.83 for that.
Yeah, the first turn was nice, but then the wave got really flat right there. But it's a nice strategy, like to keep busy, because we saw in the previous heat, like Luke Swasson catching a really good wave, having a nice score, but then struggled to find another opportunity during the whole heat. So sometimes with 4 men in the ocean, it's better to keep busy.
Yeah, it's complex, right? Like heat management. So it's not just about your surfing, it's also about how you manage priority, but also how you manage the clock and being aware of how much time you have left to give yourself enough opportunity.
Yeah.
There's Xavier Huxtable, 23 years old. He's had a couple of from Janjuk, Victoria, Australia. And he's had a couple of tastes as a wild card on a CT event, both times at Bell's. Just this last year, he took out Italo Ferreira. And in 2023 at Bell's, he sent shockwaves through professional surfing as he took out Jack Robinson. I believe Jack Robinson was in the yellow jersey at the time as well. Here we go. Second wave for Huxtable. Floats there. A little caught behind. That's all he's going to get.
Yeah, I think he's using this kind of strategy, like catching many waves right in the beginning of the heat, but this one wasn't that good. A lot of, yeah, it kind of closes out.
Yeah, just 1.5, so hopefully not going to be in his scoreline by the end of this heat. Keijiro Nishi just gets a single carve there for the Japanese surfer, 27 years old. Couple of years on the Challenger Series for Keijiro. Number 2 in the seeding coming out of the Asia QS region. And he's had some big performances on the Challenger Series, just hasn't completely put it together. Throwing the fins there. Wave number 3 for Xavier Huxtable. On the backhand, winding up and cracking it off the top, the South African, Thomas Lindhorst. Great flow through that wave for Thomas, coming through the round of 80 into this round of 64. And we'll be waiting for a score for 3 of our surfers, Huxtable, Nishi, as well as Lindhorst. Thomas Lindhorst, hometown, East London, South Africa.
Yeah, we're seeing like a lot of South Africans doing great in this competition till now. He caught this wave. It was a longer wave. He could put a nice combo, like vertical snap right there, then beautiful cut back and another good snap. So variety was right for this one. And this is the replay for Xavier. Throw into the air, does the rotation, completes.
Yeah. And Keijiro Nishi.
Yeah, beautiful wrap right there. But unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much for him. But it was a nice opener. Look how beautiful, how much water is sprayed. Kaipo, I think I was talking about that it was Ryan Callanan.
Ryan Callanan.
Yeah.
And that is that decision, but that's a great conversation, Maida, because that decision by Ryan Calnan to be there for his child's birth is actually the reason that he's on the Challenger Series right now.
Yeah, it is. I got confused. That's why I was thinking about this. But it's a very tough decision when you have to make it.
Huxtable going left this time. His current heat leader. So staying busy. This is wave number 4 for the surfer from Janjuk. And this left, standing up, giving him some opportunity to lob. The other Australian gets a right here. Liam O'Brien lines up on the inside. Some smooth surfing on the Darren Hanley designs for Liam O'Brien. He kicks out, so we'll be waiting for scores for both the Aussies. But yeah, back to that conversation. That was a really good decision. I feel like a good decision by Ryan Calnan. Let's go for this replay, though, with Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, nice first nav that comes around the section. Another good one. The wave was not so steep, but he surfed pretty well, and that turn was cool, right in the pocket. Searching for something else here in the inside, keeping patient, and then the wave, it was the end, didn't offer anything else.
Well, as we wait for that score, let's hear for the first winner of the day. I'm talking about the Brew. Luke Thompson is with Manu.
Hello, guys. First heat of the day. It started a little bit slow, but then things really picked up. How did you manage to stay calm, positive in tricky conditions and finish strong? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, geez, first heat of the day is always quite tricky. It's always quite slow. You never really know what to expect. Yeah, unfortunately, there was a bit of fog yesterday, so we didn't get to surf yesterday. And there was a bit of fog this morning, so it was a bit of waiting around. But yeah, it was a tricky heat. I don't think I was in priority once, so I was super kind of out of control, where I usually like to be in control. But, oh, there's a South African actually up on the wave now. But yeah, I was super happy with how I was able to fight back and kind of get in it. Yeah, every heat means something, and they're all so hard and challenging. So I'm just trying to stay super in the moment. It was the first tricky couple days when I first got here. I was kind of out of rhythm with the wave, and yeah, I was just fighting a bit of mentals and stuff like that. And luckily, I got a really good team behind me, and we were able to fight back and get through it. And yeah, just excited to be here, excited to be competing again. It's nice having 2 back-to-back contests like this, but yeah, that was a nice heat, stoked to get out of the way.
And talking about being excited, you are #1 right now in live rankings. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I'm trying to not really think about it. You know, there's still quite a few events, so I kind of just want to focus on getting my job done and just focus on one wave, one heat, one day at a time. Don't want to get too ahead of myself or anything. And yeah, I'm just going to keep on going and just yeah, keep pushing, keep swinging.
Well done. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Hey, thanks, everyone.
Yeah, of course.
And thanks to everyone watching at home and everyone watching and supporting. I'm really feeling it, and yeah, super grateful for everyone. Let's go South Africa.
Now we get it. Back to you guys.
Let's go South Africa is taking a look after that conclusion of the heat to our live rankings, where Luke Thompson has passed over George Pitar to be #1 on our live rankings. Still active are all the surfers in white. Grayed out are the surfers out of competition here. That will be losing some ground if Mateus Hurdy and Oscar Berry, Eli Hanneman, Dimitri Poulos, Levi Slauson, and Liam O'Brien are successful here. That will bump Kauli Voss and Jacob Wilcox further down the rankings. But right now, the top 2 guys with both an opportunity to make the championship tour right here in Saquarema. Luke Thompson makes the final. He's on tour. George Pitar wins the event. He's on tour. And we can't not mention Mateus Hurdy as well. He wins the event. He's on tour.
Yeah, like it would be huge for all these 3 guys, like qualifying here in Brazil, because we still have like 2 stops on the Challenger Series, so they could like surf in pipeline completely pressure free.
Yeah. That'd be a nice place to be, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because you don't want pressure at pipe. That's a place that is already scary even without the pressure. Nishi Looking for something, not finding anything. Currently in second place. He was looking to improve upon a 3.3. Not going to do it with that one. Xavier Huxtable. Couple of carves there, and that wave's just fighting back at Xavier Huxtable, so needs to make it up on the inside here. Gets the finish, needs a 3.48 to go into second place, so this heat very, very tight still.
Yeah, this wave looked a little smaller, but he did what the wave asked for, so he served pretty well. Let's watch the replay right there. So, nice turn, throwing some water. This one got a little hanged, and then the wave kind of died there, but he keeps pushing to finish it off.
Oh, and this is another wave for Thomas Lindhorst. This is his second wave.
Yeah, the first turn, oh my God, got really late for this finish.
And this is Keijiro Nishi with a 3.3 on the backhand.
Yeah, a couple turns in the beginning of the wave, but couldn't finish strong.
Heat leader Liam O'Brien looking to better a 3.83 with that last wave. But when we look at the score line, 7-6-6, 7-6, 7-6, 7-3-7, no one's broken away at this heat. It's just, it's pretty much tied up right at the halfway mark.
Yeah, for sure. The heat is very open right now. We still have plenty time, 14 minutes remaining. The best score of the heat is a 5-point ride for Thomas. So many things can change still, Kaips.
Yeah, that's true. And Lindhorst with priority, so he will have first choice of the next quality wave coming through. We do have some sets on the way, and it's going to be decision time for the South African surfer. Second in priority is the other goofy foot in the heat, Keijiro Nishi in the blue jersey. You can see him on the move right now, trying to position themselves on the bank. A little bit different, I feel, the swell and the way the bank's looking today, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. Yesterday, it was just like one of the best days I've seen here with that size, you know, because it was so perfect and the swell was pushing a lot of waves. We had some heats that we had so many waves to watch again, to do the replays. And here is Xavier.
Xavier Huxtable goes down there, just needed a pretty small score, 3.48 to go into second place. So this heat will continue to be basically tied up. No one breaking away. We'll see if someone can break away in the back half of this heat. We're taking a break and we'll come back for the conclusion of Heat 16, round of 64. Luana Silva preparing for the round of 32 for the women, which is coming up next.
We have a new situation now. Let's ride of white 3.63. Surfing white is in the lead. Agora essa onda do Guerreiro Nishi. Pega em seguida para ele, hein? Primeira manobra bonita, abrindo o arco lindo. Vai na base, acerta mais uma batida. Faz o cutback, bate na espuma. Momento importante da bateria.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us. Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive. Surf.
For the athletes, so I'm gonna get going, but thanks for watching.
Back in the final heat of the round of 64 for men at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. We saw a little bit on many ways that you can enjoy Corona Cero in different locations. It's constant on tour. Kaipo Girl along with Maida Pops on the call here. Sets coming through. Priority with green. Thomas Lindhorst. Thomas activating here. He's going to go right, the South African. Just has to ease into that first turn. Easy second cut back. Wave stands up just a bit on the inside. Is able to stab a nice backhand re-entry, but that wave just did not have a ton of opportunity, but needs a mere 2.66 to go into second place and advancing position.
Yeah, the requirement is not high, and I think he will get the score that he needs. Both first turns were really good, and the third one was right in the pocket, well timed, and then the wave just vanished.
All of these waves now, Maida, are some of the waves ridden during the break. We're waiting for all these scores.
Yeah, a couple waves ridden. Nice left right there for Xavier. Nothing pretty critical, but well ridden.
Here's Liam O'Brien.
Nice snap, and then, wow, beautiful vertical snap to finish it off.
Keijiro Nishi got one as well. This is a 5.43 for Nishi.
Nice turn, coming around, cut back. The wave was not steep, but he served pretty well. Waiting for the scores.
Yeah, so we'll be waiting for scores for Xavier Huxtable as well as Thomas Lindhorst. Keijiro Nishi that we saw on that replay earned a 5.43. Liam O'Brien that we saw on that replay, a 3.8, did not affect Liam O'Brien's scoreline. He remains in third place right now. Scores are going to be trickling through for Xavier Huxtable, and Xavier Huxtable will improve upon his scoreline with a 4.9. Thomas Lindhorst just with an up and out there. And
without
still,
priority, Kaipo trying to hunt something here in the inside.
Yeah, true. We're still waiting for wave number 3 score as well for Lindhorst. There's an Aussie crowd on the beach in support of Liam O'Brien and Xavier Huxtable.
And now in the lead, the Japanese surfer with priority, Kaipo.
Yeah, heat control to Keijiro Nishi at the moment with a 5.43 on that last wave we saw ridden. So Nishi now in a more confident position, still waiting for a couple of scores for Thomas Lindhorst, and that could really change the whole standings in this heat when those numbers drop. There's a Japanese camp right there.
Yeah, we had like 15 minutes when we had 15 minutes. The heat was really open, and still is, Kaipo. No one really braked from like 5.5.
This
scores.
is true. Yeah, the highest wave score so far is a 5.43, a 4.2 for Lindhorst coming through, and that puts the South African into second in advancing position. So the two Goofy Foots out in front, the two Australians looking for some scores. Xavier Huxtable needs a 4.31. Liam O'Brien needs a 5.37. We're under 6 minutes. The waves are glassy, set hitting the bank right now. And Lindhorst looked interested in a left, decides not to go. Liam O'Brien with second priority. You can see him in the red jersey, taking a look at that one, decides not to. The South African says, I'll take this left. Whitewater in the face. He's going to have to hope for a reform on the inside here after a couple cutbacks. He's going to get it. And he likes the feeling.
Yeah, but it was a really smart movement because he was with fourth priority and he found this wave here in the inside. He needs, he's in second position, but he has a 4.2, so it was a nice movement right there. Well-timed snap to finish. So if he gets something better than a 4.2, he's going to extend a little bit the second position.
Yeah, got his job done, right? If he improves upon his scoreline, especially like you pointed out, Maida, as we look at this in slow motion for that finishing maneuver and the fist pump by the South African, especially if he's able to do that under priority. And you know what? He did that by a point. A 5.2 checks in for Thomas Lindhorst. So smart surfing by the South African, and he's in the lead now.
Yeah, the second best score of the heat, and he wasn't fourth priority. That's why he really believed that wave was offering good ramps for him, good walls.
This is a soft, if this result stands, this is kind of a soft upset because you would have Xavier Huxtable, who's up at surfing right now, and Liam O'Brien as favorites in this heat, just given their competition experience. And Xavier on a tough one just because that wave just doesn't give him much of a wall. He's going to stick with it to the inside. He needs right about a 5-point ride to get into second place, a 4.84, but looked like he was just battling with that wave the whole time.
Yeah, the wave, it wasn't pushing that hard, and oh my God, let's watch on the replay. It's not a huge number that what he needs. It's a 4.84. But he kind of struggled to find like open face, like steeper section.
Yeah, we're going to have another look at it right here, Maida.
Yeah, that snap was right in the pocket, but then the wave kind of, it was bouncing a lot. And look, struggling to make those turns. The last one was better, like kicking the tail. Actually, it wasn't the last one, and like he kept rolling. So the requirement is not high, Kaipo.
It's not high, so we'll see. And the judges are taking their time to assign a number to Xavier's last wave. But he would have really done a favor for him if that wave had more of a wall to it, so there wasn't so much kind of cutting back into the whitewater on it. On the paddle back out, Xavier hoping to catch another wave just as an insurance policy to try to get a second crack at that number. Waves on the way here. Liam O'Brien with second priority has to yield to Keijiro Nishi. Nishi with a little bit of defensive play right there as we near the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Our heat leader, Thomas Lindhorst, with a couple of cutties on this left-hander. You can see the warble backwash on this inside section, not going to give him much more opportunity. He'll kick out, he'll stay with the same scoreline. And Liam O'Brien chips the tail out the back, recovers in a layback position. Another snap for Liam O'Brien, needs a 5.9. Score came in for Xavier Huxtable. It was not enough to get him into second place. So O'Brien with a glimmer of hope, waiting for the score for last of lob, Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, Liam needs a 5.9, Kaipo. The wave looked great, but now the Japanese surfer, oh my God, caught the rail right there.
Yeah, missed opportunity for Keijiro Nishi. So really The advancement in this heat is going to be dependent upon the last wave score for Liam O'Brien. Can he overtake Keijiro Nishi in that second place position and move on into the round of 32? Still waiting and anticipating a score. Meanwhile, let's take a look, another look at Keijiro's last wave.
Yeah, beautiful snap, but then on the second one, he lost his balance. And this is the replay for Liam. I really love that snap, like throwing the fins over the lip line and then to a strong movement to finish. But it must be the highest score of the heat to change situation.
Yeah, well, the judges really like that. And O'Brien with another wave, that's going to be a throwaway. But the previous wave that we saw with that fin throw for Liam O'Brien, we were waiting for that score. Score came in as 6.5. O'Brien goes to lead. And this wave from Keijiro, not sure if he stood up before the horn. The clock's at 0 right now. Keijiro's going to surf through this one. And this one is going to count. So may be able to work himself back into an advancing position. 4.77 is what the Japanese need on this one. Muzukashi desu yo. Pretty confusing at the end here.
Yeah, but this one is still counting, so he needs a 4.77. Yeah, it's not too much. It was very well written.
Here's a replay for Keijiro Nishi. Is this a 4.77 is the question.
Yeah, it's a good question. Beautiful first two turns right there. Cut back and then snap off the top.
Well, I'm going to answer the question. I think that's a 4.77.
I think so.
But doesn't matter what I think.
But then it's going to be a bummer for Thomas because he has been like leading the heat for couple minutes.
Nishi waiting, anticipating. He's a 4.77. He gets that and more. He gets a 5.53, as we thought. So happy in the short break. There's the numbers for Nishi, turning it right at the end, along with Liam O'Brien, also turning the heat on his last wave. Celebration from the Japanese camp on the beach. And kind of a bummer for Thomas Lindhorst, who was really had a good heat the whole way through, but it will be Liam O'Brien, Keijiro Nishi advancing and taking the last two spots in the round of 32. Speaking of round of 32, we're going to come back with the round of 32 for the women when we return. Luana Silva, Zoe Benedetto, Tia Zabrowski, and Eden Walla in the water.
Good morning and welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
into the women's round at 32. Heat number 1 out there in the water right now. Local surfer Luana Silva, finalist at the championship tour level at this event this year in the red. Zoe Benedetto out of Florida in the blue. Tia Zabrowski representing France. Already qualified for the tour number 1 in the ranking. She is in the white. And young Eden Walla out of Southern California in the green. Mitchell Salazar here with the Carioca. Marcos Bocaiva. Marcos, it's been a pleasant event so far. We are on to day number 3. Forecast said it was supposed to be a bit smaller than it is, and luckily for us, we show up every morning, there's something to surf out there.
That's what I call good karma for Saquarema, Mitch. Good morning for you. Good morning, surf fans. Amazing, contestable, rippable, back-to-back action. What more we can ask, man?
Yeah, 4-person heats out there in this round at the moment, and of course, an important round not only for the women, also the men that just made it through from the round of 64 into the round of 32. So, you know, hopefully if the fog stays away, which has been, you know, an issue the first couple of days, we should be running a good amount of heats today. Focusing on one at the moment, though. Zabrowski, youngest surfer ever to qualify for the CT already at this event. Speaking of another youngster, Eden Walla, she's also in her teens out of San Clemente. And just the one turn right there for Eden. Younger brother Zion, also a great surfer, traveling here with her father John, who is a firefighter, and you know he's been able to take some time off. Mom Megan back home taking care of Zion, but it's really a family affair for them. They tend to travel together to most locations Eden goes out and competes at.
Amazing to watch those family affairs unfold. Check it out. Her first attempt. Waiting, and then hitting the lip with proper authority there. Nice one move wave, but it's nice to put the shields out and put your feet on the walks like Martin Potter used to say.
And this during the break, just a throwaway for Zabrowski, a 1.33. But once again, she's already qualified, pressure's off, already won an event. She's made 2 finals so far in 2025, and the youngest ever to qualify for the World Championship Tour, and did it before 2 events still are on the calendar, and coming off of the win over there in Edeseda as well.
Hey, man, talking about taking the pressure off pipeline, going to Hawaii to have a force, to have like a mandatory good result is always tough, so she's lose that pressure, and she's going to keep expressing herself and making history and breaking records here.
And speaking of record-breaking performances, Luana Silva this year, 2 finals at the Championship Tour level. She's up and riding. First wave of the event for her. A couple of carves out on the open face. So represents Brazil, born and raised on Oahu, Hawaii, and our current World Junior Champion. She won the event over in La Union in the Philippines.
Exactly, and we have a full stack of trophies on the Pro Junior division representing Brazil, ADS, Caribelli, Lucas Silveira, the list go on and on. Super coach Mr. Leandro Dora, my dear friend, and Luana, now that she touched, you know, she connected with the victory, and now she know the path, she know the blueprint to have good results. Such a mature year for her. The curve evolution from the girls is so stiffy right now. I'm so proud of them.
Oh, and she's made massive improvements this year too, also finding her confidence on tour. Eden Walla with a slight lead at the moment. Zabrowski now up and riding. Only a 1.33 on her opener. Out of the sharp eyes. And Yufa Penrose very pleased with what he has seen from Tia so far in 2025. A good wave right there from Zabrowski, and it seems like, you know, after the fall at the beginning, especially with the colder temperature water this morning, finding her footing on this one.
Oh yeah, super loose, crispy surfing for Tia, no pressure at all, just gliding, connecting turns. Shout out and kudos to my man Yufa Penrose for the amazing job he's putting on.
Good timing right there at the end too. Very explosive maneuver for Zabrowski. It seems like it's going to be the best of the heat so far in number 1. Walla now. This thing might have a clean open face for her. Big roundhouse cutback to start things off for Eden. Setup snap in the pocket. And a solid finish as well for Walla, so that should score well for Eden. 23 minutes and 20 on the clock right here. Now priority with Silva, her opener in the red, a 2-point ride. And out of San Clemente, obviously a ton of great surfers. Whoa. Right there. I know some of your idols, also some of your rivals from that same area. Speaking of areas worldwide. Asia well represented here, Manu. Keijiro Nishi into the round of 32.
Yeah, guys, and you know I like the details, so pay attention to the board matching with the hair, matching with the flag. Isn't that really cool? But let's talk about the heat. It was a crazy heat, a lot of lead changes, but you managed to win at the end. Congratulations. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm so happy. So last year was ninth place here in Saquarema, so I just tried to quarterfinals, semifinals. Yeah, I'm so happy to round up. Yeah.
Great, congratulations. Some words in Japanese?
夜中にもう一回、ラウンドオブ32があるんで、応援よろしくお願いします。それと C マイルスの全日本で戦っている皆さん、頑張ってください。応援してます。
Arigato, Keijiro. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. That's a big smile right there. I mean, the guy wasn't making the heat until the very last wave. Need a 4.77. Got more than he required, took away the win, and Keijiro Niishi, he's in to the round of 32. Just under 22 minutes on the clock right here in Heat 1 of the women's round of 32. Last of Walla, 4.33 Marcos, but the best of the Heat, 5.67 for Tia Zabrowski.
So far, so good. Amazing rippable waves. Nice rhythm from Tia. Going for the first turn. Nice curve there. Nothing there. The waves tape off on her.
So the swell angle, as local surfer Haoni Monteiro had mentioned, slightly changed.
Yeah.
It seems like the right's much more available today than the lefts, but not every wave is good to surf, though. I mean, we've seen a lot of them go out to sea, as Silva now here up and riding again. So she had a couple of similar carves on her opening wave, but as you can see right here, Marcos, not every single one of them tends to stand up going into these alley rights.
That's why, reading waves, making the right choices is almost like a science itself. That's why. And she got the whole local knowledge. You got to remind people that she belongs to the country. She belongs here. She have so many local knowledge coming away from John Chianca. I was chatting in the early morning today with John. He told me this is the most cold water for the whole season here in Saquarema.
Oh, that's a guy that's born and raised here telling him that. So a 2-under opener, that seems to be slightly better on this one.
Oh, yeah. Nice rhythm, kind of repetition at the same turns, but finding some rhythm there, some mojo. She's always, connecting rail to rail. Nice, classical rail surfing for Guanasu.
And then this is a wave we haven't seen from Benedetto during the interview, and Zoe out of a great part of Florida, Port St. Lucie. Some good waves when we get, storm season over there on the East Coast. Runner-up to the World Junior title, by the way, in Oceanside against Sierra Kerr. And then this one, the last of Eden Walla, a 4.33 her high mark.
Beautiful lines, beautiful rhythm from both of the girls. I used to reside in the beginning of my teen years, crossing from I think early 90s. I was in Florida for 1 year. I love those East Coast surfers, boys and girls rising.
Well, Zoe has been working with Brett Simpson, Shea Lopez among her youth, and longtime member of the USA Junior team as well with Ryan Simmons. And once again, she's been around for a while at this level. She had a great junior career too, but difficult thing about a lot of East Coasters in the United States, they tend to have, a couple of summers in California to really get their name out there. And especially if you don't do that in your early teens, people tend to forget about how good you are once you become an adult and make it here.
Hey, you can get overshadowed by the stars in the West Coast. It's normal, the whole industry over there. I used to reside in Costa Mesa. It's the Velcro County there. All the industry is there. The HQs of many of the biggest brands are there. So it's kind of hard, but they have the Caribbean to fly, to train in different, special waves instead of just surfing like the normal beach break from the East Coast.
Well, that also benefits a lot of the Caribbean surfers too.
Oh, yeah.
They tend to go to compete, to the East Coast, to the Carolinas, to Florida, and even further up north, the Unsound Pro in New York, New Jersey had a couple of events in Belmar before, but it seems like nowadays you need to make it on the West Coast to be as successful as a lot of the surfers globally.
Yeah, that's my mecca, man. There's Hollywood in LA for actors. There's Costa Mesa and San Clemente and San Diego and LA. The whole coast, man. That's why California is so special for the globe, the planet of surfing.
India Robinson checking in, getting your Apple Watch. And she's going to be in Heat 2 against Sofia Medina. Annette Gonzalez Echevarri and the Tahitian Kiara Gould. India Robinson coming off of the final finish in Edeseda as well. 18 minutes to go. Zebrowski in the lead, 5.67, 2.6. Walla in second with a 4.33 and a 3.17. Benedetto, a 3.63, her high mark. Her second wave, just a 2.33, needing the same exact thing as Luana Silva, a 3.88 for second place. What about Brazil, too? I mean, because there's, different markets. You have Floripa, which tends to seem like the base right now for everybody.
Yeah.
But Rio, Sao Paulo, two major cities in Brazil with the coastline. But then you go to the Northeast, plenty of great waves, but not as much exposure over there.
Exactly the same. We can make like an analogy from the Northeast surfers from Brazil. They are the East Coasters from Brazil. Like USA, got to travel to California here. The Northeast guys got to go down south, find the contracts, maybe change location, live in Florianopolis, go to close some deals in São Paulo. So in the Southeast region of Brazil, the waves are way powerful, and all the headquarters from the brands are here.
Here's the heat leader, Zebrowski now. Only looking to improve on a 2.6. Couple of strong forehand cars for Tia. One a little bit better with a bit more power, and once again, these rights difficult to surf out here. And despite, tides being quite even throughout the day, that backwash, you just never really know when it's gonna pop up, Marcos.
Oh, and it's paradoxical. Doing the analysis of Tia flow is almost paradoxical when you put those words combined together. She gliding, almost effortless, but with tons of power.
Well, they like it, though. A 5-point ride for Zebrowski. It extends her lead. And I think, by today's standards, you're getting, 11, 12 points. The likelihood of you making your heat quite high. But I like the emphasis, especially on that last turn. Different angle and a bit more power.
Slightly different angles, approaches, some sort of variation there going on. Nice rhythm from both of those girls. All the girls are reaping. The evolution curve right now for the girls are so steep, it's almost abrupt.
Well, a lot of people say that women's surfing has changed because, the success of Steph, of Carissa, and of course, Tyler Wright at that point, having won the CT at just 14 as a wild card, made things a possibility for somebody like Tia. Now the youngest ever male or female to qualify for the Championship Tour at just 14, and especially with the schedule for next year, got to be thinking it's going to benefit her style. Halfway through the heat right here, it's Zebrowski and Walla in the top two spots in Heat 1 of the women's round of 32 in Saquarema. Stop number 5 of the Challenger Series here in Saquarema, and it's been Tia Zebrowski, the most dominant surfer out of the season so far, men and women's side. 1 win, 2 finals. She's made every single quarter so far in the first 4 events. Average heat score more than 13 points. And she has already qualified for the World Championship Tour, Marcos, at just the age of 14.
Oh, man. Talking about groundbreaking moments right now, oh, my God. We all going to remember in the future when she's going to be in a tear mode in the CT. You remember when she was qualifying such a young age and breaking records? That's girls. It's easy. Doesn't need to be a rocket science guy, go deep on the analysis here to know that she's going to do really big scopes on the CT Tour further on.
So that during the break, Marcos, this one as well, Zebrowski probably seems like she's going to improve, and then also seems like Lulu might have gotten her best right here.
Yeah, we can call this break over there João break. He got all the turns there, and she's putting the right snap from the right pockets of the wave. Nice rhythm, 4 turns. Excellent rhythm for Luana Silva.
And then Eden as well, looking to replace a 3-1-7, and it actually might be needing a score on this one here.
Crispy surfing, Mitch.
Does well to manage that last section too. And not everybody, thinks San Clemente. They only think lowers, uppers, maybe even churches too. Everybody forgets about how important T Street is.
That's the name of the pick.
If it weren't for T Street, as we see the full waves right there, Zebrowski with 4, Walla waiting on her last score as well. But T Street developed the careers of Matt Archbold, Kalohe Andino.
Before them, Snips and Joe Rogan.
And,
Jimmy Rogan, sorry.
I think Cole Hauschman, Griff, all these kids had to go through T Street first and then eventually graduate to lowers. And the one thing about T Street, it humbles you.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
This is one of those waves, regardless of how many times you've surfed there, it tends to be one of the most difficult on the planet to truly read. 11 minutes and 20 on the clock, waiting on multiple numbers. And things looking very enthusiastic for 3 surfers. It's a 6.33 for Eden Walla, a 7.17 for Luana Silva, and now waiting on the last of Zebrowski. Momentarily gets dropped down to 3rd, now needing a 5.14. Feel like she's going to be able to get that and some change. With 11 minutes on the clock, and now Zoe Benedetto right here needing a 7.04 at the moment. She's probably going to be needing something more than that right here in the top 3rd or in the back 3rd of the heat.
And there's another issue for her is the timing. The clock is ticking, never stops, so she got to find some mojo, maybe some leftover. Don't stick so much with a first priority, plan. You got to have plan A, plan B, all the way to the Z.
So 5.53 for Zebrowski. She does retake first place. Silva down to 2nd, her low score at 3.63. Walla in a good spot in 3rd, though only needs a 4.48 or better. And Benedetto now needing a 7.17, more than capable of getting that score, obviously, with her accolades, runner-up to the World Junior title, and the significance of how important the World Juniors are. Speaking of the current World Junior champ, 7.17 on this one seems to have brought out a lot more confidence in her that event.
Yeah, she's surfing with the rule book underneath her armpit. Nice angulation of that snap, different variation on the approach. And sometimes it's just a slight variation, but you can tell she's managing to do those multiple variation on turns.
Well, also another big thing, as Walla had a thought of going on that wave, she's going to let it go. Seems like maybe a few more on the horizon. Benedetto with first priority. Zebrowski with second priority, the heat leader. Also talking about a major market globally in Brazil. You haven't had a huge amount of representation on tour. Silvana Lima, obviously, she was there. The epitome of Brazilian female surfing. You had Jacqueline Silva for a number of years. Andrea Loeb, she was able to win the event here in Rio. But now it's really fallen onto Tati, onto Lulu, and this young lady, Sofia Medina, coming up in heat number 2.
Man, talking about DNA, talking about support, a good mindset. Charlon is always, providing the good inputs for Sofia. She's a young legend, such a, well-rounded, well-versed girl, always smiling, but tunnel vision, don't get me wrong, she's a warrior.
Well, with, one good result already come expectations, perhaps just, not only from yourself, everybody else, too.
Oh, yeah.
And when you look at it, it's obviously one of the most populated countries in the world. It is the largest country in South America, both by population and land. But in the end,
Also talking about people that are just trying to make a career out of this, right? I mean, and
yeah.
especially try to draw it out as long as possible, too.
And surfing is no longer in the underground scene here in Brazil. All like rippers are superstars. They can like at attack like Beatlemania in like a shopping mall. And Sofia, that is a double-edged sword in those situations. You know, you have the support, you have the DNA, but you have the pressure to succeed well as your brother, as your sibling.
Well, speaking of having a great sibling, Eden, her younger brother Zion, also a great ripper out of the U.S. And Walla here in the green needs a 4.48 or better. So the finish wasn't bad, but the start, not spectacular. She's probably needing a steeper wave right there was Eden. But she's going to try to convert on that wave, basically needing a mid-4 to move up into second place. It seems like Lulu in the red had a quick in and out as well. 7 minutes 20 to go right here. Benedetto still waiting for a wave and the potential of a 7.17 or better. Meanwhile, Zebrowski still in first place. And the score for Walla just under Marcos, a 3.57 for the Californian.
Oh yeah, and those, you know, those connections, those heritage people from back in the old scenes in San Clemente, Jimmy Rogan's Nips, and I can see some glimpse on her surfing, even from Patty G, Godowski's brother.
Oh,
yeah. Even Archie, there's a little hint of Archie influence there. I don't know if she knows, but I think it shows.
Probably. I mean, he's still around.
I know, man, and he's back to San Clemente from North Shore, and this is amazing, man. Shout out to this amazing legend of surfing, Matt Archibald.
Well, speaking of legends of surfing, Tia Zebrowski, taking the world by storm as we check out the Natura Kayak recap of Heat 1. Youngest ever to qualify. She did it in the previous round. She's going to be on tour for 26, and she is in the lead at the moment in this heat.
Slicing and dicing in the first two carbs and then stinging in that major re-entry. Nice mojo for Lulu. Changing, connecting the rails, beautiful surfing. You know, the right turns and the right waves is a nice combination.
Yeah, well, that's really, you know, the check mark for success.
It's mathematics, man.
In the sport of surfing, but once again, consistency has been key for Tia. Almost, you know, a 6 and a 7 guaranteed every heat she surfs on the CS this year. She's got 11.2 points as her heat total so far. And with just under 6 minutes, she's asking for time. She's got 5 waves. Walla with a few more than that, it seems. And Benedetto patient. She's still waiting for a score, or a wave, excuse me, to get a 7.17 or better. So, you know, looking at the calendar for 2026 on the World Championship Tour are some changes.
Yeah.
Starting a little bit later, starting in Oz, finishing a pipeline. Now that we already have one qualified, where do you think Zebrowski could potentially shine a bit more?
Oh my God, she's gonna excel for sure in J-Bay. She's gonna excel in snapper rocks, in trestles. She's gonna adapt in the other, like, you know, more powerful rod surfing, consequential waves also. But I think she's gonna be there, neck to neck with the big girls from the CT in those like high performance, you know, right-handers.
And you feel like success would be immediate, or do you think it would take her a few events to get the ball rolling?
I think it could be immediately.
Really?
Yeah. That's my vision, man. I'm manifesting that.
Oh. Put it out there in the universe.
Yeah. Let's go, Bob Proctor.
There's Benedetto. 7.17 or better to move up into the top 2 spots. Does have first priority, so unconditional right away is what that P indicates next to her name. Longtime member of the USA Junior team, Benedetto. And Walla deciding not to go on that one, seems like it was a good choice. Some more waves on the outside, and this is a good indication of things to come later on today. Bit out of position, everybody, for that wave, though.
It's amazing to watch, sorry, Mitch, amazing to watch the shift on the swell, providing just like a machine of right-handers.
Well, even in this heat, I feel like it's changed a number of times, too. Here's Zoe. This is a crucial wave for her, and just a bit off timing on, you know, the start of the wave, the back end of it, and was looking for the 7.17, was not able to convert on that. 3 minutes and 40 to go. And it's just going to be a throwaway for Zoe, unfortunately. But yeah, it's one of the things in the elements that are uncontrollable in the sport that I think if you try to explain it to a non-surfer, until they actually live it,
Yeah.
they probably won't fully understand. It can switch literally in a matter of minutes. I feel like even within this heat, we've seen the bank change a couple of times.
That's why I always put on the metaphor of jazz musicians. We MC from the rap scene. You got to improvise all the time. You got to be able to adapt to second. That's why, you know, reading waves, reading sandbars is even crazier, man. If you serve point breaks, you can like just focus on tide, focus on your lines that you draw. But when you're surfing like stiffy beach break conditions, you always got to adapt minute to minute.
That's why that saying of only a surfer knows the feeling is probably the most accurate saying on the planet.
It's a cliche, but a lot of cliches comes from the truth. Sometimes the truth can be awful.
So 2.5 on the clock right here. Zabrowski with priority and the lead. Silva in second, also with second priority, or low score of 3.63. Eden Walla very close to second place, and really tight score line between her and Luana, 10.8 to 10.66. Meanwhile, Benedetto now down to fourth priority, still needing 7.17.
Yeah, neck to neck, Luana Silva and Vala. Amazing to watch those, you know, early birds, you know, maturing in real time, surfing, evolving each and every turn, not even in each and every heat. They evolve sometimes in a wave itself, you know.
The Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Well, we have two teenagers out there in the water, white and green, and then Lulu and Zoe are in their early 20s, you know, so we've been speaking about it throughout the competition so far, but it's kind of really the case of both the Challenger Series, the Championship Tour, obviously, you know, within the region on the regional QSs right now. Seems like the median age for most surfers, especially on the women's side, is getting lower and lower.
It's shrinking every year, man.
After every single season. Here's Zoe. Cool looking forehand wrap for Benedetto. One more, just waiting for this wave to potentially stand up. It does. That's a good finish for Zoe if she can ride out. And unfortunately, she cannot. 1:10.
I like when the second turn was pristine, clean, super loose, nice responsive board.
Well, somehow Eden was able to get a wave underneath both Silva and Zabrowski's priority, and that's a good big snap right there for Eden. Maybe a bit more, that's gonna be it, and needs a 4.48. There's a few waves that are comparable to that, the requirement in this heat. And I don't know if both Lulu and Tia just weren't interested in that wave, but they let her go. 35 seconds here on the clock, and potential to move up into second place with this last one.
She's knocking the door, Mitch. Watch out, girls.
And now Zabrowski with first priority, so she's gonna keep Lulu off of this one. 20 seconds now. And the heat leader, Zabrowski, up. It's a big first carve in the pocket, very aggressive. Into the lip, much better. And waiting for, one more, but just a bit off timing right there. And now Silva going on the left. Looking for a big closeout re-entry. She's gonna get it. So, potential to have a shift in the standings right here at the end of the heat.
High guard for Lulu right now, man, protecting from the attack of the youngster from San Clemente.
And look at that. Walla does get more than the requirement. 4.77. So that means that Silva down to third. She only needs a 3.93. And the heat leader, Zabrowski, looking to improve on a 5.53. Wow, great exchange. So this is the beginning of Eden's wave here.
Beautiful first, you know, sweeping carve. Second one got stuck a little bit, but then she closed out with a sting. She managed to pull extra, you know, cherry on top of the last snap.
Well, she gave it her all. Great effort.
For sure.
At that point of the heat, she got the score, but then great answer from Tia.
Beautiful loose snap. First carve was amazing. Sting in the session, almost in a lip slide mode. Kind of got caught there, but I think the damage was done.
So that one did not improve Zabrowski's standing, a 5.37. And then Lulu right here going left.
Nice combination of open with the banger and finish with another banger.
And does need a score right here on this wave. So this one did count a 3.93. Waiting for that one. Benedetto did get up, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter in the context of the heat.
Always nerve-wracking. when you go out of the water and don't know what's going on, what's going to be your destiny.
Well, and look at how competitive the heat was, too. Look at how tight the scoreline is at the moment between the first three. And it's enough for the lead for Luana Silva. She's taken away the win, a 6.1 for the local surfer, Luana Silva. And back and forth action in the first heat of the women's round of 32. Taking away the W. Tia Zabrowski held on to second place, and a great effort by Eden Walla. She ended up in third, and Zoe Benedetto will see her compete at Pipeline in a few months at stop number 6 of the CS.
Talking about, you know, crew, entourage, and support. Super coach Vanduru, big pal, great figure, you know, Cauli Vest, in the entourage of, you know, Lulu, super coach Leandro, next to her boyfriend, João.
Doing very well so far in stop 5 of the CS, leading the rankings. And Luana Silva looking to get her first victory of 2025 here in Saquarema. Be right back.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
Rivals in the water, friends outside of it. Good sportsmanship right there by both Tia Zabrowski and the heat winner of heat number 1 of the round of 32, Luana Silva. Gonna be hearing from her in just a few minutes. It's heat 2 now of the women's round of 32 of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Sofia Medina, India Robinson, Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, and Kiara Gould out there in the green. All 4 of these young women, Marcos, already have at least one keeper result. Medina, a string of 9th place finishes. Annette already has a 3rd over at the U.S. Open. India Robinson coming off with the runner-up finish in Adeseda. And Kiara Gould, the youngster out of Tahiti, was able to get a 5th in Bolito.
And that counts, man, because it's not a marathon. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So you got to surf 7 events, just count the best 5 results. So you got to be consistent. Sometimes you want like a full event and you don't qualify. So you better be consistent and have like, special events, performance, and then shut down after.
And Robinson right here, she is very pleased with her performance over in Adeseda. She, announced on an Instagram post, finally happy to get some rhythm going within a heat. And now Gould, a little late to the party right there at the end, made it a bit more difficult and just too difficult to control. Riding out of it, a quick in and out for Medina. And speaking of the youth, We've seen it from different parts of the world to be able to qualify for the Challenger Series. 3 of them in this heat alone. And the youngster out of Marcia, Sao Paulo, she's been at the forefront of the spotlight for the last few years within her region, and now succeeding globally. She's been close to qualifying the last few years.
Oh yeah, she's knocking the door. It's a matter of time for myself. My analysis, I think, is a matter of time. It's when, it's not how. We got a lot of questions to answer here, and nowadays Gabriel is bouncing from Rio to Marisia. She's surfing a lot in São Conrado, Rio de Janeiro, and I think Sophia is always feeding herself from her sibling.
So Annette, before this, had a quick throwaway, then got a 2-point ride on this one, Marco. So maybe at the end of the heat, not a wave that she's going to want to count. And this one, the opener for Sophia, a 3.67 for her high mark at the moment.
Oh yeah, she's finding the rhythm. It was a slow pace type of wave, but she connected a few good turns. Just once again, props to Martin Potter. Put your feet on the walks, girl, and go get happy.
It seems easier said than done. And this one, a wave that we haven't seen yet, and seems like it's going to be the best of the heat for Annette, the surfer out of the Basque Country. And then Robinson, the one wave that we did see from a different angle. Some good surfing, clean on rail.
Yeah, clean rail, just raw, powerful surfing. Classical surfing from India Robinson, always putting some extra power on the back foot. And I love those, fade bottom turns from the youngster, Kiara Gold. Crispy surfing from her on the forehand also.
Yeah, 3.17 on this one with the unfortunate fall right there at the end for Kiara. So she's at least got a score on the board. A 5 for Robinson. Last of Annette comes through as a 5.67 for the surfer in white. Najina with the 3.67, and just looking at how quickly this heat got started, it's obviously a good indication, but it also seems that everybody's been actually practicing, getting waves during the free serves, which is something that we truly want to see here in Saquarema, because it means the consistency is key. Speaking of consistency, Manu, Luana Silva had a great year on the CT, now competing at her first CS event of the year.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Lulu, and in Brazil, we say com emoção ou sem emoção. That means with emotion or without emotion. That was definitely with emotion, Lulu. What a turnaround. You show that you really know this wave. Congratulations. How was that for you?
Yeah, I think I forgot to compete. It's been a few months. I think this big break is kind of taking a little toll on me. It's good to get back into competition. And yeah, I'm always with emotion. I think my mom's gonna, I think I gave my mom a heart attack just now.
Tati, relax, Tati, we love you. And how is it to get out of the water and see all the love, all the kids and girls taking pictures with you? How do you feel here in Saquarema?
I love it. It's home for me. I did really well in the CT here, and I think I've created such a great relationship with this place. I feel all the love and support always on the sand and on the beaches here, so it's been great.
So some words in Portuguese for your friends, family. Tati, fica calma aí.
Queria agradecer a todo mundo que acordou para assistir. Não era tão cedo, na real. Mandar beijo para minha mãe, meu pai, meu irmão, todo mundo que está assistindo também. E valeu pela torcida.
Congratulations, parabéns, Lulu. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu. And we'll probably see Luana Silva compete at Pipeline, I would think, too. That's her home base over there on the North Shore of Oahu at the Challenger Series level. That's going to be at the end of January, beginning of February. Scores are in for the last of Sofia Medina, 2.93, and this one waiting on the score for the heat leader at the moment, a 5.67 on her previous one, now going right here on net.
Open with a beautiful open arm, open shoulder snap, nice rhythm, fading, connecting with the little power source that shoulder provide.
And this one, the 2.93 for Sofia, still looking for something better than a 4 at the moment.
Yeah, she's trying to reach the first good score from this heat, but she's trying to get some momentum there. She tried some variation with the layback there, kind of got bogged there.
And just a quick look right there from Sofia, 20 minutes and 45 seconds remain in heat number 2. The last of Echevarri, a 4.33. She's got a 10-point heat total. Robinson with priority has a 5, and the Tahitian Gold out there with the 3.17. We have seen, surfers from the Polynesia succeed out here before. Obviously, You have people from Hawaii, but also a lot of people from French Polynesia, like Michel Perez. He was able to win the event when it was in the city of Rio.
Yeah.
But for Kiara Gould, talking about a teenager who was able to qualify through the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, everybody thinks, oh, you only surf chopes, you only surf really heavy water waves, especially reef breaks. There's a couple of excellent beach breaks over there too, especially Papara that has some, similarities to Saquarema right here as we see Kiara up and riding.
There's the big pass and the small pass.
Well,
over there.
Those might be some waves that are much better than, other stops on the challenges.
Yeah,
but
let's be quiet right now because the power of the secret is the secret itself. I'm kidding.
I think big pass and small pass, all those waves at this point, everybody's, pretty well versed on how good they are. But, for Kiara, it's a big opportunity, obviously, competing at the Challenger Series level. And just, think about it this way, Marcos. At 14, 15, were you thinking about traveling the world, competing?
Whoa. You being stuck at home waiting your puffy animal, furry animal, just as a kid, normal kid, like playing with dolls, and she's competing in high level already. So talking about early bloomers.
So at 3.5, it was a split peak, and Annette was able to get another score, but that doesn't increase or change her lead at all. 19 minutes on the clock. Two sisters out of the Basque Country. Her older sister, Yanira, going to be coming up in the next heat and got third over at the Lexus US Open. We talk about talent. She has it. She's been improving her strategy, the way she controls herself in every single heat she serves, and representing not only her country very well, also her family. Her mom has been traveling with the sisters for a few events now, and especially right after Portugal, there's a quick break in between that event to this one. So you got to be able to move on the road real quick, and having that sense of your family around you probably helps a lot more.
Yeah, because it's almost like you bring your family on the backpack. Those atmospheres feel more comfortable when you enjoying your entourage, people that you normally, hang out most of the year. So it's comfortable, You can feel outside of your country, but feel home inside, because home is where you find love.
Well, speaking of home, India Robinson loves where she is from, out of the Bells Beach area, the runner-up over in Edeseda, former championship tour surfer, and she has won events at the CS level, was able to win at Snapper Rocks a few years ago. Very talented, good rail game. Older brother Cody also an amazing surfer, but she's had, some struggles with her health, and she's been very open about concussions and, the negative effects that they have on people's lives. A quick and, pretty bad wipeout there from Annette. Speaking of Robinson, here she goes on rail once again. Longtime Paisel team rider. Working this wave well through to the inside once again on the open face. She's going to kick out with authority, Marcos. Only needing a 1.6 to move up into second. She's going to get way more than that and potentially taking the lead right here.
Oh, yeah. Slicing and dicing Indian Robinson, and her DNA of surfing, her school of surfing, her IQ of surfing adapts so well at Ericeira, at the forehand, with the forehand carve, open shoulders, a lot of torque, extra power on the back foot, amazing rhythm. Beautiful exhibition. Look at those. Whoa, nice slide.
India also has a great foundation, Queen and Me, that promotes and, really emphasizes confidence and wants to get more young women involved in sports. As we see the slow-mo right there, get a carve on the open face. And Kiara was also able to get another wave, Marcos, needing at the moment a 3.44 for the top two spots.
I love how crispy she's being surfing, putting the right angles there. The X factors that come along, attached to the young kids is amazing to watch and to see them unfold their techniques there.
And this wave, a wave that we hadn't seen from Sofia. High mark at the moment before this, a 3.67 waiting on that score right there. And then that's the wipeout. Ooh. And the reaction from Keone Lassa right there on the beach. He's like, yeah, I don't think I'd like to be her right now.
Because how cold the water is right now.
Ice cream headache is what we call it in English.
Duck diving and with ice cream headache all the time.
Everything hurts more when the water is cold. You hit your board with your feet, everything.
When you wipe out, it's almost like a skating ramp.
Yeah, you're basically hitting concrete at that point.
Oh, yeah.
She's up and riding here with priority, uses it. 4.33, her low score at the moment. Couple of solid carves. And looking to get into lip, she does. That's a big throat tail at the end for Annette. Great work by the bass surfer in the white. Halfway through the heat, Marcos, and seems like she's going to be extending her lead. The last of Robinson, a 4.27, enough for second place. Meanwhile, Medina still waiting on a score for her on the last of Gould, but this one seems to be another great wave by Annette.
Full of flair, nice round cutback. A little repetition there, but now fading, finding the space, connecting to the power source, and then stinging on the end. Nice, lip slide, close out, re-entry. Check it out. Beautiful round carve. Another one. Connecting with the power source. A little functional zigzag, tic-tacking there just to have a blast lip slide sting there in the end.
That was pretty sick, too.
Finish with a banger. Put up good memory for the judges.
Well, Gould's last wave, a 4.77, her high mark in this heat, and just a quick one there for the surfer out of French Polynesia. That's going to be a throwaway for her. Waiting on a score for Echevarria, now Medina up and riding. Great open face carve. And she's going to combo it up with a hit in the lip line. She likes that one.
Beautiful combo, two-turn combo. Surfing with the ruler book underneath her armpit there. Love the first snap. She was able to finish, open with a banger, finish with a banger. Cliches are cliches, but cliches came always from the truth.
Well, you're a music guy.
Yeah.
Work the angles, right?
Yeah, I gotta work the angles, Mitch. Always. Adaptability and working with the angles. Rail to rail.
Rail to rail, always. And that's actually a good point that you make right here. It's easy to get caught up because of the backwash at this location and disrupt your flow. No disruption of flow on this one.
No disruption, just attack mode for Sophia. Beautiful re-entry, nice size wave, nice rhythm. Check it out in the details. It's always a tutorial, guys. If you want to surf better as a surf fan, those of our audience that do surf, you stick around, learn, because watching is learning.
13 minutes to go. The last of Echevarria, 4.87. She extends her lead. Robinson still in second at the moment. Gould waiting on a small score for her, but does have a 4.77 as her personal best in this heat. And Medina waiting for a score as well. A 5.34 or better would move her into second place. And the cool thing about the regional qualifying series right now, you go through your region, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's coming from the same nation either.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we look at Africa, there's plenty of different countries over there. Most of them, are representing South Africa, but Ramsey Bukiam already qualified for the Championship Tour out of North Africa for Morocco.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira was competing on the European office, WSL, so you have options.
12 minutes on the clock. Seems like Sophia interested in wave right here, and she's going to end up going. Previous ride, a 4.5, so her high mark. And it seems like the two sisters, Annette and Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri, they have been doing well so far throughout their young careers, getting her Apple Watch, checking in, and she's going to be wanting to join her sister in the round of 16 when we return here in Saquarema. Ten minutes remaining in Heat 2 of the women's round of 32. Checking out our Banco do Brasil fan picks. Sofia Medina, one of the most popular surfers in the draw, 42% in her favor, thinking she's going to take away the win. India Robinson, a quarter of the fans thinking her. Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, respectfully, 22%. And for the 15-year-old out of Tahiti, Cara Gould, 11%. But I feel like after a few more results later on the season, a few more people are probably going to know the Cara Gould story, and they're going to be thinking, you know what? I'm going to have to vote for her in the future.
Oh, she's rising to the occasion.
India Robinson, at the moment in second. That's a big snap for the surfer out of Victoria, Australia. And linking a few together very well right there on the forehand. 9 minutes on the clock. Mitch and Marcos with you for heat number 2 of the women's round of 32 in Saquarema. So Robinson looking to replace a 4.27, a 5.55 would give her the lead. Experience plays a big factor in these events, and seems like the veteran finding a wave under priority.
Oh yeah, and the board itself is so responsive. Amazing slicing snaps, good rhythm. She's got it all.
Like the sense of urgency right
there.
Oh yeah,
too.
You could just see it in her face.
Good word for mention, man. Amazing sense of urgency. Because a lot of youngsters, she got to, show she's a dominator girl there.
Do you have a word here in Brazil that is basically like colmillo, like as we say in Mexico, like experience, that kind of grit?
Grit. Yeah, I think it's, we call it, sometimes we put some, American English words like OGs, but I think when you say people are tunnel vision here in Brazil, faca na caveira, like, knife on the skull.
Oh, like you either do it now or you don't do it at all.
It's a elite squad like type of slang.
Oh, so that's from the movie.
Yeah, Wagner Morris.
Saw Sophia's parents on the beach right there. Nervous moments for them. Daughter's in third place at the moment. 4.78 is what she needs.
She can bounce back.
To move up into second. Gould needing a 4.51 or better. And the last of Robinson does not improve. A 3.87. Think the size of the wave had a lot to do with that too, but the surfing was there. And here's Sophia now. You mentioned her potentially bouncing back. Well, this is one of her chances. 7 minutes and 20 on the clock. 4.78 is what she needs. And the finish is complete. So, big change in the reaction right there. Don't seem as nervous anymore. Charlie, her mom, Yufu Penrose in the background as well, the team manager for Sharp Eye. And with 7 minutes on the clock, good looking wave right here by Sophia.
Oh yeah, she started with the first soft snap, but then she find the sweet spot that stands there, and then she's attacked. I love the last sting there. Beautiful rhythm. Man, talking about IQ of, surf competition is in her blood.
I don't think it hurts that her older brother is probably one of the best surfers ever either.
Not at all.
Looking at the replay here by Banco do Brasil, Marcos, 4.78 what she needs.
Yeah, a soft zigzag just to be in the right spot to do that. Standard snap, another one, still find some space to sting that lip in the closeout session. Nice rhythm.
So has to be close to a 5. A difficult section at the end, and she got there late, which made it a bit more dramatic too.
Oh yeah, people in Brazil love drama, man. Like, Mexican soap operas.
What's so funny about that reference? That a lot of soap opera actors that actually go to work to Mexico are from Brazil?
I know, that's why I mentioned. Because I think people from soap opera, the script writer, because I'm a side script writer in my career as a media guy, and then people feed ourselves with a lot of drama from Mexico also from the TV, man.
Well, it wasn't enough for Sophia. 3.67, still in third, and 2 members of the top 20 on the women's ranking so far. 12 for Medina, and you see Annette right there at number 19. So 2 surfers that are looking to increase their positioning. Once again, top 7 women at the end of the year qualify for the CT. We already have 1 spot that has been taken, so 6 now remain. McCulloch's going to be coming up in the next heat. And Indy Robinson, well, she's already had a great result coming off of the final in Edeseda. But for Medina and Echevarri, this is a key moment right now. Stop 5. There's 2 more after this. But you don't want to leave anything up to chance, Marcos.
Oh, yeah. When you go to pipeline and forced to have like a mandatory good result, it's kind of hard to deal with the pressure. It's always hard to train there, so you just find the space to surf during the competition. It's hard to find a nugget inside of that crowd. It's so many legends trying to find the spot and the limelight for the photographers. So it's a whole ecosystem itself in pipeline.
Mirai Ikeda in the green. Kika Vaselko, number 4 in the rankings, coming up in the red. And Yanira, older sister to Annette, in the white, coming up in the next heat.
Oh, I surfed the other day in Boa Vista with Jaiminho Veselko, the Ripper, young Ripper, the sibling from, Kika Veselko. He was ripping and surfing the leftovers of the left during the right session.
Kara Gould now, 4 minutes on the clock. She needs a 4.51 or better. First 2 turns were not bad. And just getting there a bit too late at the end, that wave with no availability in terms of scoring potential at the end of it.
You know what, Mitch? I see some glimpse of, from Kara Gould comparison, like analogies. Do you know the Arthur Villar, the youngster protege from Ítalo Ferreira?
Yeah, he's from Bahia Formosa too, right? Yeah,
the Ripper, young Ripper from Brazil. I see some glimpse on Kara Gould from Arthur Villar there.
3 minutes and 30 waiting on that score. But would have to be a 4.51 or better to be able to move up into the top 2 spots.
Talking about beautiful bird eye view, man. Oh my God, I'm from the magazine era, man. This is still amazing. I mean,
so the darker the watercolor here, the colder it usually is, right?
That's the thing. When you see, starts feeling and seeing some like big stands of like, light green, the southeast swell is coming, the south swell is coming, and the water going to be warmer, a little warmer.
2.7 the last of Gould, not enough. As you can see right there, currents obviously change throughout a day, throughout the event multiple times. The water temperature here drastically changes multiple times too.
And you know what? Valentin Neves, Leo Neves, 3 times national champ, just told me tomorrow is going to be colder. Watch out, guys.
Yeah, well, don't tell me that right now.
I'm sorry, man.
Let me enjoy the little bit of sunlight that there is at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe, tomorrow we think about those problems once we get there.
Sorry for that, my bad.
Gould now up and riding. Still needing the 4.51. Has to go big at the end. She does. That's complete. So good surfing. Not much before the last turn, but still a critical section. She needs a 4.51 as we're hitting the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Now, a lot of waves to compare to in this one, needing the mid-4.
Oh, yeah. We never know what's going to happen, but at least she put a question mark there with a beautiful sting. From this angle, the first snap was pretty all right. Nice effort from her. Amazing me still, those youngsters bring it on so much, maturity, IQ of competition at such a young age. It's still amazing.
3.6, not enough. So she's still in 4th, needing the 4.51. And one of the top seeds of the event, Sofia Medina, still in 3rd, needing a 4.78. Robinson in 2nd. She surfed an intelligent heat so far, 4 waves ridden, a 5 and a 4.27. And Echevarri, with a lot of activity in this heat, 7 waves ridden and in the lead. One of the youngest surfers in the draw, 18 years of age for the best surfer in the white. Down to 60 seconds here, Marcos.
Beautiful battle of the youngsters with a little authority from India. Robson also. What a clash, man. We're going to see some drama unfold in the end of this heat for sure.
Sofia's going to go on this wave. Robinson decides not to use priority, and this wave has potential. 4.78 or better is what she needs. First 2 carves were not bad. Once again on rail, but really needs to add some variety to this wave, though, if she wants to get the score. The surfing is good, but was the wave good enough for the score? And India, well, that's why she didn't go on the first wave of the set, Marco. She was waiting for this, and she just exploded on that wave. 15 seconds. And Robinson looking to make the double up all the way on the inside. Somehow able to get a little inside reform, but that's going to be it for India. So waiting on multiple numbers. It also seems like Annette in the white, the heat leader, was up before the buzzer too. So exciting finish, obviously.
Oh, yeah. The drama is unfolding right now. It's amazing to see. There's the Huntington hop, and now there's the Saquarema hop also.
It's like the Saquarema wiggle, the Saquarema stay on your feet with the backwash kind of thing.
Whoa.
And this is the wave that Robinson let go. So she waited till the very last second, decided not to go, and then Sophia had the chance.
I love those searing cutbacks, working rail to rail, nice connection. But she was trying, manifesting some more stiffy, you know, angle of wave in the end, just to be able to sting an extra cherry on top on the end, but she could have made it, the Huntington, the Saquarema hop, sorry.
All right, good attempt though, 3.37, it comes up short, and then this is a wave we haven't seen from Annette. Also does not replace anything, a 3.2 for the Bass Surfer. Good surfing right there too, just making sure that she was on a wave before the buzzer, checking her Apple Watch right there. But India Robinson actually took the lead on her last ride. A 7 to take away the win, and here's the outside part of it.
Beautiful first turn, smart, you know, choice from her. Beautiful snap on the top, and let's sting the extra flare on the third turn. Good, smart surfing from India.
And very calculated too,
yeah.
not rushing
Precise,
anything.
You know, chirurgical precision.
Yeah, like a doctor.
Oh, yeah.
Very surgical right there, as you're mentioning. And India Robinson, we're going to hear from her in just a few minutes. Coming off of the runner-up finish, Annette Aceida and Annette Gonzalez Echevarri. She's moving through in second place into the round of 16. We'll see Medina and Gould compete at Pipeline in a few months. And Heat 3 will be coming up. Older sister of Annette hit in the water with Kika Vaselko, Sophie McCulloch, and Mirai Ikeda when we return to Saquarema.
Dia das Crianças de sol, altas ondas, as crianças se divertindo aqui.
Valeu, WSS!
Cara, o evento tá sensacional. Primeira vez que eu tô aqui. Parabenizar o evento, parabenizar o Campeonato de Altinho, que tá crescendo demais, tem tudo a ver. Então, sucesso, tamo junto e até os próximos.
aproveitando bastante, criança se divertindo, e esse é o mais importante.
Por isso, nossa missão não vai falir. A missão faliu. Ai, carioca! Eu estou certo com tanta frequência que eu não consigo nem mais aproveitar. E a graça que eu vi nisso...
Cine! Só quem gostou faz barulho aí!
Yeah, sure there's surfing, but you know what? There's much more here in Saquarema. The Altinha Challenge, live concerts, magic shows, Kids Day, gym on the beach, Lilo and Stitch on the big screen.
So many things going on this weekend here in Saquarema.
We got the logo in the pool. We're flying high up above. The sun's come out just in time for heat number 3 with Francisca Veselko, Sophie McCulley, Janiri Gonzalez Exabari, and Mirai Ikeda, Kaipo Guerrero. This is Maida Pops. Wow.
Yeah, Kaipo.
I'm
Wow, what a
overwhelmed.
weekend.
Yeah, what a weekend.
Yeah, the surfing was pumping and everything was going on sand. Everyone came with their kids. It was a holiday here in Brazil, Kids Day. So we are so psyched.
Yeah. We had sunset on the beach with our cold Coronas
Yeah,
just
we
yesterday.
did.
It was awesome. After a full day of surfing action, guess what? We got another full day of surfing action for you right now. Let's look at some replays, starting with Mirai Ikeda.
Yeah, just a quick snap right there. The waves have a little bit of texture right now, but looks pretty clean still. Small turn, just bringing to the inside, hoping for a good wall. It doesn't offer. That was it.
And here we go with Janire Gonzalez Eshabari.
A beautiful opening turn. The second one looked even better. Spraying some water. Got a little bit of lost balance there, but good wave to open things up. It's a 4.33.
Here we go, former world junior champ, Francisca Veselko Kika. They call her on her first ride.
Yeah, aggressive in this first turn. Unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much.
Yeah, she started off the season with a bang, Maida. Francisca Veselko with a win over there at the Newcastle Surf Fest. Like I mentioned before, she's also a former world junior champ. And number 4 on the CS rankings right now, inching very, very close to CT qualification. Here's her opener.
Yeah, it was a wrap right there, beautiful. The second one got a little bit of a dig in her rail, but this third turn was beautiful, more aggressive. Nice combo, good variety. Look at that bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she opened the gnarly, like defeating Sally Fitzgibbons in her own country with beautiful waves in Newcastle.
Yeah, and we're going to end up in Newcastle as well. So 7 event series on the Challenger Series. Start in Newcastle, end in Newcastle. All of our competitors will take their top 5 results from those 7 events for their rankings. For the women, we've increased the qualification to 7 women advancing out of this Challenger Series into the 2026 Championship Tour, where we will have field 24 women surfer for 2026 on Championship Tour.
Yeah, this is so exciting, Kaipo, you know, because we've been watching all this women surfing evolving and all these good surfers coming into the mix. We just saw Tia Zebrowski with 14 years old qualifying for the Championship Tour. So, yeah, it will be very exciting with the new calendar as well.
Wow, what a big opening turn for Janire Gonzalez Eshabari. Advanced out of that last heat, and she's looking good on wave number 2. Aggressive wrap to snap there. So timed that backwash perfectly. Got a little explosion off the top. It was a split peak with Francisco Veselko. And Mirai Ikeda finds a running left as well. The Japanese competitor on her first year on the Challenger Series. So nice exchange by 3 surfers in that set, and we will see how the outcome is with the numbers as they populate. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Yeah, Yanidi caught that wave. There was like a little bit of white water on it, but she really surfed pretty well. Like smart surfing.
Ikeda-chan out of Japan. Like I said, her first year on the Challenger Series. Yet to clear her score on her second wave. Opened up with a 2.5. Veselko opened up 4.83. And Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri opened up with a 4.33. We'll see how all the numbers come through. Let's get through some replays here on the split peak. Francisca went right.
Yeah, larger wave. Just a small turn right there, but this one looked pretty good, well timed. Kicking the tail a little bit right there.
And here's the left for Yanire.
Yeah, look. Snap off of the top, then the white water on the face of the wave, but she could make some turns right there. Coming to the inside, cut back, hits the foam. Nice combo.
Marai Ikeda on the backhand.
Vertical on this first one. The second one looked great. Got a little bit hang right there. But that one was also aggressive. Couple of really good turns on this one, Mirai.
I'll say we fly by the event side. Let's get to an interview with our last heat winner, India Robinson.
Yeah, India Robinson, congratulations. What a great turnaround. Talk us through the last wave that you found that was very good.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the more tricky heats, and it was pretty slow, and I think it was the other girls only needing fours to kind of overtake me, and I honestly just wanted a chance to open up and kind of click with a wave, and yeah, I held my nerve at the end there and got a good wave and was able to just surf it the way I surf, and yeah, got a good score at the end.
What was it like waiting for this score?
Oh yeah, it's always like a bit nerve-wracking because you try to score it yourself, but you just don't know because it always looks different to how it feels. So I'm glad the judges like what they saw, and yeah, it felt nice to get through that one.
Thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck.
All right, yeah. 1 in the morning in Janjuk. Hopefully everyone's up in the Janjuk pub cheering away for their local surfer, India Robinson, and they can rest assured that she's on to the round of 16. Congratulations to India Robinson and Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. Yanire also looking pretty good. 5.43 for Gonzalez Echebarri and a 6.67 for Francisca Veselko. You can see those numbers coming through there. And the two European surfers in spot number 1 and 2.
Yeah, Kaipo, it's good to start the heat strong. And it was exactly what Francisca Veselko did right now. A 6.67 from what we've been watching in the previous heat is a decent score to to get in the lead right there.
Yeah, and you know when we look at that heat total of 11.5, that total should, the math, you know, average should get you through this round. So if we just average out the numbers of heat totals and what it takes to at least get the second position in these 4 surfer heats, 11.5 is a pretty strong number to have early on in this heat. 17 minutes remaining, and with 17 minutes on the clock. Really interesting as well with Sophie McCulloch still holding priority, not a wave ridden yet.
Yeah, today it's kind of tricky, like to be in a good spot. So wave selection, it's been really important in all these heats that we've been watching. And yeah, look, right now, again, Francisca Veselko.
There she goes. Whitewater takeoff, rolls in here, anticipating the inside section to stand up for Kika. Punches the lip one time, and that's all she's going to get. Likely not going to improve upon her scoreline, but I like that she's just staying busy out there, giving herself more of a chance. A momentum surfer, Kika Veselko. And let's check out a replay of this wave once again. Actually, Kika Veselko, that's the whitewater roll in, little bobble, but made up for it.
Yeah, the wave was kind of like bouncing, but the snap looked great. But for sure, yeah, actually, it's already there, the 3.17.
So didn't help her, didn't hurt her, just keeps her going. She's in the lead. She's looking strong right now. Activated, the former world junior champ and currently number 4 on the Challenger Series. She started off, like you said, with a bang over at the Newcastle Surf Fest. Stop number 1 of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, this was an amazing heat. Like, look, the waves were really good, and she put on a show, like with nice combos, surfing on her rail, strong, powerful surfing as well, and did a great job in the first event of the season.
Yeah, Newcastle turned on for the opener for the Challenger Series. Final between Sally Fitzgibbons, but it was Kika raising the Portuguese flag and throwing up the horns right there with the victory. The Basque surfer, Gonzalez Exabari, finds a left, sticking to those lefts, throws that one away. She'll remain in second place, however, with a 5.43 and a 4.33.
Yeah, this kind of turn right there, very progressive. It what we've been watching her do here in Saquarema, Itaúna. So unfortunately, she couldn't complete that one.
Kika, just relentless. Another wave, wave number 4 for Veselko. But I do want to turn your attention a little bit to Mirai Ikeda, the Japanese surfer. You can see that scoreline, 2 best scores. Look at that number, a 7.17 for that left that continued to run down the line. The wave number 2 for Mirai Ikeda. And even though she's in 3rd place, doesn't need much to move into second and advancing position, just mid-range 2.
Yeah, what a really decent score that she got, like 7.17. And she kept like making a lot of turns on that one, very vertical. So now she just needed 2.59, Kaipo.
Yeah, not much of a score at all, and very valuable with, anything over a 7-point ride is a keeper in my book throughout the entire day today. So the Japanese surfer, all these surfers are equally matched a lot of times in talent, but it really comes down to wave selection and a little bit of luck. That left for Mirai just kept on moving through and gave her so many opportunities. She didn't squander those opportunities either. She was able to get into a good rhythm on her backhand and punt home at 7.17.
And you know what, Kaipo, now with a 5-point ride close to that, she's going to jump in the lead and it's going to be in a very safe place.
Yeah. So right now, just waiting in the action for all the surfers to reactivate. And Mirai, let's take another look here at this 7.17.
Yeah, look, this is what the judges are looking for, like snaps right in the pocket, being very vertical, critical maneuvers, and also, like, she kind of didn't change the angle that much, but she was very aggressive, critical turns. That's why it came as a 7.17.
Here she goes, Ikeda-chan. Good looking left again, draws off the bottom, hooks it off the top there. Second turn, and she's already got the score in my book. Gets back up there in a dicey section, high risk maneuver, finds another, the rhythm, the tempo, the flow coming through here on the left for Mirai. Endless backhand hooks, finally bounces off right in the short break, and big applause from the camp from Japan, the Japanese surfers camp. Here we go with Kika on wave number 5 for the Portuguese surfer. Wants to stay in the mix, but I feel like our standings are going to get a little bit mixed up right now when that last score for Ikeda drops.
Oh my God, Kaipo. Mirai just looking little on her backside. I really loved, as you said, like the flow, how she connected every single turn right there. And also the wave selection being very precise for her.
So all four surfers did get a wave out of that set, so we're going to play some catch-up with some replays right now to check them all out. Kika.
Kika, nice turn. Then hits the lip, got a little hanged. But yeah, she could find clean water. And bangs it, finish it off. Maybe she can exchange the 4.83 that she has.
I think so. Here's Sophie McCulloch.
Nice snap, beautiful cut back, a little bit of white water on the face. And she's done. First wave of the heat. And that one, Kaipo, look, nice snap. The second one was better, throwing more water. The third one, a little bit late, but she managed to hit the lip. Again, another beautiful turn. Well timed everything, being patient. Unfortunately, she hasn't had a very strong finish, but it was a beautiful wave.
Yanire just put a couple of carves on the forehand and with the second wave of the set. So still waiting for all four scores. We'll take a break right now. We'll come back with those scores, a new standing. And Nadia Arostabe getting ready for heat number 4 of this round of 32. More action from Saquarema after this. Back at Itaúna Beach here in Saquarema for stop number 5 of the Challenger Series, Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Hey, we got excellent surfing going on. During that break, we were waiting for some numbers to populate. The big number comes through for Mirai Ikeda, our Japanese surfer in the green jersey. Just dropped an 8. Combine that with a backup of a 7.17 giant heat total, nearing an excellent heat total of 15.17. It's Kaipagura along with Maida Pops talking you through the action. And what I have to say about this young Japanese surfer, one word, wow.
Wow, Kaipo. Yeah, as I said, like looking little on her backside surfing. And look, 8-point ride. All the judges gave her the same score. And now the highest hit total for the women's competition.
Just 17 years old on her first year on the Challenger Series. Let's take another look at this 8-point ride.
Yeah, larger wave, and she was able to fit like so many turns and really strong turns right there up into the lip. Beautiful splashing water turn, another one. Look how many she could fit.
Oh, wow. Yeah, didn't even need the finish to go excellent. Also, second wave of that set, the goofy foot out of the Basque Country, Yanire Gonzalez Echabari, 7.2 for Yanire. And that is puts her in second place, a strong second place. Francisca Veselko, Kika, who you would think would be the favorite in this heat, now in third place, seeking a 5.97. Sophie McCulloch, a former CT surfer, needs a 7.14. There's the need for Francisca Veselko.
Oh my God, and what is bad for her is that she is in fourth priority right now.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore. Sophia just missed opportunity there with her priority.
Totally. Half-point ride for Sophie McCulloch. Here we go. The goofy foot out of the Basque Country. Carving on the forehand. Catches a little rail there, but pulls it through. Comes around the corner. Finds a nice shoulder to cut back with a rebound on. Is going to get a little bit of a reward on the inside here. Is going to stick with this wave. Already has a 7.2 to her credit. Looking to build her scoreline. Anything past a 5.43 will do so for Yanira Gonzalez Exabare. Wow.
Wow, yeah, and look, the ocean keeps providing like good waves right there. We are seeing so many nice lefts breaking in right now in this moment, and she chose a really good one, larger, beautiful turn. She waits to hit the lip, well timed. Another one, just brings everything around. Stick to this one, brings to the inside with a couple turns. And then she hasn't found a bigger session inside, but the damage was already done.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's going to improve upon her scoreline right now. I think that 5.43 you see for white is long gone. I don't know if she's going to take the lead with that. That would be a near excellent. She needed a 7.98 to go into first place, but that was a well-surfed wave, really smooth for the 20-year-old out of the Basque Country.
Yeah, Kaipo, but I think it can be her best wave of the heat. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
maybe, yeah, but maybe not a 7.98 to get the lead, but I think she's going to improve her scoring.
Definitely. Judges taking a couple of looks at the replay right now before assigning the numbers. So really analyzing that, especially when you have a lull like this. So this gives the opportunity for the judges to hit that replay. And you know what? You called it, Maida. A 7.23 and a 7.2. Not enough to go into first, but enough to make a really, really strong presence in second and advancing position and putting a ton of pressure. Francisca Veselko needs a 7.76, and Sophie McCulloch basically needs a 9 to go into second place. So
yeah, a lot of pressure on those girls right now. And for Kika, would be a bummer to lose in this stage of competition.
Oh my goodness, number 4 in the rankings coming here. Francisca Veselko needs to make it happen if she wants to salvage a result and stop number 5 on the Challenger Series. Veselko with second priority and under 3 minutes.
And look, Mirai Ikeda right now, she's in the lead of the heat and also with priority with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in total control of this heat.
100% heat control by the Japanese surfer. Impressive, and on her way to her best result of this Challenger Series. First year on the Challenger Series for Mirai Ikeda, and a monster heat total, 8-point ride, 7.17. Beautiful backhand surfing, and even with that, she wants to close this one out as we near the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Look at her with first priority over Kika Veselko, who has second priority, and she's just guarding her. She does not want to give Kika a chance.
Yeah, she really wants to win this heat. Look, there are a couple lines coming in.
Yeah. Kika trying to break away, but you know the danger part of trying to break away from someone who's covering you with priority is that the priority surfer is going to stay right in the zone. And also, Mirai, only 17, with a very, very mature approach where she's covering the surfer that needs the smaller need to advance. She's leaving Sophie McCulloch alone. Gambling, you know, taking the odds that Sophie's not going to get that 9-point ride. So you only can guard one person with priority. And Mirai choosing to guard Kika Veselko. As you can see the positioning right here.
Yeah, and actually right now with this amount of time, she's kind of like giving a favor for Yaniri because she's in first spot. So I don't think maybe we wouldn't have time for two surfers to catch waves.
Yeah,
And,
probably what they're counting on, right?
Yeah.
Is at the clock at 40 seconds. So my rough math in 35 seconds right now is 3 waves hitting the bank, giving the interval of this swell. So there's wave number 1, no one goes. Wave number 2, coming through here. And no one goes on that one. And here comes wave number 3, which should be kind of the final opportunity for our surfers to go. Oh, they might squeak it. Wave number 4, not really. That's it. Mirai Ikeda and Yanire Gonzalez-Echabari. The Gonzalez-Echabari sisters both onto the round of 16. And that ride from Kika was just a ride in. So it will be Yanire Gonzalez-Echabari as well as Team Japan. That's right, Ichiban, you got it right. Number 1 for Mirai Ikeda. In this heat, she advances on to the round of 16.
Yeah, you can celebrate because Mirai did a pretty great job, like surfed amazing, looking little. Look, 15, 17.
Big numbers from the Japanese teenager and a warning shot to the rest of the world. Pay attention to this young surfer because she is gaining momentum in the draw right now. We're going to take a break. When we return, we got more action from the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. We'll be right back after this.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us. Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of Tehupo and drinking a Corona. I mean,
it's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going. But thanks for watching.
Congratulations. Omedetou gozaimashita to Mirai Ikeda greeted on the beach. The 17-year-old Japanese surfer just set the lineup ablaze. 15.17 two-wave total. Huge. Kuiper girl, Maeda Pops. What do you think about this new heat out in the water? Heat number 4 of this round of 42. 30.
Yeah, Nadia Erostarbi, Amuro Suzuki, Anat Leilor, and Sanoa Demfeolin. Is that right, Kaipo?
That's right, as close as we can get. It's the Basque Country, Japan, Israel, Canada. What an international mix. 4 surfers enter the lineup. Only 2 will advance into the round of 16. Clock is ticking down. It starts at 30 minutes and it's down to 5 minutes and 57 seconds just with a 1.33 ridden by Anat Leilor. So nothing of consequence as of yet in this heat. By the way, in this heat, we got an Olympic bronze medalist in the way of Amuro Suzuki. She had a brief encounter with the championship tour in 2021 when we had that kind of condensed season. She got a injury wild card for the Australian quaddy.
And she made history by that time. I think it has been like 20 years.
Yes.
Of
since we had a female Japanese surfer on the championship tour.
Yeah, sure.
Amuro Suzuki, there she is. She's currently number 10 on the Challenger Series. And you know what she just saw in the previous heat? She saw number 4 on the Challenger Series, Francisca Veselko, get eliminated from competition. So Amuro, I don't know if she's like processing that right now, but the situation out in the water is she can gain some ground on the rankings, and so can Nadia Erostabe, but Anat Leilor, Anat, on her second wave, right here, sneaks under everyone's priority, and that would have been handy if she was able to finish it, but unable to do so. But she'll have 2 waves to her credit. So Nadia Erostabe out there in the red jersey, number 5 on the Challenger Series rankings coming here. Anat Leilor coming off her best finish ever in on the Challenger Series semifinals over in Ericeira.
Yeah, very nice momentum, Anat.
Let's hear from the teenage sensation out of Japan. Mirai is with Rachel.
That's it, Mirai Ikeda. She only rode 3 waves and she went excellent. Congratulations. Can you describe that 8-point ride wave for us?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so glad to watch this heat, and I was able to get good wave, 8-point ride wave. I'm good at my backside. So yeah, that was really good moment.
How good does it feel to be surrounded by the Japanese crew? You guys have been a great vibe, cheering for each other and having good results here.
Yeah, really good. Only good vibes in Japan. So I'm so excited.
Do you want to send a message for your friends, family, supporters back home?
Yeah. 応援ありがとうございます。あんまりインタビューに出ることがないので、お礼をたくさん言わせてほしいんですけど、まずジャパンチームを応援してくださってる皆さん、本当にありがとうございます。あとは浜で応援してくれてる日本チームの皆さんがいるおかげですごい力になっています。私のマジックボードを作ってくれたスマックサーフボードさんも本当にありがとうございます。本当にたくさんの方々ありがとうございます。次のヒットも頑張ります。
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Hontoni, she's very happy and expressing her gratitude also to all of her fans in Japan. It's 11:19 over in Japan right now, and our Japanese fans got to stay up because we have another Japanese surfer out in this heat. Right now, we're going to turn our attention to a Canadian surfer, Sanoa, with a nice closing maneuver on her opening ride.
Yeah, a couple good rides right there while we were watching the interview as well. Nadia caught a wave, so we're gonna replay this soon. But the Japanese surfer, like Mirai, so cute giving the interview. She thanked a lot of people. It was the only thing that I could get from her Japanese.
Yeah, psyching. Like I said, Japan's on a roll right now. Okay, got some interviews. We're going to start with Sanoa. Replays, I'm sorry, with Sanoa.
Okay, so this one was nice nap. The second one looked better. Nice combo.
And here's Nadia.
Nadia, a beautiful wave. Just waiting for a while there. Quick snaps. And this one looked great.
Ooh.
Inverted. Strong.
So waiting for that score and take another look at Anat with wave number 3.
Just a good snap. Throwing a lot of spray. Third one. Oh my God, if she could time this one a little better. Unfortunately, couldn't handle.
So we'll wait for wave number 3 score for Anat Lelior. Scores coming through for Sanoa Demfliolin, a 4.17, 4.5 for Nadia Aerostabe. Amuro Suzuki in the blue jersey sitting out there with priority. So all the scores are in, and here's our current standings. Lelior in the lead by way of having 2 waves ridden, although really the advantage in this heat would be towards Nadia Aerostabe with the single highest wave score of that 4.5. Aerostabe, number 5 on the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event, just saw number 4 get eliminated from competition. That's got to be in her mind right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good opportunities to increase her spot in the rankings. And here's Amuro.
Amuro, beautiful rail work. And a nice finish there. She waited 10 minutes for that one, but the wait was worth it for Amuro Suzuki.
Yeah, one of the cleanest waves that we've seen in this heat so far. So good opportunity for her. Let's see it. Beautiful turn. Nice cut back. Just wait for a while for the open face. Hits the lip and finish cleanly.
The projection she gets out of her bottom turns are so impressive on all 3 of the bottom turns on that wave. Really gaining a lot of ground as we go to live action here. And second wave for Nadia Aerostabe. Nadia, with a firm stance, gets the completion on that wave. Anat, another goofy foot on the right. And Lelior also secures a finish. So pretty busy heat so far. Judges owe us 3 scores for the situation. Sanoa wants to get into the mix here. And another goofy foot and another attack on the right. So real interesting to contrast the exchange between the 3 goofy foots on the backhand. And the judges are going to be really comparing that those exchanges as well. Another replay of Sanoa.
Very beautiful opener maneuver. The second one hits the lip, got a little hang right there, and then kind of mistimed for the finishing one. And now it's Anat. Nice turn, hits the lip. Wave got a little bit messy right there, but she couldn't finish strong.
And yet another backhand display. This is Nadia.
Yeah, beautiful turn. Just the wave was kind of bouncing a lot, but the finish turn got really vertical, put the nose of her board really high in the sky.
All right, so score came in for Anat at 4.8.
Paddle battle.
Paddle. Wow, slapping hands on the way back out. Sanoa and Anat. Suzuki gets that priority. First priority to Amuro Suzuki, however, sitting out the back. Suzuki did get a 6-point ride on her opener, and Anat. She got it. It looked like she was disappointed.
Yeah.
There's the judges. That's where the priority judge sits up there, along with the other 5 scoring judges in the judges' tower on the top floor. Keen eye. They put a number to every wave. They pay attention to the priority, the time, the exchanges, and they are going to give Nadia Aristabe a 4.4. Just checking in on the computer system. Sanoa Demphley Olin still needs a score for her second ride, and then we can tell you the standings at the 16-minute mark.
Anat is waving her hands. Probably she's not wearing right now the Apple Watch because...
Well, sometimes you just wave your hands. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with that score for Sanoa Demphley Olin. Nadia Aristabe currently in the lead in this heat. Stop number 2 on the Challengers Series, the Bolito Pro presented by O'Neill. And it was Nadia Aristabe taking out a big win in Bolito. Great conditions for this event, and Aristabe was outstanding heat after heat.
Yeah, and defeated Yolanda Hopkins, who was really surfing well as well. But look at that wave. The conditions were amazing, and she won the event.
And currently in an advancing position as we go to live action here. Heat number 4, round of 32. When we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Sanoa Demphley Olin. That score came through at a 5.13, and that was enough to put the Canadian in first place in this heat. Taking a look, Maida, of our playing field.
Yeah, look how beautiful it is right now. Like, the sun is out. Today is Monday. It's not a holiday here in Brazil. That's why the crowds are not packing the beach.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing sand on this beach. Actually, I just usually see bodies. Here's the live rankings right now. Remember, 7 is the cutoff line, and Nadia Aristabe is above that cutoff line. Only one surfer in that top 7 and eliminated from competition. Francisca Veselko. Laura Hopp still needs to surf. India Robinson has already surfed. We need to see Sally Fitzgibbons. We already saw Tia Zebrowski advance into the round of 16, and Yolanda Hopkins, she's going to be coming up later in this round.
Yeah, so with that loss of Francisca Veselko, the field is open for those girls, Nadia, India, and everyone who can climb a little bit on the rankings. So especially Nadia right now, she might be thinking about it.
Yeah, as well as Amuro Suzuki, who's number 10 in those rankings. She's got priority in this heat, and even though she's in 4th place, she's actually in a pretty comfortable position because she has first priority, she has 12 minutes on the clock, and she has the highest single wave score with that 6-point ride. So it's a little deceiving when we look at this rankings, because Amuro is actually looking pretty good in this heat.
Yeah, she actually is being more selective with the waves, and now Anat Bereng.
Anat Lelior hooks it on the backhand. Just a 4.1 will take her to 2nd place. just a series of S turns right here, hoping for this wave to stand up on the inside, but that thing runs out of steam. There's a deep section right here on the right, which is next to the rock, and to me, it's a lot has to do is where that swell hits that sandbar initially. Take a look here. So this one's deep on the sandbar, so it's going to give you kind of a couple sections at first, Maida, but then it goes into deep water.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. So, and also the backwash, look how bouncing is this wave right there. But she tried her hard, like very hard, for looking for something else, never found.
Yeah, looking at this right, we've seen a number of rights ridden. I'm hearing from surfers is the ones they're looking for, or the strategy is, the waves that look like they're going to be a closeout are actually the ones that they want, because that wave looks like it's a closeout when you paddle into it, but because it hits that deep water to the left of your screen, which is by the rock, it actually backs off. But it's a mind game, you know, to take off on a wave that looks like a closeout with the confidence that that wave will give you an opportunity.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. That's why the performance of Mirai Ikeda, she has no experience here in Saquarema, in Itaúna, and to figure out all this playing field and find those waves that she found in the previous heat, it was just amazing what she has done.
Yeah, well said. It's a lot of times experience pays off, but sometimes the surfer that's just in the right spot, but also aware, right? Aware of all their surroundings. Lelior, 4.97, so Anat goes into first place. Sanoa Demphley drops into second place. So that will increase the need for Amaru Suzuki, who's patiently been sitting out the back. Now Suzuki needing a 3.3 to move into second.
Yeah, and Amuru, she must love here Itaúna because it's her best result ever in the Challenger Series. She got third, so she got to the semifinals here in 2022. Yeah. So she knows how to get a win here.
I like that. I like the look right now of Sally Fitzgibbons, number 3 on the Challenger Series, always a favorite no matter what. And I'm liking that wetsuit right there. What do you call that, a moss green maybe? Dark green, military green?
Military green, I think.
You like military green?
Yes, I do.
What about moss
really
green? I like moss green maybe. There's a different, you know, it's not a neon green, it's more of a muted earth tone.
Fashion talk right now.
Well, you know, it is, well, in the northern hemisphere it's fall. It's spring down here in the southern hemisphere.
Nadia
Aristabe needs a 4.81 and struggles for that one. That was a tough wave. Amuro pulls the pin, takes this one. We'll see what she did out the back. She just needed 3.3 to get into the top 2. And Sanoa also trying to increase her heat score. So a little exchange between 3 surfers. The paddle back out at the 8-minute mark. We'll see if that shakes up the standings. And we'll get another look at the replays to really analyze what happened out the back. There was back-to-back-to-back waves in that set.
Yeah, that set, I think it didn't hit the bank so well.
Didn't seem
yeah,
that
it
way.
didn't, you know, because the waves were kind of shaking and bouncing a lot. Let's watch on the replay, but that was my first impression.
Me too. Yeah. Really kind of, I mean, at least when we caught up to the waves, there were kind of flat faces on the inside. So the surfers may have done some damage on the outside. Here we can really take a look at it. This is Sanoa.
Beautiful open and turn. Yeah, it looked great. The couple first turns right there. And then another bank. Just capitalizing everything that she can on this one. And here, Amuru. Carves, wait for an open face, cut back, looking for something bigger on the inside, hits the lip.
And Nadia, this is not one of her top two.
Yeah. Turn, got a little hanged right there.
Yeah.
And look how she struggled to gain speed. That's why she couldn't complete that one.
Yeah, that was a 2.47, so she's going to remain in third with a two-wave total of 8.9. Sanoa Demfli Olin hanging on to second place right now, looking to improve upon a 4.17 and the really important score in that exchange. Amaru Suzuki, let's see if she did enough to go into second and advancing position. We're waiting for second wave score for the Japanese surfer, 6 minutes remaining.
She just needed 3.3 by now because Sanoa still have a wave to put in on her board. So, but we still have plenty time, Kaipo, like 5 minutes and 50 seconds left. Couple lines coming in right now.
Yeah, and it appears that the requirement for Amaru Suzuki is going to grow. It does. Not just up and out. 4.97 last for Sanoa. So now Amaru, we're still waiting for the score. She needs a 3.77. Suzuki still anticipating a score from the judges. It comes in at a 4.77. Amaru Suzuki vaults her way up into the top. Erostabe needs to fight on this left for a 5.6. Nadia goes up, throws the tail. She's going to get bounced out of that one. She's going to need another try there. She's currently in fourth.
Wow, that's why we keep saying how hard it is, the Challenger Series, how difficult it is, because Nadia Erostabe came to this heat as a favorite, now looking for a 5.6. It's not a really high score. The heat is still very open, but she's kind of struggling to find good waves.
Yeah, I agree, Maida. She's in a tough spot. I mean, there's ample time, and we've seen heats getting turned around over and over again. Nadia started off this heat. It's kind of like an emotional roller coaster in 30 minutes because she started off this heat in the lead. But it was Amaru Suzuki who was patient, played her priority, and opened up with this 6-point ride.
Yeah, this wave looked pretty great. Like nice combo, beautiful turns. Did what she has to do.
Sanoa Demfli Olin utilized strong backhand approach to maintain second place in this heat.
Yeah, unfortunately that one she got a little late for that, but it was.
Here's the backup score for Suzuki, 4.77 for the surfer from Japan.
Yeah, surfing a little bit conservative in the two first turns right there, but then hits the lip the third time to get a 4.77.
Well, 3.5 minutes on the clock and control of the heat. Heat control to Amaru Suzuki. There you see her in the blue jersey. She's got the lead. She's got first priority. She just needs to manage this final 3 minutes and 15 seconds. If she's able to win this heat, it'll be a back-to-back victories for Japan. And the yells from the beach are saying, that's right. She's saying, cover them.
Cover them with priority. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left. Kaipo, she has to.
Yeah.
Just chase them.
Exactly. I know. Skoshi Nihongo, but like that told me like chase right now. Not Lelior. Needs a 5.13 to advance. She's got second priority, so the first priority surfer would want to cover the second priority surfer in this type of situation.
And she's coming from a good result in Ericeira. She surfed pretty well there, like got into the semis. For sure, she really wants to keep her confidence.
Paddling the pack, Nadia Erostabe also with fourth priority. Needs a 5.6. Can she break away? Here's an opportunity. Is anyone going to cover Aerostabe? The whole pack's going to let her opportunity. That's why they let her go, though. That wave was an absolute dud.
Yes, she's in the same situation Francisca Veselko was in the end of the heat with fourth priority, needing a decent score.
Well, catching up with her, she might have got another chance on the inside here. Nadia Aerostabe would need something pretty dynamic, I feel, right here on the shore break. Hoping for oncoming sections, not going to get it. Likely not going to get the score either. Down to a minute.
Oh my God, Kaipo, what a bummer. Until now, she still have like 1 minute left. Look, the replay for that one. She hunted that one here in the inside and then hits the lip. But the thing is, she's needing a 5.6. Has to be her best score, her best wave of the heat. So I really don't think so.
I don't think so either. I agree with you. 30 seconds.
This is going to shake all the rankings.
We're going to have a shakeup. We got, so far number 4 on the rankings in the last heat went down. That was for Veselko. We're 20 seconds away from number 5 in the rankings, also to be eliminated, unless Nadia Aerostabe can do some magic right now.
And look what, it was her best score, a 4.63, but not enough.
Hey, so it's going to be back-to-back heat victories for Japan. Amuro Suzuki taking out a win in heat number 4.
Celebrate. Celebration for Japanese.
That's how you celebrate politely.
Really different from Brazilian celebration.
Congratulations, omerito to Amuro Suzuki, also to Sanoa Demfli Olin, the Canadian, the Japanese surfer, both advancing into the round of 16, and we should be advancing into a quick commercial break. We'll come back. Sally Fitzgibbon, Tessa Thyssen, Reed Van Wagner, and Nanaho Suzuki. Can Japan go 3 in a row? We'll find out when we return to action here in Saquarema.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Dr. Peanut, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. By Probiotica, for real achievements. By My Terra, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the City of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Well, it's been a fun day and a day kind of full of upsets already. Heat 5 in the water out there of the women's round of 32 at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Sally Fitzgibbons, number 3 on the rankings in the red. Tessa Tyson, former finalist here in Saquarema in the blue. Rita Van Wagner from Carlsbad, California in the white. And Nanaho Suzuki, the Japanese surfer, in the green. So every day we come here, we expect fun waves. It has been that way, Marcos. But today, the sun's come out. We've had a bit of fog. We've had some really fun waves. Luckily for us, consistency, the main word out there. It's been quite consistent out there for the first few of the morning.
Pretty much, Mitch. Good karma, amazing conditions right now. So rippable. You know, the sun is out, no fog. So this is what I expect from a tropical country as Brazil, as a venue as Saquarema.
Already got some Dr. Peanut. We're looking for some acai later, too. Maybe some Maiteja granola. But overall, the cool thing about Saquarema, outside of surfing, too, the vibes. It's Monday, it's crowded, people are all on the beach, and that's all because the sun is out today.
Oh, yeah, the sun is out, and the weather is being, like, kind of harsh here. And so when the sun is out, everybody's out, and it kind of is not a holiday day, but it's some backlash from the kids' day yesterday, so there's a lot of kids out of school today, so free to come here and watch the scene, watch the best surfers in the globe collide here. Amazing scene. What else can we ask for?
Yeah, maybe some people take it as a long weekend and they actually do have some vacation days.
Oh, yeah. Right on.
So 25 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock in Heat 5. Rita Van Wagner with a 3-point ride already in the heat. Tessa Tyson with a quick one of a 1.33. Nanaho Suzuki, the surfer out of Japan. She is looking to have 3 surfers representing Japan win their heats in a row. And on her way already to a solid start, and she's going to get a good finish right there on her opening ride as well. So Suzuki out of Japan, she's won the region multiple times, and as you can see, very talented on the backhand. Mirai Ikeda, Amuro Suzuki already won their heats before this one, and boy, it seems like they're just having a lot of fun on the beach together the entire time.
Oh yeah, and when you have fun, everything, you know, coming your way. And she opened with a banger, 2 different type of angles in the approach from her in the start and in the finish. You know, judges love to see those combinations, observe those combinations, like open with a banger, finish with a banger. That's what she made with tons of inspiration for the whole Japanese roster here. Check it out, up and down with the first turn with a lot of risk. And she kept moving her board just to manage the speed, connect with the power source, some, you know, tactical zigzags just to be in tune for this, in timing for this last thing over there.
So born in Tokoname, now lives in Tahara and Aichi, the beach that she surfs at most of the time. Once again, she did win the region in Asia earlier on this year and now a 2-time WSL QS Asia champion. Meanwhile, Tessa, just a 1.33 on this one, but coming out of St. Barth in the Caribbean, has a lot of experience in heavy water waves. Meanwhile, Reed Van Wagner, North County, San Diego, out of Carlsbad, knows how to surf a wave like this well.
Yeah, talking about tradition in North County, in San Diego, North County of San Diego, you know, Carlsbad with, you know, Taylor Knox, Rob Machado in Encinitas. Shout out to Chris Cote, also the mayor, the underground mayor of Encinitas.
And then Sally Fitzgibbons got to work as well, Marco. She's done very well here in the past. Number 3 in the rankings at the moment, the surfer out of Geroa, New South Wales. So waiting on that score for Fitzgibbons. Tessa Tyson used priority for this wave right here. Let's see what she was able to do. 23:20 on the clock. Back-to-back heat wins for Japanese surfers, Rachel. Amuro Suzuki on the glass.
Amuro Suzuki, I love the hair, love the flag. Congratulations, it was amazing to watch your patience, your control. Talk us through your strategy for this heat.
I just try to focus on catch good waves, but like it was a very slow hit, and I was super nervous because I couldn't catch waves for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. But yeah, I'm super happy to make through the hit, and I hope I wanna keep going.
You and your Japanese friends are becoming more and more familiar with this wave, yeah?
Yeah, my Japanese friend support me a lot, and
we are like supporting each other and pushing each other. They made me strong, so yeah.
That's amazing. You want to say something to supporters in Japanese?
応援、時差の中ありがとうございます。次も、頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Major congratulations to the former world junior champion, Amuro Suzuki. She beat Alyssa Spencer in the final over there in Taiwan a few years ago. She's competed in several CT events herself in the past as a wild card, and also the bronze medalist in Tokyo 2020 as well. So she's got an impressive resume for somebody who still hasn't qualified for the tour, but that is the goal at the end of this season right here. 21:30 on the clock. Nanaho Suzuki in the green dropped a 6 on her opener, Marcos. Sally Fitzgibbons a 5.1. Tyson has a couple of small scores, and Rita Van Wagener out there in the white with priority has a 3. So plenty of waves ridden already in the first 9 minutes of this heat.
Oh yeah, it's a perfect plane when you start with some numbers that you can count in the end, like starting with a 6 with 9 rhythm, and by the side. And doing the analysis of Sally Fitzgibbons, she got it all, man. She's a generation clash right now going on, and she brings a lot of inspiration. Her smile, her mindset is so powerful. Beautiful carving, connecting to the source. They are doing like a setup carve, just to be able to do that banger. Beautiful sting there. Beautiful job.
It worked out well for Fitzgibbons. 34 years of age. She won the CS last year as a whole. But the only thing that has eluded her in her career, and she's been a runner-up to it multiple times, is the World Championship at the CT level. But she can qualify once again for the CT by winning the event. She has won the World Pro Junior. She's been a multiple ISA gold medalist. She's been an Olympian. She's been on tour for more than a decade, multiple times, by the way, and drops a 4.33 on this, her second ride.
Oh, beautiful surfing, clean rail surfing. Beautiful banger in the end. She got it all. She's such an inspiration for all the younger girls in Australia and all over the globe with her surf, with her attitude. She's so well-versed, well-rounded.
And she came out and said, hey, whether I'm on tour, whether I'm on the Challenger, I'm not going to stop doing this until I physically can't anymore. And it just seems like the way she takes care of herself, both her body and her mind, we might be seeing her compete maybe for another 30 years, Marcos.
Oh, yeah. She's an amazing surfing ambassador for Australia and for the surf itself, for our community. It's such a tight community. And everybody got some inspiration from Sally. She's amazing.
19:20 to go. Fitzgibbons in the lead, 5.1433. Suzuki with a 6, the best of the heat. Talked about Tessa Tyson riding a 77 model by Sharp Eye. Originally from the French Caribbean, excuse me, St. Bartholomew.
Yeah.
A beautiful island, great waves, of course, too, but spends a lot of time in mainland France, and because of the support from the French Surfing Federation, she's been one of the biggest benefactors to be able to, try to qualify once again for the CT as we look at the live rankings here, Marcos. Laura Hopp, number 8. Kira Pinkerton is coming up in the next seat, number 9, and Bonvolo at 10. So those women just outside of qualification. Kika Veselko, Edo Starbe, they're out of the event. But you saw right there, Fitzgibbons, she makes the final here. She is on tour. And she's up and riding once more. 4.33 is what she's trying to improve on. Oh, that was sick. Layback Larry from Sally, and
whoa,
she's surfing by herself, her own little peak over there on the right.
Yeah, she got a private session there almost inside of this heat. And I love to see those young girls rising to the occasion. Tessa Thyssen, I did my PhD on surfing commentating in Portugal, and before that in California. And so I used to call some Tessa Thyssen in mainland Portugal, a few hits in the Portuguese television. So I'm pretty attached to her name. I love this laid-back hack from Sally. She got all angles, the variety, the power, and the precision always.
4.07 on this one, despite the good surfing, but it doesn't improve. And as you mentioned, Dyson, 28 years of age, experienced, working with a couple of great coaches, worldwide. And at this event in particular, it's been one of her best stops, historically speaking. 2022, the first year we had it as a Challenger Series event, she made the final. And that has still been her best result to date on the CS. Talk about a region that has, truly been up on the rise again once more. Europe. They've been sending out a couple of great surfers. I mean, we see the Echevarri sisters. We're seeing a lot more men do well on both the CS and, of course, the Championship Tour. And speaking of Tessa, she's up and riding here. A couple of nice turns on the back end there for the surfer representing France. And it's going to be a big finish, too, for Thyssen. So that'll score well. 16:50 on the clock here, Marcos. Meanwhile, Fitzgibbons on the outside. And she's going to clean up the end of her ride. So a couple of scores coming through right now. It may seem like Van Wagner got a wave as well in that exchange. So nearly halfway through the heat. Once again, we talked about how many waves being ridden per heat. And even the judges were like, we have to see a lot of replays, eventually at the end of the day. But luckily for us, once you get opportunities out there, especially for the athletes, they're always thinking about improving on their scores.
Yeah, and crispy surfing from the veteran. Beautiful sandbar over there, nice turn. Almost got caught in the end, but beautiful meridian. And you have a Brazilian expression, and I want to try to translate it proper way. And it's one eye for the judge to be able to judge those beautiful turns from the girls. One eye on the fish, the other eye on the cat. It's olho no peixe, outro no gato.
Okay.
Multiple vision, not tunnel vision.
Ah, okay.
You got it?
I get it
It's a
now.
metaphor.
Yeah. And, well, speaking of different kinds of visions, you saw somebody going right, you saw somebody going left, and then Thyssen was also able to get her best right here going right once again. And then Suzuki as well. Another left-hander for her. Ooh. Nearly lost it right there, Marcos, but a good recovery by Nanajo.
It's kind of hard to find the wedge there and then the shoulder, but beautiful, like head, high heels type of, correction in the end.
Well, outside of Sally Fitzgibbons, all three of the other women don't really have a keeper result so far. Sally's made a final, as we see supporter of Nanaho Suzuki on the beach. The sole supporter right there.
Oh, yeah.
With the backup board. Maybe that's something that, they wanted to work out. Maybe, hey, have, one side be a little bit more comfortable and, cheerful, and then the other one, backup board right there. You're the person I'm looking to in case I need advice.
Oh, yeah. You have different layers of coaching, different, way of being steady into Hajj for the surfers. Sometimes it's more vocal, sometimes it's more silence way. So you got to find the right chemic between you and your team and try to rise to the occasion and succeed with your plan.
3.73, the last of Thyssen, 14 minutes. And 15 seconds remaining on the clock, waiting on a score for Suzuki, 1 for Van Wagner, and also 1 for Fitzgibbons. Let's see what she was able to get on her very last. Does recover priority in time. The last of Van Wagner, her best, a 4.43. And just, seeing Reed warm up the way she was so free before she paddled out. She was right next to Kira Pinkerton, somebody who she considers her older sister on tour. She was very relaxed. She was basically dancing right before she paddled out, and just seemed like she's truly enjoying herself on her first year on the Challenger Series. 13:40 to go. Much more to come after the break here in heat number 5 of the round of 32, including Taina Henkel, once we see heat number 6 hit the water. Back in Saquarema, we got all types of activities here in this part of South America. And of course, the Vivo surf conditions, well, it's not a bad aspect of coming here to Brazil. 3 to 4 feet. Tide still dropping at about 2.7 feet at the moment. Water a bit chilly, 65 degrees. The wind, though, has been something we have really been stoked on, Marcos. 11 miles per hour, pretty light, and slightly offshore at the moment here at Praia de Itaúna.
Rippable conditions, and we gotta do a warning here for people that are gonna travel to Brazil for this region of Rio de Janeiro, Saquarema. You gotta bring your full wetsuit, guys. It's a tropical country, but can get chill in the water.
I know. Before we met each other, you didn't give me any kind of advice on what to bring down here, as this is a wave we had seen from Suzuki. A 2.1, she doesn't improve.
Oh yeah, I can put that in the tap of my twin brother. He worked with you before myself.
There's Tessa's coach in the corner, trying to give her some directions for positioning out there in the lineup at the moment. 10 minutes and 40 on the clock. We need to start a group text between everybody worldwide and just be like, hey, you come here to Saquarema, expect the unexpected. And after years of coming here for Sally Fitzgibbon, she's figured this wave out. She's had plenty of good results in the past at this wave, and that one just a bit far behind the whitewater, so she won't be improving on her low score of a 4.87. Just over 10 minutes on the clock. Dyson with priority. Van Wagner still in third with a 4.43 as her personal best. And Suzuki in second, low score is a 2.7. And Tessa cannot get into it, unfortunately, so it's going to be a mistake with priority for Thyssen. And she's going to go down in the priority order, the number 3, because Fitzgibbons is not out there yet. But luckily for her, even Sally hasn't cracked 10 points or better yet. So is he really still wide open? But given, the scores and the heat so far, priority is something that has been very valuable for all 4 of these women. That's a good comeback, though, under priority, and good positioning for the one turn for Tessa. For Tessa, 4.98, what she needs. And then Fitzgibbons takes to the air. And she was looking to pull the reverse right there. Would have been cool if she completed it, but a solid attempt, Marcos.
Amazing, almost like a session turn.
Looking to improve on a 4.87. She for sure would have been able to do it with that air right there. Unfortunately, it's incomplete for her. And last of Thyssen, a 2.9 doesn't improve or change things. And there's the signaling from the beach, from the Suzuki camp towards Nanaho. And looking at the replay, once again, you like this attempt here, Marcos.
I love this attempt. Front side, 180 air. And that's the timing for do a proper kudos and shout out to Silvana Lima. Thank you for putting those tricks on the map for Brazilian girls. Thank you for being such a huge reference to the girls in Brazil globally also.
And then Thyssen right here, a 2.9, one solid bang, but just the one on this wave.
Props for her, and almost she went for that wave maybe to reposition herself, and because of there's too much water still in the banks and the sandbar, it's kind of hard to find a little nugget around other breaks right now, but as soon as the tide hit the lowest tide of the day, we're going to see some other option instead of the main break itself.
Needing a 4.98 at the moment is Tessa with third priority. Having a look at this wave right here, she's going to end up going left. And it seems like it has potential too. Wraps it back all the way around. Once again in the pocket. And this wave fizzling out, she's going to be forced to kick out. So 4.98 is the requirement if she improves on her top score of 3.73. That requirement does diminish. Coach there on the left, Sarah Leciaga, who's going to be coming up later on in this round right next to him. And it's just a 2.13. I feel like the judges really do want to see you get into the lip at least once, whether you're going right or left out here.
Oh, yeah, but there was almost like an invisible touch that she made in that way because she used the backlash, as almost like a leverage to find some speed at that small mushy nugget there. I love what she did, but she got to find the right proper waves.
And now Reed Van Wagner out there in the white, first year on the Challenger Series, only 16 years of age, one of the youngest surfers on tour. Older brother Jack, a very accomplished shortboarder and longboarder. He's competed at the World Longboard Tour level, actually competed in Huntington Beach at the U.S. Open earlier this year. He's in his second year of architecture at Cal Poly Sloan.
How cool, man.
And Reed, they travel a lot together. They actually went to Bolito and then eventually had a trip with her father, who's here at this event, Kirk. And, you know, they went to J Bay. They've been doing a lot of things as a family overall throughout her career, and also a very accomplished soccer player in her youth as well.
We can connect that to Iago pretty quick. Iago was a late bloomer as a surfer, and he started his career in soccer, dreaming to follow the steps of Ronaldo. And after 13 or 14 years old, he started digging surfing. And long story short, world champ nowadays.
Well, trying to be a world champ herself one day is Reed, and she's up. Big finishing turn right there from Van Wagener. And let's see if she's able to get the 4.28 or better that she needs. Just under 6 minutes to go right here. Priority with Nanaho Suzuki. So both Sally and Nanaho do have something better than a 5. And Van Wagener looking for her second best. A 4.28 or better is what she needs.
Oh, yeah. Clean surfing. Unfortunately, the wave didn't provide so much energy for her to unfold, you know, powerful, you know, rail turns. But she at least put some 3 turns combo there.
So waiting on that score right here from Reed. Let's see if she's able to get that or not. Outside Tessa in the blue. This has potential to be a good wave too. Into the lip once. Times it well for the second one. And that's going to be it. So, you know, Nolan Raposa was in here the other day and was saying that you want the ones that almost seem like they're going to close out, because they do eventually have some wall down the line, and it just seems like the last 2 for Tessa, despite the good start, they've fizzled out quickly for her.
You know what, Mitch? This is the cheat code here. You got to try to find those nuggets that seems that they're going to close out, and they're going to have like a stiffy session to unfold, like crispy surfing, you know, risk maneuvers with commitment.
Looking at the Natura Kayak heat recap here, Marcos. 6-point ride to start things off for Nanaho Suzuki. She's still holding down the best wave of the heat.
Beautiful surfing, strong stance, you know, some variation also. Rail turns and upside down off the tops also. And finish with a beautiful slide entry.
Always smiling, kicking out too. And then Fitzgibbons, she's been in the lead for the majority of the heat. Marcos, a 5.1 her high mark. Her backup a 4.87 for the bet.
Beautiful forehand hacks, manage the, you know, the speed bumps there. A lot of flair and style, perfect position of the arms. A tutorial of rail surfing from Sally Fitzgibbons.
And then her backup right here on the Town and Country surfboard. She's been very vocal about how well not only these boards work, but how they suit her style too. And it just seems like on these right-handers with the amount of power, talked about this being the Hawaii of Brazil, the North Shore of Brazil. Seems to be replicated very well. 6 waves for Sally, same for Tessa Thyssen. Meanwhile, Suzuki and Van Wagener with 3. Last of Reed in the white, not enough. 3.37, still needing the 4.28. And Tessa Thyssen out there in the blue, still requiring a 4.98. 3 minutes to go right here.
You know, Mitch, back in the day here was the mecca for the guys who want to train to go to deep waters of Hawaii. And nowadays people know Brazil as Saquarema as a mecca, the Maracanã of surfing, the Staples Center. The cliche can go on and on. Wimbledon, Roland Garros for Brazilian surfing. And nowadays it's notorious, but back in the day was a lot of, you know, counterculture movement here. There was a festival of Surfing Connect with some rock festivals, almost like a Woodstock atmosphere here back in the 70s, before my age, before my generation, from the generation of Otávio Pacheco, Rico, Bocão, all the boys from the Brazilian Nuts era.
The heat leader up and riding. Fitzgibbons, 2.5 on the clock. She is looking to improve on her low score of 4.87 on this wave if she can. And into the lip well right there at the end for Sally Fitz.
Beautiful plan, beautiful execution, methodical.
It's a good word to describe that wave right there. Methodical, thought about a lot of things, and in the end, that's what experience will do. It teaches you a lot of patience, it seems.
You know, a session of training is a session of training. A heat is a heat. She's putting all the sting maneuvers, crispy surfing from Sally. You got to be well trained to react quickly in those movements. Nice combination of rail turns and a little sting on the end.
Well, fortunately for everybody else, as we see the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning, she is in first. So maybe the achievement here for both Reid Van Wagenen and Tessa Thijssen, you got to be playing for second at the moment now with 90 seconds on the clock.
Sometimes the target is not the win. The target is almost like getting through the next round.
Well, advancement in the end, right?
Yeah. You got to win just the final, man.
Well, here's Thijssen, second priority, and Suzuki going to play some defense. And Tessa did recognize that. And unfortunately for Thijssen, this was a good wave, too, as Suzuki throws the tail on the second turn, only looking to improve on a 2.7. She is most likely going to do that, Marcos. 55 seconds on the clock. And this heat still with plenty of time. The one issue here, though, is that the requirement is most likely to go up.
Oh, yeah. She attacked playing defense. Check it out. And talking about precision, talking about using the rule book of, defense first and then attack after. Beautiful rail turn and then a little banger in the end. Two-turn combo. Beautiful work.
It's a big playing field, too. And
yeah, it's a soccer, like an NFL playing field, man.
And look at that smile right there at the end. She was stoked on that, converted on wave in a moment of need. And kind of golf claps right there, not fully into it. He's like, okay, it's good, but I don't know if she's super safe just yet. 10 seconds. And Fitzgibbons, the heat leader, who extended her lead on her last to 5.47. This wave counts before the buzzer. Doubt she's going to improve on her low score of the 5.1. Probably just trying to play some defense right there.
Totally agree, Mitch. And, and doing the analysis of the golf clap, that's all right with me. My father used to be a golf player. He had a hole-in-one in Barra da Tijuca Golf Club, still today. So props to my father in the sky, Gingo.
So Fitzgibbons, Suzuki, they're going to be going into the top two as the last of Nanaho. It's enough for the lead, a 4.6. So, wow, 3 heats in a row where a Japanese surfer ends up winning the heat in the last seconds as well. Sally Fitzgibbons advances into the round of 16 with a couple of 5s. Van Wagenen, we're going to see her compete at pipe. And the French surfer Tessa Thijssen as well in a few months. Heat 6 coming up here in the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro. Pinkerton, Bonvolo, Rodriguez, and Henkel when we return.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in Paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
You can now watch on WorldSurfLeague.com our newest episode of Inside Pro Surfing, recapping the WSL Finals in Fiji with brand new world champs Yago Dora, Molly Picklum, and of course, some good celebrations as always from the Japanese surfers. Getting the flag in the hair and everything. 3 heats in a row for the Japanese women. Kira Pinkerton, Teresa Bonvolo, Arena Rodriguez, and Tainá Hinkle, the 4 members of heat number 6 of the women's round of 32 here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Mitch and Marcos with you. And Arena Rodriguez, who already had experience competing at this venue as a wild card at the CT event. She is looking to replicate that momentum. Had a great heat, in the earlier rounds. And the surfer out of Lima, Peru, she's looking for her first win at the CS level, Marcos.
Yeah, man, I really enjoy watching her surfing. She's evolving each and every heat. She's representing Peru so well. And I love those united colors of surfing, of type of heats, 4 different flags, 4 different schools of surfing with you, Mitch.
And Arena working with Matt Myers at this event like she has for the majority of the Challenger Series. And, coming out of Lima, there's a lot of consistency of waves, some amazing waves, and great diversity of waves, too. Maybe the only thing that they lack a little bit are beach rigs.
Oh, yeah.
But there's plenty of options over there. Meanwhile, Kira Pinkerton, top 10 in the CS right now. Just turned 23 a few days ago. Happy belated birthday, Kira. Number 1 in the North American Women's QS, and a former World Junior Champion, the product out of San Clemente.
Amazing surfer, an amazing soul, being trained with Mr. Brad Gavlak, Wave Key. Beautiful rail surfing, such a powerhouse. Extra back foot and extra power in the back foot. Such a length, tall, powerful raw surfing. But like each and every event, she's evolving. I think it's a matter of time that she's going to be with the big girls in the big league.
Well, she's already had 2 events as wildcard this year on the CT. Over at Punta Roca, and she surfed at Lowers as well, being the highest rated woman out of North America at that point of the season on the Challenger. And competing at home at Lowers has got to feel special for her.
Whoa.
I mean, especially with the waves that we had this year at that event. A monumental thing for her. There's Tainá Hinkle's father,
Carlos Cachotti. Guarda do Baú, the same place that gave birth Mr. Ricardo dos Santos. They influenced so much Yago Dora in the beginning of Yago's career.
Miss you every day, my brother.
Oh, Godspeed, my man.
25 minutes on the clock. Teresa Bonvolo, also a member of the top 10 on the women's CS. She's won a Challenger Series event before over in Sydney a few years ago. And she's been on the verge of qualifying for the CT multiple times, and just by very little has missed out, Marcos.
It's hard on a mindset when you have such a bomber, have a good roll, and then you find yourself without the qualification. And right now, I think it's like the low tides start, losing some water there on the bank. So I think we're going to see some more opportunities for the girls right now.
You like low tide or high tide at this location?
Oh, this location is kind of all mid-tide, but not the drainer mid-tide, more the feeling mid-tide, going up.
Tainá seems to just surf on everything she can. Here at Itaúna, that's a great combo on the backhand for the surfer out of Santa Catarina. And looking for a bit more juice on the inside. She's going to find it somehow. And as you said, that kind of mid-tide makes those lefts a little bit longer, Marcos, and stood up the entire time. Her dad loves it. And he should be stoked. That's going to be the best wave of the heat so far, as Rodriguez has a couple of throwaways and Pinkerton with just the 2.1 at the moment.
Yeah, beautiful rail surfing, not rushing things, not over surfing, nice connection, rail to rail, searing those snaps. Beautiful surfing from the Santa Catarina local. She's a Banco do Brasil white card here, and I love how she's like a female touch. She's matching the green, singler with a wetsuit also. Ton sur ton.
You look good, you feel good.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's a mindset trick, almost like a ship code.
So both Arena and Tainá have been competing here as wild cards previously. CT both and the CS. And of course, when it comes to competition in Brazil, Saquarema really the place where you need to shine at. Pinkerton, a quick one for her. So 2 second-generation, really, competitors out there in the water. Father Jim for Kira, former national champion at the NSSA level. And as you said, Taina's father also an accomplished surfer himself. So really cool to see that, you know, exploration of this being a career for a lot of these young surfers.
Oh yeah, nobody can touch the Hoffman, Philip Hoffman, Walter Hoffman connecting with the, you know, the heritage of the Fletcher. But it's so cool to watch those, you know, dynasty unfold, like the Gouveas, the Pupos, the Muniz, and the Toledos, and the Pinkertons also.
Can't forget about the Ho family in Hawaii either.
Yeah, sorry Mason, sorry Michael. Yeah, Pops, you the man.
In the end though, as he said, there are different regions that have had plenty of second-generation professionals, including this one on screen. Taina just dropped the best of the heat, a 6.33, Marcos.
Beautiful rail surfing, almost like a Peruvian never-ending laugh over there right now. You know, not rushing into things, beautiful rail-to-rail connection. A little lack of variation, but extra power in each and every moment.
And she loves it. She should. That is the best wave of the heat so far. 6.33 for Hinkle. And of course, when you reference Santa Catarina, you always think of Florianopolis, but she's from a different city, just slightly south of that area right there, but also plenty of waves, of course. The only issue with the, you know, states to the south of Brazil, they tend to be a bit colder throughout the entire year.
Yeah, people are so used to the full suit over there. And we have like a continental country, you know, Mitch. That's why we have like guys from like the north part of the coast of Santa Catarina, like Thomas Zamris, the part of BC, Balneário Camboriú, William Cardoso, Matheus Navarro. And then we have the island of Florianopolis with Iago Dora, their TMF scene. And, you know, Samuel Pupo is living there in the Rififi next to Rio Tavares. And so you have like further south part of the coast with Ricardo Bimbaú, Ricardo Santos, all the scene. Go all the way to Ibituba, Fábio Carvalho back in the day, a lot of reapers all around. There's Garopaba with the scene, with the Uruguayans living there, the Argentinians living there. Kudos and shout out to Marco Giorgi also.
20 minutes and 45 on the clock. It's Hinkle at the moment leading. Nanaho Suzuki literally in the last few seconds of the heat got the win, Rachel.
Wow, what a happy morning for Japan. Congratulations. Nanaho, how was it for you to find that wave in the end?
Yeah, it was the happy hit because I like the left wave. So yeah, it was a good lucky to get a couple good ones. But I was so nervous. But yeah, I just focused on myself and then yeah, I'm happy now.
And now in Japanese, do you want to send a message for your supporters back home?
はい、皆さん夜遅くまで応援ありがとうございます。いい波も来ていて、ちょっとこけるシーンもあったんですけど、すごく楽しく試合ができているんで、次のラウンドも自分らしく頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
How do I say congratulations in Japanese?
おめでとう。
おめでとう, Nanaho. Thank you very much.
There's a reason why it's a global sport. Everybody's learning a new language every day. And, you know, congratulations to Nanaho Suzuki moving through into the round of 16 with a heat win. And really cool to see not only the experience, the gratitude right there, too. She was nervous, just tried to focus on herself. And personally, I like the flag in the hair, too. I think every single time they went ahead, they got to keep doing it. Banco do Brasil replay here. Away from Mari Rodriguez, her best.
Beautiful surfing. She's so connected with these conditions right now. She have a ton of, you know, knowledge from this wave already. She's been competing here for many years, and she's in the flow state right now. This is the one of the iconic surfers from Portugal, Teresa Bonvolar. I have such an amazing, proud feeling to be calling 5 years straight her hits in Portuguese television. The community in Portugal is so strong. Amazing reapers. The girls are excelling their level of surfing right now in Portugal.
And it seems like Bonvolo making sure that she's wanting to gain priority. The opener of Teresa, 4.33, and waiting on the fourth wave, excuse me, of Arena Rodriguez. The Peruvian in the white jersey out there, she did very well at World Juniors to start the year, got a semifinal finish in the Philippines, once again qualified for the Challenger Series. Young, 20 years, but she is a first-generation surfer. Oh, yeah. And meeting her parents earlier this year, they said, yeah, like, you know, surfing was something we never did growing up, and, you know, just seeing her and being able to travel to these locations worldwide because of what she does as a profession has not only brought us together as a family, we probably wouldn't have traveled that much internationally if it weren't for it either.
Amazing. It's a ticket to ride, Mitch. And you know, that's the right timing to say hello to Sofia Milanovic, because before the Brazilian Storm hit the road with Gabriel Medina in 2014, the first South America World Champion was Sofia Milanovic in 2001. And I'm going to send some props to, back in the day, iconic surfer Felipe Pomar, you know, Magu de la Rosa, all the legends of Peruvian surfing, the Cabalito de Totoro era, the mecca of surfing. The start of surfing is a debate before, you know, between Hawaii and Peru with the canoes of Cabalito de Totoro from the, you know, the 18th century. So amazing history of surfing and, you know, heritage in Peru, never ending, you know, land of surfing. Laughs.
17 minutes on the clock. Here's Pinkerton. This is an important wave for her with priority. Much better already on this one for Kira. Finding her footing. Looking to time that wave well. She does in the section in the pocket. Once again. Brings it back. So the fall at the end, but she had done all the work right before that. Meanwhile, Hinkle, good timing at the end from Tainá. Makes sure to fully ride out of that last one. And that's going to be a complete wave for the surfer representing Brazil in the green. Our Banco do Brasil wildcard here at the CS level. So 16:30 on the clock. Bonvolo has the 4.33. It's keeping her in the mix. But Rodriguez dropped a 6.77 on her last. And Hinkle opened up with a 6.33. And Teresa did have a quick wave, but she had to give way because Tainá had higher priority.
Oh, yeah. Attacking and defending in the same wave. Beautiful, crispy surfing from Tainá. Nice timing on the snap, preparing to the last banger of the wave. Precise, beautiful surfing. And Kira, man, I can see the fine-tuning that, you know, Wave Key is providing to Kira. The blueprint of a smooth operator with the power rail turns. Amazing. Not over surfing the wave. Look at the posture, you know, the position of the arms. Beautiful surfing, rail classical surfing.
Well, Kira's a major part of her board riders club back home in San Clemente. Nearly every time she piles out for that the event, there's a whammy surfer. So the whammy surfer, they have to raise their hands after a wave, and once they do that, that wave's going to get counted twice. So it's doubling the score. And typically she's getting at least an 8 every single time she does it. So that's 16 points just for her team right there. And here at the Challenger Series level, you know, there were multiple years where she couldn't go past the round of 16. Finally, she's been able to do that. And now with a couple of good results, she's a member of the top 10.
Oh, yeah. And we were talking about this in the previous heat, about how, you know, versatile you can surf, different type of waves in San Clemente, the Riviera beach break, the kind of mixed beach break and punch break of T Street with so many, you know, heritage surfers there.
And Bonvolo up and riding. Had a 4.33 on her opener. This one looking pretty darn good as well. On the forehand, that's a beautiful wrap. Right in the pocket for the Portuguese surfer. Also looking to qualify for the CT for the very first time in her career. And a bit sticky at the end, but did a lot of damage way before that too. So a good sign for Teresa. And she will be at least competing for second place at the moment with this last one. 14 minutes to go, Marcos. Really like this third turn on Teresa's wave.
Chirurgical, very clinical, methodical, beautiful surfing on the top, on the face, beautiful rail carve, not rushing into things, nice rhythm, little cut, beautiful variation also, different angles of approach, trying to be a little more vertical in the end, but could have made it.
And then Ade seemed to, you know, not only get one of the best of the heat so far, one of the best of the day going left. 6.77 for the combination. This one, unfortunately for her, just the one turn, but you can see her timing when it's on. It truly is on. 13:30 on the clock. I wonder where Manu Callado is. Where are you, Manu?
Hello, guys. How cool is Saquarema, the athletes, they just come out of the water. Here we got the Japanese crew cheering, and also a typical character from Saquarema, our Portuga. E aí, Portuga, tudo bem?
Tudo bem, graças a Deus.
I asked him how he's doing, and he has these flags with all the autographs. Esse é só desse campeonato, né? From this event, he has already all these autographs, and every time we have a great event here in Saquarema, he comes. He has pictures, autographs, everything, and he's been living in Saquarema since 1976. Você se mudou para cá em 1976, né? Foi o que mesmo?
Festival de surf, sol e som.
He came here for the first time for a festival called Sun, Sound, and Surf, and since that he's been living in Saquarema and loving surf. Well, right now he's wearing the volleyball shirt. Essa é a camisa do vôlei, né?
Camisa foi do vôlei. Ah, quem me deu? Olha quem me deu.
Olha lá, this is a very famous athlete from Brazil, from volleyball. Você tem like de quem?
4 likes, 5 likes.
De quem?
2 do Iago Dora, a 9 e a 96.
He has the jersey, 2 from Iago Dora. Leon O'Brien. Miguel Pupo.
E ontem eu ganhei a do David Silva da Austrália, que ele trouxe para mim.
Oh my God, and yesterday he got one from David Silva. High five, Portuga. Oh my God, Portuga, you are so nice. This is Saquarema, guys, back to you.
I'm pretty sure that guy doesn't age. He's been here for almost 50 years and looks exactly the same. 11:30 on the clock. Last of Hinkle 4.67. Last of Rodriguez 4.03. And both Pinkerton and Bovolo get their best, a 5.33 and a 5.7. So competitive heat with more than 11 minutes on the clock here in number 6 of the round of 32. Much more action to come from Saquarema, top 5 of the Challenger Series schedule. See you when we return. Ageless here in Saquarema, one of the most beautiful venues on our Challenger Series schedule. Flying over Praia de Itaúna and the beautiful things that this place has on offer. Right next to that jetty right there. There tends to be a pretty good wave on a certain swell. Looking at our Banco do Brasil fan picks for heat number 6 of the women's round of 32. Teresa Bombolo, the Portuguese surfer, 36%. 32% thinking Kira Pinkerton out of the U.S. Taina Hinkle, our Banco do Brasil wildcard, 23%. And the Peruvian out there in the white, 10% for her. But Hinkle at the moment leading the heat, Marcos. 6.33, 4.67 for the surfer representing Brazil. She's had 2 wins on the regional QS so far this year, including the Saquarema Surf Festival earlier this year, now a QS 6000, that event.
Oh yeah, and it's odd to see that she's still an underdog feeling in the fun pick, but I think she's gonna rise to the occasion. a beautiful, pack of rippers in this heat. Those united colors of surfing, full of flags, different schools of surfing, and the waves are providing. Man, we got a little shutdown in the machine right now. But it's a matter of time that the swell is going to push a little more. It's going to pulse again.
No, I like you putting it out there. That's the kind of energy we need in the world at the moment.
Always,
8 minutes.
Always being positive.
Oh, nothing wrong with that. Bonvalo in the third place, needing a 5.48. Pinkerton in fourth, needing a 5.11. This round, we saw the men's round of 64 conclude earlier this morning. We are going to go into the men's round of 32 later on today. But once you see anybody, competing with 11, 10, 12 points, not only are the waves good, you know that the competition is really heating up, because those competitive heats indicate how difficult it is to succeed at this level nowadays. People won events last year and still didn't qualify. It's really one of the first few times we've ever seen that in the history of the sport, and especially with how global it is nowadays, every region has a lot of great surfers.
Oh yeah, that's why you use so much this expression. It's a grinding, never-ending grinding, atmosphere in the CS, tournaments. And now with the three division, the regionals, the CS and the CT, you gotta grind every day, man. Never give up.
The heat leader, Henkel, found this wave under priority, just one turn, but quite strong. Don't think it'll improve on the 4.67, but no harm, no foul, going on wave. If nobody else wants it,
oh yeah,
never know. It could potentially turn into something down the line. You and I were actually in the Red Bull Athlete Zone earlier, watching things from a different perspective. There were a few heats where the right was really standing up and the left just seemed to go for miles, and you're thinking to yourself, that paddle back out, even if it's a 30-minute heat, oh, that's a grind right there just to get back out.
Oh yeah, that's why normally people sometimes go walking all the way to the, the sandbar towards the rocks, and then they make the entrance again in the channel, so way better. So you're not gonna be like draining your energy there on the current, because from here everything's steady, everything looks comfortable inside of the water. Even in the small bays, there's a lot of water moving. There's volume in the ocean here.
And the main reason I reference it is because on the paddle back out, we've seen people get scores underneath everybody else's positioning. Not necessarily because you're on the main peak means that there isn't a wave breaking on the inside either.
It's the leftovers, your type of option. Right now, there's a beautiful left right now for you.
Oh, just a little too late right there for Teresa. So wasn't a good priority order, and unfortunately for her, still going to need the 5.48. And she's going to be recovering fourth priority once she makes it back out. Just over 5 minutes as we look at the live rankings on the CS. So Bonvalo at the moment, number 10. Pinkerton out there in the red, number 9. And the bad news for both of them, they are number 3 and 4 in this heat. So yeah, you'll add on some points regardless of your result. But ideally, you want both of them to move through if you're, people that are rooting for them. If you're their opponent or somebody just behind them in the rankings, you're wanting these next 5 minutes to go completely flat.
Oh yeah, that's why I always touch in those subjects when it's so relative to the time, and the proof in the pudding right now is that relativity, because you have a different clock from the leaders and the different clock from the other ones that got to bounce back, so it's kind of hard. That's why you can see the time is relative.
So that's the way you manage time, is what you're mentioning.
Yeah,
right,
it's metaphysics, man.
As we look at the Natura Kayak recap, Taina Henkel with one of the best waves of the heat, a 6.33 for the Brazilian in the green. Backed it up with a 4.67 as well, both on the left.
Beautiful plan. She have such a strong backhand, turns. She's always put the right turns in the right places, and she's not shining on the clams. That's the Brazilian way.
And then Nade right behind her, nearly tied at the moment. 11 points for Henkel, 10.8 for the Peruvian out there in the white.
Beautiful variation, 3-turn combos with a lot of risk and commitment.
And this the backup of Henkel with a 4.67, especially as you said, converting on wave while playing some defense too.
Oh yeah, attacking and defending herself with the same wave. That's the plan. That's the blueprint that you got to follow.
Our Natura Kayak recap. Henkel in the lead, Rodriguez in second. Bonvalo, who's caught 4 waves still in third, and Pinkerton with priority needing a 5.11.
The 3-minute mark. You can like slice the atmosphere there with a knife, because this is no longer the last stop of the CS Tour, but you can feel the drama starting to unfold, Mitch.
Well, you know, we're in South 5. Yes, there the addition of Pipe, as we see Kira right there. 5-1-1 with first priority. The main thing that I look at, though, is that, you know, Pipe's obviously the best wave, or one of the best waves in the world. When it's on, it is definitely perfect. But that doesn't guarantee that you're going to get the 2.8s that you maybe have in mind. It's just a wild card, you know, and for a lot of people that have already competed at this location, they know what to expect, or at least somewhat of what to expect. So, you know, you want to get things done relatively early than rather too late, especially with more pressure.
Oh, yeah, and you don't want to go, you know, against the ropes to pipeline. Mandatory to have a nice result over there. The warm-up sessions over there is not like so cool, like you can find any, like, no losers, you know, places around here with no crowd, some nuggets around all the way to Bahia. And we all know, man, to train in pipeline during the events is not easy.
Oh, that's the hardest part about it. The Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning with a minute 50 on the clock. And the thing is, yeah, you do get a couple of throwaways, but both Teresa and Kira, who are a minute 40 away from being knocked out in this heat, already have one.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily want to be counting multiple of those in your performances throughout the year. There was Matt Myers. He's coaching Arena at the moment in the white. Done some good work with her so far throughout the season.
That's why I was so impressed this year in the CT for the men's with Crosby Colapinto, without, you know, not being a victim from the cut, without, you know, make any points in the first 2 stops of the tour because of the injury in backdoor. So props to Crosby.
Made a big comeback later on this year. 1 minute to go. Pinkerton with priority, and Bonvolo 5.48 in third place. Rodriguez in second. Low score a 4.03, and Hinkle, the heat leader, her low score 4.67. Just want to see them get a chance. And Kira's caught 3 waves, but the first 2, not substantial. The third one, 5.7. It's her best.
And not too much motion in the ocean right now.
Not at all. And, you know, for Hinkle, she had to surf in the first round. Same thing for Arena. And now you look at, you know, the standings, number 9 and 10. Well, they're 20 seconds away from being eliminated. And we already talked about them having 1 throwaway result. This is going to tackle another one on.
I want to see everybody succeed, but it's kind of hard. Two's going to go through, and 2's going to lose, so it's kind of hard. I'm rooting for the level of surfing always.
Well, it's the nature of the sport. You either, have a really good heat, or you just unfortunately are not in rhythm with the ocean. And for Tainá Hinkle, well, she was in rhythm with the ocean out there. Arita Una takes away the win. Arena Rodriguez in second. Gonna say goodbye to Teresa Bonvolo and Kira Pinkerton, and we'll see them over at Pipeline. And a lot more action. 2 more heats to go in our women's round of 32, then going straight into the men's round of 32 after that. Alyssa.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us. Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of Tehupa and drinking a Corona. I mean,
It's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going, but thanks for watching.
All right, we're back. The day continues here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Heat 7 of the round of 32 out in the water. Alyssa Spencer, Laura Hop, Minami Nonaka, as well as Sarah Lesiaga out of France. Been great action today. Swell stuck around. We saw Taina Hinko in the last heat absolutely rip Kaipa Girl, Maida Pops. Nice day.
Nice day, nice, very interesting heat. The last one, Taina Hinkel, just showed how good she can be here in Itaúna, and we are so psyched for the next ones.
Yeah, we're going to have a good time over here. Again, this is the women's round of 32. We're planning on going into the men's round of 32 as well today. Get a lot of heats done. We're always monitoring the fog. There's a fog bank on the horizon, but hopefully it stays out to sea out there, and looking to see if we've had any rides happen. Just a couple of half-point rides, so really fair stage. Our French competitor, Sarah, with the first meaningful score about to lock in. And priority actually right now with Alyssa Spencer, actually a former champ out here. There we go, 4.5 for Sarah.
Yeah, a couple lines coming in. Alyssa Spencer taking a look on that one.
Encinitas, California, Alyssa Spencer. Great rail control on the Channel Island surfboard. Actually, it looks like, I'll just take that back, I'm not sharp-eyed. So Alyssa, 22 years old, had a chance on the championship tour 2024. She's our 2022 Saquarema Pro champ. Also took a win in 2023 over in Ericeira, so a surfer who's actually won on 2 of the stops on the Challenger Series. Here's a replay.
Yeah, beautiful wave. Nice turn to start things off. Then cut back right there. Another one, and then that was it.
Sarah Lesiaga, this is a 4.5.
Nice turn. Coming around. Snap. Comboed with this cutty right there.
And
3 turns combo.
Japanese competitor here, Minami Nonaka, 5.83 for this effort.
On her back side. Bangs it. Yeah, I think the score came from this last turn. Very vertical, a little more aggressive on that one.
From Ichinomiya, Japan, in the Chiba Prefecture, great surfing community there in Ichinomiya. That was also the site of the Tokyo Olympics, where surfing was first featured in 2021. The Japanese surfers have been very successful. 3 heat wins in this round of 32 for the Team Japan. And Minami wants to add on to that. She's currently in the lead with that 5.83.
Yeah, it was just amazing what the Japanese crew could do this morning here in Itaúna. 3 wins in a row, and now Minami with the opportunity to get another one. But she will need to stop Alyssa Spencer, who already has good numbers as well, and also Sara Lesiaga and Laura Haupt, the local hero.
Speaking of local heroes, let's hear from the last heat winner, Taina Hinko.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Tainá, and it's just incredible how she's always good here in Saquarema. She has this power surf that combines perfectly with the power waves. How do you feel? She even won a QS here this year. How do you feel winning a hit here now?
I'm so happy with my performance. The waves here in Saquarema, I love this place. The waves are really good today, and this left, it's so perfect for me. So yeah, I'm super happy with my performance, and I don't know how to say how I'm feeling right now because I was really like nervous in the end of the heat because I didn't have the priority, so I had to wait and no waves came, so I'm really happy with my performance, and I want to say thank you to God for this gift for me and for all my sponsors for believing in myself.
Especially Banco do Brasil that sponsors the event and you.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Banco do Brasil and all my sponsors for believing in myself and in my surfing. That's really important for me and for the Brazilian surfers, and I'm so thankful.
Some words for your fans in Portuguese?
Estou muito feliz em ter avançado essa bateria. Na verdade, eu não estou até... não sei nem muito o que falar agora no momento. Eu sempre dou entrevista boa, mas eu estou nesse momento até meio assim aérea, porque eu estava ali tentando me conectar realmente com o mar ali. E foi o que aconteceu. Quero muito agradecer a meus patrocinadores, especialmente ao Banco do Brasil, por esse circuito, por essa etapa e também por todas as outras que tem feito aí no Brasil, todo o suporte aos surfistas brasileiros da América do Sul e a todos os meus patrocinadores, a Hurley, a Mini Calzone, Vitafor e a Yogurts, agora meu novo patrocinador, acreditando no meu potencial, e ao meu pai que faz as minhas pranchas mágicas, e eu estou muito, muito feliz, a todos os meus apoiadores também. Nossa, hoje foi difícil a entrevista, geralmente eu dou entrevista boa, mas hoje estava difícil, eu estava tão focada ali na bateria e principalmente no final que eu estava sem a prioridade, então pouca onda e eu estava ali tentando me conectar com o mar para não vir nenhuma série no final e foi o que aconteceu, então realmente quando sai já tem que dar entrevista, às vezes dá uma pecadinha, mas eu estou bem feliz, quero muito agradecer a minha família que sempre acredita no meu potencial, isso que importa para mim, eu estou feliz soltando meu surf, não estou competindo nesse circuito do Challenge esse ano que vem, se Deus quiser, eu vou estar participando. Então eu quero realmente soltar o meu surf, fazer uma boa performance e quem sabe bagunçar um ranking aí, né? Já que o wildcard sempre faz isso.
And every time I interview Tainá here in Brazil, we finish with her little scream, so go ahead.
Irra, bora, acredita, sou uma amarradona. Guarda em baú sempre, representando, vamos que vamos.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Oh man, my Portuguese isn't that good, but I'm pretty sure that but the translation is Tainá's psyching right now.
Yeah, we used this word today, and she just translated
What did she
perfectly.
say?
No, she said that she's really overwhelmed by this heat, you know, because she said that normally she gives really good interviews, but she said, oh, I'm so psyched, I cannot even think what happened because I wasn't with priority. I think she said that the same in English. And then she thanked many people. And yeah, she's very happy with this result.
Well, she should be. And that momentum can continue. She's got the work done for today. Alyssa Spencer, during that interview, got some big work done on this wave. This is a 6.83.
Yeah, a larger wave, and she worked pretty well, like nice combo, the variety, and she sticks to the board right there with this finish movement, strongly vertical, 6.83. She was rewarded.
Yeah, it looks like made an equipment change. You know, formerly on Channel Island surfboards, Alyssa Spencer now appears to be riding a Sharp Eye surfboard, and the Sharp Eye looking pretty sharp on this replay.
Yeah, look how she really timed well this last section right there. She knows how to surf this wave. That's why she won in 2022.
And Sarah Lesiaga, the French competitor, getting a nice backup for opening 4.5. This replay is of a 3.6.
Yeah, she also found a very long left right there. Not as steep as Alyssa Spencer one, but she she did a pretty great job until then. Incomplete finish.
This is just a replay of the first wave for Alyssa Spencer. This was a 3.73.
Yeah, a couple good turns in the beginning. Then the wave got a little mellow. So that's why it came as a 3.73.
17 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And priority to Minami no Naka, our Japanese competitor, has a solid opening wave score of a 5.83. Minami, 24 years old, right now coming off of, you know, a kind of a tough year on the Challenger Series. Missed the U.S. Open of surfing, so is going to be able to make up for it. You can miss an event. You can actually miss 2 events because it is your best 5 finishes out of 7 available events for all the Challenger Series surfers to compete in. Minami, number 34, I'm sorry, on the Challenger Series coming into this event, but she will be going up the ratings just with another result in her year.
Yeah, and talking a little bit of Laura Haupt here. Laura is doing pretty great this year. She's second on the QSs. Do you want to talk about Yolanda right now?
I don't know. Well, I just was going to say the board works best with 3 fins. There's the 3rd fin. Abrupt installation.
Getting ready for the next heat, Yolanda. But I was talking about Laura Haupt. She's been like second in the QSs here, like regional QS, and got 2 wins in the QSs in Floripa and also in Prainha. And she was second here in Hema Saquarema Surf Festival, defeated by Taina Hinkle, who just spoke to us. And I'm really enjoying watching Laura Haupt this year. She evolved so much. And she's up and riding.
Yeah, here we go. Laura Haupt, 19 years old, just a teenager, having a good year on the Challenger Series. Catches a rail on that final effort. Right behind her is Sarah Lesiaga, currently in 2nd place. Sarah with a couple of nice forehand snaps. This wave gets a little bit iffy there, but gosh, gets through a pretty difficult section, navigating that backwash.
Yeah, and she was very smart on that finish turn because the wave kind of bounced it, and she was able to make a long turn, put her rail on the wave, keep on her feet.
Yeah, but continuing on the conversation with Laura Haupt, because we're talking about qualification. Well, we'll get through some interviews. I mean, replays first. This is the last effort of Sarah. We just saw this wave. We get another chance to dissect this.
Yeah, this 2nd turn was the best one, and this one, it wasn't like that strong, but it was very smart what she could do that.
And Laura just got a 2.4 for this ride right here that we're seeing on the replay.
Yeah, the wave, the quality was not there, and unfortunately she couldn't finish that turn.
So Laura, like I was saying, 19 years old, but having a good year on the Challenger Series. Like you said, she's been evolving, right? Her 4th year on the Challenger Series, opened up with a 9th in Newcastle, Laura did. That semi-final finish in Bolito really helped her. 17th coming off of 9th. And right now on the Challenger Series rankings, I believe number 6 coming into this event.
Yeah, coming in a really good spot. Yeah, we kind of spoke during the press conference that we had previously, and she said that, she doesn't want to think too much about the rankings. She just want to stay present in the moment, but having a really good year and also trying to improve her strengths. So she traveled to the Mentawais to surf some laps to improve her backside surfing. I think is where she can really evolve a little more. So, but I mean, the girl is 19
She's
years
19
old.
years old.
Yeah.
She's just really at the beginning of her journey as a professional surfer and already having a good year. Laura just came in as number 6 on the live rankings. She's dropped down to number 10, but she's got plenty of opportunity in front of her. But currently, it is Alyssa Spencer in the lead in this heat. Can Alyssa hang on? Find out when we return to Saquarema after this. Let's roll it back to 2022 here in Saquarema, Itaúna, where Alyssa Spencer took a big win here in the final against Tessa Tyson, utilizing strong backhand performance throughout the entire event, winning every single heat on the way to the podium.
Yeah, it was a really amazing job what she has done in 2022. Look how beautiful she was surfing. She defeated Tessa Tyson, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tessa in that final. And here she is. She's currently in the lead in heat number 7 of the round of 32. Alyssa Spencer was on the championship tour in 2024, did not make that cut, and so had to kind of get back to this Challenger Series, hoping to come through again for a sophomore year on the championship tour. Laura Hopp, live action here, being very patient on the backhand. A couple of nice hooks. Paced approach. And a 4.93 will take her to second and advancing. Meanwhile, Minami Nonaka swinging the board around and kicks out right behind Laura Hopp. And a paddle battle may ensue, but it looks like Laura's got a little bit of a lead on Minami.
Yeah, just 20 minutes just went by this heat right now, 10 minutes left. Now Alyssa Spencer in the lead and with priority.
Here's Minami again.
Minami, nice snap off the top. Another quick turn. Gets around the corner, snap it again. Brings it back to the foam. Hoping for something more here. The wave didn't provide. And this is Laura. Hits the leap. Another turn. Nothing very critical, but that one looked great. Yeah. She will put this one on board. I think she's going to change the 2.4, but maybe not enough to change the situation, Kibes.
Yeah. Talking about a little bit of a potential paddle battle, and Minami actually putting a challenge on Laura on the paddle back out, trying to get a priority ahead of her. Laura's last wave, a 3.93, not enough to go into second place. Still waiting for Nonaka's last wave, and still waiting for the decision from our priority judge on who's going to get third priority. Will it be blue or white? The race back out to the peak is continuing. Look at Minami just with the extra kicking paddle power.
Yeah.
Well, we anticipated. I thought Minami wasn't even going to go try because Laura had quite a head start on her on the paddle back out, but it looks like Minami's gaining ground. Laura does get priority, however, but Nice effort from Minami Nonaka. Minami actually, one of the more petite surfers on tour on this Challenger Series, just 4'11".
Oh yeah, very short. But she's surfing, like, look.
Surfing big.
Yeah, she's surfing big.
She might be 4'11", but she just threw down a big number, a 5-point ride. 5.83 was the start, 5-point backup. So Minami Nonaka, again, the story. You know what the story of this round is? The Japanese women surfers.
Yeah, it's true.
They've won 3 of these 7 heats. So
yeah,
basically they've run 3/4 of what's transpired so far. And Minami wants to keep that roll going. And maybe it's something that, one win that inspires the rest of the crew to also do well.
That's what I was about to say, the power of the group. Whenever you have like a strong group, like pushing you, cheering for you, you get inspired. Yeah, that's it. But we still have 7 minutes left.
Yeah. Lots still can happen. Alyssa Spencer can retake the lead with a 4-point ride, and Alyssa does have first priority, sitting there patiently in red. Sarah Lesiaga needs a 6.07 to get into second place and advance out of this heat. She's currently second in line priority-wise. Sarah, 20-year-old from France. Just only 2 CES events surfed so far this year. Here we go. Using her priority is Alyssa Spencer. Short carve to begin with. Bigger snap there. You can see some of the backwash affecting this left-hander. Gets up into the open face. Looks for an oncoming section to close this thing out. Times it well with the backwash on that snap. Wants a little bit more, and not much more after that, but some quality surfing up until then. I expect a lead change when this score comes through.
Yeah, because she needs only a 4-point ride to get the lead right there. And she's choosing the waves like pretty well. This one was affected by the backwash. Look how bounced she is, but I mean, she really timed well and snapped it, kind of uses the bounce for her turn.
Yeah, she timed that last snap well with the bounce. And a lot of this backwash happens because the beach here in the sand, it's a coarser grain of sand that kind of moves around, I feel. And right now, if we were to go to the beach, there's a big wall.
Yeah.
Of sand that's creating a lot of this backwash. And it seems like it's something that always happens here at Itaú.
Yeah, here in Brazil we call Praia de Tombo. Like
Praia de Tombo.
There is a
wall.
Like a wall, yeah, like a fall, like tombo.
Yeah, because you're going to go tumble. Because if you see, if you were walking in the middle of the night off to sea, guided by the stars, some of that walls are really steep that you could just fall right over the edge, and that's what creates the backwash. Not that I've ever done that before, but I can see the potential of that happening.
The ocean kind of hits the wall and comes back and creates the backwash.
And it's something you just got to deal with here. 4.4, needed a 4-point ride. Alyssa Spencer got that and a little bit more, so she's out into the lead. Minami Nonaka now down in second place. A 5.41 will put Minami into the lead once again. Important wave for Sarah Lesiaga. She needs a 6.33 to get into second place, and she has first priority out there in the green jersey with 4 minutes remaining. So an opportunity for the French surfer. Like I said, 2 Challenger Series events so far this year. And, well, this is her second event, actually. Her first one was in Cero. So just kind of getting on board with this whole Challenger Series is the French surfer, Sarah Lesiaga. A good result here could really, add some momentum to her year on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, of course. And also for Laura Haupt, the same, would give her so much confidence.
As a heat recap, Minami Nonaka was looking sharp here. 5.83 opener for the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, the third turn right there was radical. This is Alyssa Spencer. Just beautiful turn, spraying a lot of water.
Yeah, this
Gauge
is
the rail, got a little hang right there. Got a nice cut back. Just came for this one, snapped it.
so that was a 6.83 and a backup right here, Maida, of a 4.4 for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, she's really in tune with the ocean right now. Like, she found the best opportunities on this heat, and she served pretty smart. Look, the backwash didn't affect her on that turn.
Back to live action, Laura Hop. Beautiful opening turn. Gets back into the open face. Patiently S-turning through to the inside here, but you can see the frustration as she kicked out of that. She wanted a reform on the inside because she knew she had a great outside turn. If she was able to get a great inside turn, she certainly could have turned the heat in her favor.
Yeah, I think probably it's going to be her best score of the heat. Look, the first turn was really nice, vertical, but then she came around the corner, but the wave kind of, look, went flat. So she had to make a few turns there to try to come to the inside, but yeah, the wave didn't provide anything else.
Yeah, and she expressed that body language where she was saying, why? Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning in effect, so just under 2 minutes for Laura to try to turn this heat.
Yeah. She's evolving a lot. Like, I mean, her backside surfing, it's looking great after this, like, always did, but she improved in this last trip to mental-wise. She's always working with her parents, like Gustavo and Georgia, and also her manager, Danielle Cortez. Do you know that Danielle, the same manager as
For Yago Dora,
yeah, is her manager as well. So they're doing a great job. She's 19 years old. And she's gonna compete in Hawaii, where she has a lot of experience already. 55 seconds left.
You can notice that Minami Nonaka, who has second priority, is just in a blocking position for Laura and not going to give Laura an opportunity, really. And Minami deciding to sit on Laura because there's no reason for her to sit on Sarah, who's in third place, because Sarah has first priority. So Minami really tracking Laura and to just eliminate at least one of the surfers' opportunities. Sarah Lesiaga does have an opportunity because she does have first priority right now at 20 seconds, but her biggest opponent, Sarah's, is the clock.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
And maybe an opportunity. Actually, I'm going to take that back. The wave's not going to get to Laura, to Sarah, I'm sorry, in time. Clock is off, and it's going to be Alyssa Spencer and another Japanese surfer advancing on to the round of 16. Alyssa Spencer and Minami Nonaka on to the next round.
What a great performance for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah.
She has been very precise in wave selection on this one.
Yeah, great surfing.
Great surfing as well.
I think it's time for a break. When we come back, we got an exciting heat for you. Yolanda Hopkins, Ellie Harrison, Sola Gaiety, and Sarah Baum.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Thank you for joining us here in Saquarema for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Final heat of the round of 32 for the women. Just 2 more spots in the round of 16. 4 surfers are going to be battling out here for those last 2 spots. Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, Ellie Harrison, Sola Guerri, and Sarah Baum. And a big opportunity for Yolanda Hopkins right now, and this is how it all started out. So Yolanda bailing on that one, giving way to Sola Guerri on this replay, and Sol scoring a 2.67. Meanwhile, Sarah Baum got into the rotation here, Maida.
Yeah, Sarah Baum up and riding. Just a couple turns in the beginning. Another turn right there. The wave kind of faded a lot on that one.
And Ellie Harrison looked like she got a wave too.
Yeah, just a quick snap, and then that one looked great. Vertical, quick. Good way to start the heat.
Yeah, there she is kicking out. Sola Guerri, Ellie Harrison, the blue jersey. Ellie, just 20 years old, out of Barwon Heads in Victoria, Australia. And here comes the Portuguese surfer, number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings, Yolanda Hopkins, a power surfer, applying that power to this wave here in Itaúna, fades that bottom turn, stays with the white water, tries to make the most of that. Yolanda Hopkins, 27 years old, coming off a semi-final finish in the Ericeira. She had a runner-up finish over in Bolito and 2 quarterfinals so far. Quarterfinal in Newcastle, quarterfinal at the US Open in Huntington Beach. She's poised to make the championship tour, Maida, if she's able to make the final here in Saquarema.
Yeah, just amazing the consistency that she had in the season. And look, this wave, kind of a little bit of foam climb right there, but then she found open faces, but the wave didn't offer much. But I think when you look to her stats right now, it's all about consistency. Yeah.
And even consistency when it comes to her traction. She's one of the few surfers that doesn't have to deal with cold water wax, warm water wax, whatever. She likes the consistency of full traction on her board. So she has a front foot pad and a back foot pad. And talking to Yolanda about that, she says, look, that way I never have to worry about what the grip's going to feel like on my board. It's always the same feeling because she has that dual traction.
Yeah, and she was just one of the 2 surfers who made until the quarters in every single stop of the Challenger Series this year. So just her and Tia Zebrowski, very consistent.
An interesting story in this heat as well is 3 of these surfers all have had a chance to taste what it feels like to compete, in a championship tour event. Yolanda got a wild card in Portugal. Ellie, she's had 2 wild cards, or actually come through the trials to earn her spot at Bells Beach 2 times. And Sarah Baum, she's also 2 times a J-Bay wild card. Sola Guerri, the Peruvian, snapping there, catches the outside rail, goes down. So it's interesting to know that those 3 surfers already kind of had a feeling of what it's like to have their own locker, go to head-to-head competition, everything that is involved on the championship tour.
Yeah, and here Yolanda again up and riding. Nice turn. Beautiful snap.
Oh my. That was great. Like you said, Maida, and she's not done yet. Does not get the finish, but I don't know if that's going to matter that much. Those are some quality turns out the back. She had a 3.87 already in her score line. Take another look at this one.
Yeah, kind of late drop right now, but she found open face and then hits the lip right in the pocket on that one. The third one look even greater. Wraps it up, comes to the inside, unfortunately couldn't pull.
Yeah, it's a big question on that type of deal. Like, do you even go for that final turn, or are you just satisfied with the quality turns right here? And it's always kind of a decision that the surfer needs to make, because this is so difficult, and she knew she was late for that last turn.
She was late, and the backwash has hit the wave. So sometimes, like a completion in the finish, sometimes it's really important. So maybe she could just pull away from that finish.
Judges enjoy the outside turns, a series of 3 backhand hangers, 6.17 for Yolanda Hopkins. So she's in a strong lead over the rest of the field. There's the spread on the scores. Pretty unanimous on the score as well.
Yeah, 6.17, very strong score to put on board. By that time, we still have like 22 minutes left on this heat.
Perfect time to hear from the last heat winner, Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Alicia, and you're always so in tune with the ocean here in Saquarema. What is it with you in Saquarema that works so well, choosing the right waves? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always really tricky out there with just picking the right waves and the backwash and kind of navigating the lineup, but I was just trying to look for waves that had some wall to it, and yeah, hopefully find an end section on my waves.
And the backwash is a problem for a lot of people, but for you, it didn't seem to be.
Yeah, I try really hard to just, I don't know, kind of just relax when I get on the wave and try to time it with the backwash. It's easier said than done, but I managed to find a couple good timings in that heat.
Now you're going to the next round. Do you relax or get a little bit worried?
Yeah, I think I'll just rest and relax, stay hydrated, and keep an eye on the waves. And yeah, hopefully we get some more fun waves tomorrow.
Have some acai?
Yes.
I'll have some acai too. Back to you guys.
Love it. I love the acai too. Here we go. Wow, what a turn. Ellie Harrison, talk about timing. Sat on the bottom turn, timed it with the backwash. The Australian looking strong right there. Ellie Harrison, pretty sure she's going to go into the top 2 with that surf, with that performance, maybe even take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, she just need a very low score, but look how well she timed that one, hits the lip, doesn't care about the bounce of the backwash, and look, also added few turns, but the damage was done in the first one.
Oh, this first turn, that one's for Banco do Brasil. You know why? Because that first turn was money.
Money, yeah,
She can deposit that one right there, Ellie Harrison, because that was a beautiful backhand hanger right here. Watch this whap.
Yeah, throwing the fins.
We'll see how much the judges cash out on that wave and what the score is going to come through. She wants more. Down the beach, why not? We're enjoying it. Wow.
Wow.
With
again.
the backwash again.
Yeah, being very aggressive and radical right there. Putting a lot of power in this powerful wave.
Yeah, that was great in my book. So we need 2 scores now. One more time for Ellie.
Look, as you mentioned before, Kaipo, whenever you kind of know how to work with the backwash, sometimes you can really take advantage on that.
You want me to tell you my backwash secret?
I want.
You bottom turn as you see the backwash bump coming at you. So that way you're going up the face with the backwash. And then when you do the off the top, that's when the backwash explodes off the lip. And so it makes your lipper look more explosive. Previous wave for Ellie Harrison, a 6.67. So we still need another score from her. A 3.37 will take her to first. Look, a couple judges going up into the 7 range.
Yeah, highest score of the heat. And all this, not all, but most of the score came from that snap, like that turn, the first one.
All right. And she turns it, takes the lead. Ellie Harrison now fighting back. Sarah Baum, the goofy foot, residing in Newcastle, Australia, representing South Africa. Is a strong surfer, navigates that bumpy section, looking for this oncoming closeout, and nice, powerful finish. Up in the lip there for Sol Aguirre. So nice exchange between third in this heat and fourth in this heat, both wanting to climb up into the top two, into those advancing positions.
Yeah, so Aguirre, she's kind of struggling on find good opportunities. Like she served 4 waves until now. That one, I think it was her best wave on this heat. First turn looked great, and the second one as well, but there was a lot of white water on that. Like the wave was already breaking.
And Sarah Baum still waiting for this number 2.
Nice first turn. The second one looked great. That one got a little hanged by the bounce on the backwash, but finished it off strong.
So we'll see what the turnabout is once these 2 scores are dropped in for Sarah Baum and Sol Aguirre. They both need some decent numbers. Like I said, Sarah Baum out of Steeltown, Newcastle, Australia, but surfing, representing her country, the South African flag.
Yeah, and now with priority, Yolanda Hopkins in second position. She needs a 4.08 to get into the lead. You know what about Yolanda? She puts so much work on her career. Like every time you come here like early to watch the free surf, she comes like pretty early. Like I think once we got here, like it was still dark, and she was already like waiting for the lights to go out.
Yeah. No, great point that you make, because Yolanda Hopkins has a habit of being the first in the water, no matter where we are on tour. And I think that's just her habit, is just like, and I feel that is almost feels like she's already winning by beating all the other surfers to the water, because I've seen Yolanda Hopkins paddle out, not just once or twice, numerous times paddle out in the dark.
In the dark, yeah.
And when it's cold, a lot of the locations where it's cold, like I'm talking about Peniche, Portugal, you know what I mean, where it is absolutely freezing cold, and she's just out there in the dark. Well, let's see if Yolanda can hang on to second place and advance out of this heat into the round of 16. We're going to find out when we come back for more action from Saquarema right after this commercial message. Saquarema here, checking in on our Vivo surf conditions. Swell about 3 to 4 feet on the face, maybe a couple bigger sets. Tide is dropping right now, it's at 2.6, and the water temperature, 65. That's probably in the middle of the day. A little chilly here, and the wind, a light east, northeast, 11 miles per hour, looking down on the bridge and the body of water that separates Saquarema, beautiful beach town, about 125 kilometers east of downtown Rio de Janeiro, and really a surf capital of Brazil, especially in the Rio de Janeiro state, known as the Maracanã do Surf, the surf stadium, Maíra. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you did. Maracanã do Surf. So beautiful, the lagoon and all the landscape around Saquarema, the church, and the quality of the waves, because it's not only here in Itaúna. We can see, like, right by the rocks there, it's Barrinha. It's not breaking today, but in the other side, we have a couple of really good waves as well. We have...
Is that Villa on the other side?
Yeah,
of that?
Villa, the other side. And then we also have a slab close to that point, that way over further in Praia da Vila. So many good waves. That's why it's called Maracanã do Surf. That's why surfing culture here is really, really strong, and it's getting even stronger year by year.
Yeah, first hosting a CT competition back in 2017. We just got the news this year that the city of Saquarema has renewed their contract and will be supporting the championship tour here at this location through 2028. Here is our heat leader, Ellie Harrison, who's been strong on the backhand so far in this heat, looking to improve her scoreline, needs to better a 3.57 borderline if she did that right there, but I've been so impressed by the Australian surfing in the first 2/3 of this heat.
True, Kaipo. She really found a nice wave right there. And this is live, Yolanda.
Hopkins has to kind of paddle into this one to get momentum down the line, but now catching that momentum, gaining some pace, has to skip that section through the backwash, but this left keeps on reeling down the beach. Yo-yo, Yolanda Hopkins, she increases her score line if she betters a 3.87. So number 1 and number 2 in this heat with the mission of getting a higher backup score, and I think both surfers, both Ellie Harrison and Yolanda Hopkins, have accomplished that.
Yeah, I think so. Then they're gonna be like in a safer position. Now Sarah Baum has priority. Here is Yolanda, coach.
And here's Yolanda again.
Yeah, the first one got a little hanged right there. She got a kind of pedal into the wave again, but the wave got steeper and she kept like snapping it and trusting a bigger section here in the inside. Unfortunately, it didn't provide, but the damage was done. It was a 4.3.
Yep. So she did improve upon her scoreline, as did Ellie Harrison. We're watching this replay at a 4.77 for the Australian.
Yeah, I love the flow on this wave. She's really like kind of pacing really well the waves here in Itaúna, and well timed. The flow, how she connected all the turns.
Yeah. Sarah Baum with priority. Let's go down to the beach with Rachel Apollonio. She's with the South African support squad.
Yeah, Kaipo, I'm here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone with the South African crew. They're cheering for Sarah, of course. Look, you were in the water this morning. What are your thoughts on this heat, and what would you tell Sarah if you were her coach?
It's definitely changed a lot since this morning. This morning it was pretty much only right, and now it's like only left. I think if I could say something to her right now, I'd just say just drop anchor and wait for a bomb and just open up. She's such a good surfer. She's still so in this heat. As long as she just gets a good wave, she'll do the surfing that deserves the score. I'm hoping she just gets an opportunity. That's all we can ask for, is just the opportunity, and then the rest is up to her.
You say she needs to do something futuristic.
Yeah, she's got such a big bag of tricks. Like, she literally, she surfs so good. She just needs to open up. Like, she can do big laybacks. Like, she can even do sick airs. She just needs to get an opportunity to open up. So I'm hoping that a nice set comes at the end here and she gets to open up and do some big surfing.
Yeah, let's keep cheering. Thank you, guys.
All right, yeah, Luke Thompson, the spokesperson for South Africa. You know why? Because he's in pole position right now. With Kauli Voss going down in competition here, Luke Thompson on the live rankings is #1 on the men's side of the rankings as we progress through this stop #5 on the Challenger Tour.
Yeah, what an opportunity to lead the rankings for Luke Thompson. And here's Sarah Baum.
He's going to be bummed at that.
Yeah.
Sarah Baum going to lose priority with that paddle. Sol Aguirre is going to use that priority already, just seeing that Sarah wasn't able to get into that wave. And Sol finds a nice wave.
Really nice one. And here is Eli
Harrison. Oh my goodness, lands on the board right there, but still surfing with incredible precision on her backhand. Checking the sharp eye for damage, but Ellie Harrison, I mean, I'm just impressed by her overall timing and technique that she's displayed. She would have increased her scoreline, I feel, if she had the completion on that last wave, but as it is, Harrison still sits in the #1 position.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kaipo. Ellie's she's been on point on this heat right now, and Sarah Baum just missed opportunity. This replay for Eli, just a couple good turns. Oh, ooh, awkward fall.
And Sol.
Yeah, great wave for Sol as well. Look, 2 good turns, and the last one was just amazing. Hit leap right in the pocket, coming through the white water.
Yeah, so this could be a problem for Yolanda Hopkins. Remember, Hopkins #2 in the rankings. Sol with a 5.31 will go into the #2 and advancing position.
Yeah, the requirement is not high, just a 5.31. So, and it was a very well served wave. The last turn looked pretty great, Kaipo.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she goes into that #2 position and achieves the score, but judges still contemplating over that number as Sol paddles back out. Sarah Baum back into first priority after that rotation of surfers. There she is in the green jersey.
Yeah, for her luck, it was good that everyone caught waves like pretty fast, because she kind of made a mistake right there with the paddle, not get into the wave. So now now again with priority, we're still 4 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Yeah, this is a kind of nervous time for Yolanda Hopkins, to tell you the truth. And Yolanda has second priority, so you can see how she's sitting on the inside of Sarah Baum.
Yeah, because she needs to get an opportunity to try to better her 4.3, right?
Yeah, she's...
Because she has the second best score of this heat, Kaipo.
That's right.
The thing is, her backup score is kind of low, but at least there is still like 4 minutes left, and she's with second priority, so probably she's gonna have another opportunity.
All 3 surfers just tracking right now. 5.27 for Sol Aguirre. Not enough to take the #2 position. So relief for Yolanda Hopkins, who now has priority over Sol. Let's take a look at our recap of our final heat of the round of 32 for the women. Starting here with Yolanda Hopkins.
Beautiful turn to start things off, and then hits the lip vertically. Another one, the third turn was even better, and she keeps coming to the inside, putting a lot of effort on this wave. Unfortunately, couldn't finish, but the damage was done.
Big turn there by Ellie Harrison. 6.67.
Huge, massive first turn, comboed by couple of good ones as well. But the money came right up from the first snap.
Backup of 5.33 here for the Australian, putting on a strong performance on the backhand. Sharp surfing for Ellie Harrison on that sharp. Yolanda muscling through, finds us 4.3 for a backup.
Yeah, dealing pretty well with the bouncing wave. Then snaps here, comboed by good turns. And it came out as a 4.3. This is live action.
Live action here with Yolanda Hopkins. Wants to ensure advancement into the next round.
Yeah, shorter wave right there, but she put a lot of effort on that. Maybe she can better her 4.3 wave. Look, bottom turn, quick snap, off the top, another one, more strong. Just 2 turns, but I don't know, maybe it will be a little more than the 4.3 that she already has.
Well, that is her goal right now, is to get through there. There's the entirety of the heat, the unabridged version, if you will, with all the waves surfed, all the scores highlighted at the top 2 for each of the surfers. And Ellie Harrison in the lead. Under the 2-minute warning, the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning right now. And Yolanda Hopkins, number 2, on the leaderboard for the Challenger Series, trying to hang on.
As I said, Kaipo, she got a 4.7, just a little bit better, but increased her score line.
Yeah, incremental increases are always valuable for competitors, especially when you come to the last couple of minutes of the heat. We're actually down to just 40 seconds. Sarah Baum has been out to sea for about 18 minutes right now. She has priority. She needs a 6.11, and Sarah Baum, it looks like she's out of position, so it will be Ellie Harrison splitting the peak with Solagero. We're going to stick with Harrison here. That's just going to be a ride in for the Australian. I think she's pretty safe going into the round of 16. And Solageri likely not going to improve upon her score line. So unofficially, it will be Ellie Harrison and Yolanda Hopkins moving into the round of 16. We're waiting for the scores to make it official, however. And the number comes in for Solageri as a 1.37, not enough. So even without the last score, it will be Ellie Harrison, as well as Yolanda Hopkins, the coach for Yolanda.
Yeah.
Happy. Job done right here. So, round of 16 for the women, it's all decided. That's going to happen day 4 of competition here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We're going to take a break, and we have a special treat for you. When we come back, Mitchell Salazar will guide you through everything, but the bonus of Pedro Brazil when we return.
Pega a onda, Marcos? Ah, então pode ir agora. Pelo menos é bom que tu entende.
lances de sol, altas ondas, as crianças se divertindo aqui.
Valeu, WSL!
Cara, o evento tá sensacional. Primeira vez que eu tô aqui. Parabenizar o evento, parabenizar o campeonato de altinho, que tá crescendo demais, tem tudo a ver. Então, sucesso, tamo junto e até os próximos.
Estão aproveitando bastante, crianças se divertindo, e esse é o mais importante.
Missão não vai falhar. Carioca, eu estou certo com tanta frequência que eu não consigo nem mais aproveitar. E a graça que eu vejo isso.
Cine! Só quem gostou faz barulho,
Already 2 days into the event, and there's been a lot happening in the water and outside of it too. Children's Day yesterday, Sunday here in Brazil, and of course the Challenger Series event at Saquarema once again. Stop number 5 of 7 this season. Mitchell Salazar, Pedro Brasil, and a special guest, India Robinson, former Championship Tour surfer. Thank you for joining us, India.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm stoked to be back in here and chatting with you guys, and got another Aussie in the heat now. So yeah, I'm excited to watch it with you guys.
Yeah, you're really good friend. Somebody you've mentored over the last few years, Ellie Harrison. She was, able to do well in the previous heat, but just seeing all your friends do so well, especially including yourself earlier today, how cool is it to have that kind of vibe right here at this event?
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, Ellie's one of my best mates. We're staying together. We've got a good crew, Charlie Stokes, Willow, and Matt. We've just, really come together for this event. I feel like that's what Brazil's all about as well, kind of their community feel and like bringing everyone together. So I think we've really immersed ourselves in that, and stoked to see her get the win, and she smashed it. And now hopefully Jacko can go out and do the same.
Yeah, so same like you, Ellie was able to get the win right at the end too. 12 points as well, but most importantly, a couple of Victorians outside of just yourself on the challengers now, including Tully Wiley as well.
Yeah, we've got Ellie, Tully, Zave, myself. Yeah, so now 4 going strong, and hopefully a few more in the future. But pretty stoked that we're getting recognition, and I think our surfing just suits the tour. So yeah, I'd be stoked if we can all get back get towards the CT again and showcase what we're all about from Victoria.
Also joined by the incredible Pedro Brasil, local boy right here, social media manager for the WSL Worldwide. Pedro, Heat 1 now of the round of 32 for the men. Jackson Baker, Finn McGill, Riaru Ito, and Nolan Raposa. A stacked one, my friend.
Yeah, you're right, Mitch. Actually, this is the last round with 4 main heats, so that's the most stacked round to me. It's pretty rad to see those guys. Jackson Baker, like you said, former CT surfer. We've got a World Junior champion in the water too, named Finn McGill, and No Rap, who's been doing really good in the challenge the last few years, and Riaru Ito, which is coming on strong in this event. Pretty excited for this heat, Mitch. Let's go.
So opener of green right here, Pedro. Raposa yesterday barely made it out of the heat, but so far in the first 6 minutes, he's got the best score, a 4-point ride.
Yeah. Oh, finish off really strong with the wave. Kind of a layback jam on the pocket. And it seems that Finn McGill also got started on the ride. Let's see what he was able to do. Trying to find the right place to hit it. The wave was a bit forward. He's pumping now, trying to find a ramp. Yeah, but couldn't make it.
So that was the first one, just a throwaway, and then Ito right here has just a throwaway and then a 1.93, which probably won't be something consequential at the end of the heat. And this one, somebody you know well, you spent a lot of time on the North Shore. Your brother resides over there now. And India, Finn McGill, not only out of Pupukea, competes very well in different types of beach breaks. As Pedro said, former World Junior champ.
Yeah, Finn's honestly one of my favourite surfers to watch. And yeah, he's one of my brother's best friends, and I've definitely got to see quite a bit of him. And I feel like Finn's just got so much raw talent, especially when it comes to those bigger waves of consequence. And I mean, to see him on tour would just be so exciting and so refreshing. So I don't know, I just really enjoy watching Finn make heats, and yeah, his surfing's just really exciting. I never know what he's going to do, and it's always surprising me. So stoked he's into this round and hopefully can make a few more.
Ito up and riding now in the white. Has a couple of small scores. Yesterday had a buzzer beater as well. Great culmination right there, Pedro. And I don't know about you, but so far today it's been a great day for the Asian region surfers. Do you know where they're staying at? Is there something in the water where they're staying at the moment? Because it just seems like they got energy today.
Yeah, they're all ripping. It's crazy. They're doing so well today. And that last turn was pretty sick. Look at the spray coming off his board. Right on the money. Right with the backwash too. He turned really well. So that was pretty sick to see.
Now McGill on the right. 2.67 on his last. Going left for the first time in this heat on his last wave. Now let's see if he can combo things up on the inside. Does well to get to that section right there at the end. And India, we have seen the last few heats just be a bit slower too, so it seems like first 6 or 7 minutes tend to be quite crucial out there right now.
Oh, definitely. I think there's been, honestly, today it's just been forever changing. For my heat, it was all rights. The next heat, it was lefts. And I think you just have to really adapt and just be open to whatever comes your way. And I think Finn definitely has been favouring these rights. It suits his surfing so well. And like I said, it just surprised me every time I see him do a turn like that. So I think, yeah, it's a good plan by him to just get a score on the board and see what else he can do. But Jacko's waiting patiently, and so we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, still waiting for his first wave is Jackson Baker, last year's semifinalist. Looking to make it into her first final this year. Ellie Harrison with Manu.
Yeah, I'm here with Ellie, and you were so impressive out there. Your timing, your technique. How did you manage these tricky conditions in Saquarema? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it definitely got a little bit tricky towards the back end of that round, and I just tried to, I don't know, find a couple. It definitely changed to the lefts. There was a couple rights before, so I just tried to pick out the ones to give me a couple sections. And
ask her who's the best at
India
Monopoly
Robinson
Deal.
is in the booth. Do you want to send her a message or something? You guys are pretty close, aren't you?
Yeah, India and I are staying together. She's like a big sister to me. Yeah, a lot of good advice from her, and yeah, we're staying with other girls, Louise and Charlie, so it's been a really fun event. Hopefully can keep the momentum up and make a couple more heats.
Great, congratulations again. India must be happy right now. Back to you guys.
Well, I'm pretty sure she is, because Ellie's smiling herself too. And, you know, somebody who's really been having a good time over the last few years, especially in the month of October, is Jackson Baker. He is pumped up after his first ride. Took him almost 10 minutes to get that wave right there. Ito now, kid has a sensational style, and it just truly seems like that style is suiting these lefts very well, especially with the pacing of the waves out there at the moment, Pedro.
Yeah, it seems that he's cruising and he can do some turns really strong also. So yeah, I really appreciate the way that he surfs. I think it's really easy to watch. And he's been doing great this event and trying to make it further. But I saw that India got really excited with Jack on Mitch, I'll tell you that.
Hey, well, I mean, it doesn't really surprise. The kid's powerful, and you guys have similar styles. Yeah. And as Pedro was saying, this kid has a pleasant style. His previous ride, a 5.17 waiting on his last. But the thing about Baker, India, is that when he's on and he's catching the waves that he needs, might not be too many people that are better than him worldwide.
Oh, 100%. Jacko's honestly one of the most powerful surfers, but his timing, like when you just watch him on a wave, it is just flawless. So I'm really excited to see the replay because he finished that wave so well. And I just think that he was so patient to wait for that wave. So I'm excited to see what he actually did at the start of that one.
So that was Ito's ride, a couple of beautiful carves, and then here it is, India, Banco do Brasil replay.
First turn was nice. He's just so patient, but then he gets up and is able to just throw so much spray off that board. Like, oh, he loves it. He loves the claim as well.
Yeah.
Did he go to an actual barber for that cut too? Because that's brand new, by the way.
No, so George Pitter, he's actually the Australian's barber at the moment. He travels with a little kit.
Nah, really?
Yeah,
it's kind of
he loves
job.
cutting hair. He loves it. So he's been giving all of the Aussie boys a little trim. Keeping them looking fresh.
Should we ask for a haircut, Pedro? Maybe
Yeah,
see if it works out?
He can do some Brazilian surf to hair too.
Let's all get Jacko haircuts if he wins it.
18 minutes and 20 to go, waiting on a couple of scores. The last of Ito, a 2.83. First two of significance for Finn McGill, 4.27 on his last, and a 2.67 as his backup. Nolan Raposa surfer out of Long Beach, California with priority with just a 4 in the green. And with 18 minutes on the clock, waiting on the probably most significant score of the heat, if not the day so far. And Pedro Jackson Baker, last year made it into the semis, was really one of the best surfers out of the event, outside of Marco Mignot and eventually David Silva, the runner-up.
Yeah, he was surfing so good last year. As we can see now, also Fima gives up in riding beach.
Yeah, going right. Quick one in and out. And India, Finn rides for Paisel surfboards as well, just like you. Both of his boards, they're Red Tigers, but they're modified to a bit of his specifications. What Paisels do you tend to ride normally?
So my board of choice is the Shadow model. I've been riding that for the last few years, and I've definitely played around with different rail lines and different models, but I keep coming back to the Shadow. As you see, Nolan. This guy also surprises me every time he stands up.
He's another brother that also rides Paisels as well, and you know, we talk about cool, casual style. Surfer out of Southern California, Pedro. Does very well on these types of waves. Jackson Baker now, 5.9 on his opener. Talked about the power that he has, the timing once again. It's a great carve right there on the backhand, and strictly going left so far in this heat is Jacko. And went to town, so 2 for 2 converting in the first of this heat. 16:40 on the clock, and when you're feeling it, Pedro, it just seems like every single time you want to claim the wave, there's times where you want to reserve yourself. Not the case for Jackson at the moment.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good right now. I mean, this wave was pretty long. He did a lot of turns. I don't know, maybe what, 6, 7? It was such a long wave. That first sun, the wave was moving forward, and he still managed to throw it up, and that was really cool to see. And then straight up again, forward, and then this extended carve. He knew that the wave was going to get fat. And then one more, waiting, and this one was special. Look, actually this one, throwing a lot of buckets to the sky, finished strong. I really like that wave.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that wave. He just pieced it together so well. It wasn't easy. There was so much wobble in that wave, and Jacko just glides through it, and he looks smooth, cool, calm, and collected. Honestly, I think this event, it's been really cool to see Jacko just like really come into his own and feel that calmness, and I think he's said it quite a bit in his like post-heat interviews, and he's repping a lot of pink, and that's for his mum, and he's channeling that energy. And for the last few years, when Jacko channels that and he can like connect with what really matters, I feel like that's when he does his best surfing, and I think that's what we're seeing at this event so far. It's really, really nice.
317 on this last one, Pedro, from the surfer out of Long Beach, California. Talked about his struggles the other day here at this location. And of course, not just for him. This has been a location that has been difficult for most people on the challenge.
Yeah, it's such a unique wave with a lot of backwash, as we all know. And yeah, he's just trying to find another one, but he couldn't do so. But yeah, Nolan has been doing good on the challenge. I think he's always having like a really strong result, but never can really back it up. So that's been, I think, the worst thing for him. He always had like a 3rd place finish, a 5th, or even a 2nd like last year, but he's not really able to back it up. So that's probably what he's trying to do this year, because the kid's got CT level. I'll tell you that too, Mitch.
Definitely one of the quickest surfers on the planet. Last of Red, Baker, a 6.33, moves him into the lead. First heat of the men's round of 32 out there in the water. Ito down to 2nd place at 2.83, his low score. That means Raposa and Green in 3rd now needing a 4.01. And McGill, the surfer out of Hawaii, needing a 3.74. India, as we've seen so far with this wave, it tends to be tricky, but the backwash hadn't necessarily been a factor until today, really. And even with the slight changes in tides, how does timing really become the most essential part of your surfing at this location?
Oh my gosh, I think it's everything. Obviously, you want to find that steep part of the wave, and there are a lot of flat bits. So when you find that steep bit, you want to click it, but at the same time, there could be a wobble right where you want to click it. So it's kind of, I found to just really go through the motions and see it for what it is right then and there, not overthink it, not try to over-predict the wave, but take off and just see what's in front of you and hit it with like what's going to suit that section, not overpowering it, not doing too much, but just like meeting the wave for where it's at. I think that's how I've definitely approached it, and I think when I watched Jacko, that's something he does so well. He never he says it doesn't overcook the chook. That's one of his sayings, and I think that's something that he does really well.
Neither did this guy, Samuel Pupo, former winner at this location, looking for another victory in 2025 in Saquarema. Be right back. Back in Saquarema, Heat 1 of the men's round of 32 out there in the water. Jackson Baker leading the heat over Ricardo Ito, Nolan Raposa, and Finn McGill. Mitchell Salazar, Pedro Brasil, and special guest India Robinson with you. Nolan Raposa out of Long Beach, California, only needing a 4.01 to move up into second place and waiting on a number for him that could potentially do the job. Pedro, we talked about his quickness, how good he is in tight transitions as well. It's really just been him finding consistency throughout a calendar season to be able to move up into really the top 10 in the rankings and eventually qualify for the World Championship Tour.
Yeah, if he does that, it's going to be a major changing. He's been working with Marius for a long time now. Guys have a good crew. They're always together, and he caught the wave during the break. Let's see what he did here. Oh, pretty strong turn. One more, really fast. Timing well off the backwash. Now cut back. Just waiting for the wave. Yeah, the wave was actually pretty long too, and it was pretty cool to see the way that he, oh my God, he finished really strong too, with the climb.
No.
Yeah, that was good, Mitch.
And it was worthy of the claim too. His score comes in as a 6.83. He's now in second place, and talked about timing, but really, what's it like getting the sense of euphoria of just connecting everything together, India?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I feel like I've gone this whole week with not connecting a wave. So when I got one at the end of my heat, that's kind of how I felt. I was like, oh my gosh, finally. Like, it's not me. It's not like my surfing. I'm not that bad of a surfer. I just need the opportunity to click, and Nolan absolutely demolished that wave, and that was, yeah, I know how he's feeling, and it feels good.
Well, it's the best of the heat so far, a 6.83. You saw the average right there. And he spoke a few days ago with us here in the booth how difficult it was just to be able to find the right wave. More than anything, identifying it, especially because the watercolor, the colder it gets, the darker it gets too. So how difficult is it actually to be in position and actually see it?
Yeah, especially like when you're out in the water, the beach is so big, trying to navigate where you are in the lineup is really hard, and then also how far out you are, because the bank itself is kind of, the better ones I've found have kind of come in and under a bit, and it's so easy to kind of be just past it or just too wide. So you want to, if you're on the left, kind of take off behind it and come around it, or if you're on the right, you need it kind of bending back at you. So there's so many things that are like out of your control, and if you're just not in the right spot, it can put you out of time for that first turn, which then, yeah, it's hard to then get back in rhythm for the rest of the wave. So I don't know, it's hard watching Finn. I feel like he's a bit stuck at the moment, and I'd like to see him and Riaru both just try to, yeah, get that momentum and click with one like we just saw Nolan do.
And sometimes all it takes is one wave, right?
Exactly.
And with 8.5 on the clock, there's time, there's chances. And, you know, Pedro, you've been able to cover this sport through multiple different facets, different kinds of jobs. And right here in Saquarema, you've been on the beach for the biggest events. You've also been on the beach for a lot of QSs too. But from your perspective, as we see Nolan now down the line, good first turn for Raposa. Once again through the lip line, somehow keeps his composure and his footing on top of the board. And just as you were saying, India, you know, it takes a few waves to kind of get things going. After the 6.83, he has truly found himself. But once again, the question, how's it really been to position yourself on the beach? And as India was saying, out of the lineup, Pedro, because it seems to change quite a bit out there.
Yeah, it's changing a lot. I mean, sometimes the left to the wave, sometimes the right. Everyone is saying that. I was talking to Morgan Siblick too, some other guys, Ryan Callahan too. They were saying that it's difficult to see here and trying to find the right place to be at, because usually the left is fatter and the right is steeper, but it's just difficult to find the sections in that turn. I don't know how he pulled that out, because it was so difficult to do that at the moment that he hit it. And I mean, such a nice wave, well surfed from him.
Extends his lead, India, 5.13. And it just seems like with how big the playing field is, it's almost better to be out of position sometimes and catch a wave potentially paddling back out.
Definitely. I mean, Yolanda's probably one of the best to do it from the women's side.
Good call.
Underneath priority, trying to get busy, finding those waves, because they do slip underneath the guys that do have that priority. So I think Nolan's probably in a position, yeah, where he can get busy, and I think Finn and Riaru are kind of stuck waiting for that wave that may or may not come. So, yeah, it's a tricky spot, because with priority, you obviously do want to wait. But sometimes they do go underneath you, and yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow when you miss those ones.
And that's actually something that happened to you at the end of the heat, right? You let a wave go, Sophia eventually went, but you got the second one, ended up being better.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough call for me because I did have priority and I could block her, but for me, I just didn't identify enough in that wave for me to use my priority. So yeah, I kind of thought if there's going to be another one, I'll wait for that. And yeah, it paid off, luckily.
Speaking of waiting, Pedro, 24 minutes gone by. Jacko Baker in the lead has 2 waves, and they're enough for first place at the moment. Talking about strategy and patience, kid's got it.
Yeah, pretty smart guy. As you said, Mitch, he's been doing good here in Saquarema for a while now. Last year, he surfed so good. And I think that the way that, like India just said too, I think the way that he times the wave is really good because he's always hitting on the perfect spot. He doesn't care about the backwash. He's always hitting super strong. He's got the layback finish too, which is really nice to see when he does that. So I'm pretty excited to see how he's going to change his 5.9 because I'm pretty sure he's going to do that at some point.
So 5:20 on the clock. India, you also have a foundation, Queen and Me, which does some incredible work in Australia. You want to tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I'd say outside of surfing, I just want to help those younger girls and give them the tools and the opportunity to kind of get a better understanding for themselves, help them build that confidence so that they can pursue whatever dream it is they're chasing. Not necessarily surfing, but just to identify who they are, stay strong within those values, and then go towards what you're chasing. I think that's something that can get lost a lot with the younger generation, especially with social media. So I'm just trying to be that more positive, uplifting role model and give back where I can because my lifestyle and my sport has given me so much that I'm so grateful for. So I just want to give that back to the next generation as much as I can.
Oh, appreciate the kind words and the gratitude on your behalf. 4.5 on the clock right now in the first heat of the men's round of 32. Talking with India Robinson. This is Ryaru Ito now, the Japanese surfer who was close to pulling that last turn off. Needs a 6.8 or better for second, and the reaction and the body language kind of says it all right there. Vin McGill, the heat is not over, needing a 7.69 or better. And the former world junior champ, he's had experience here at the Challenger Series level multiple times. It's good in all types of waves, excellent in beach breaks, as you can see. And flowing through the motions, Pedro, just under 4 minutes. He needs the best wave of the round so far, 7.69. Doesn't seem like it's that, but it could potentially improve on his 4.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes is a lot of time on the clock, that's for sure. Especially here, which is pretty easy to come back when the waves are like that. And I mean, I think Finn's just that kind of guy who is really good on heavyweights, and sometimes, I don't know, he's just trying to find the rhythm here. It's kind of a soft field now for him as he comes from Hawaii. And then the wave wasn't really that good, so I mean, I'm not sure if he could have done anything better. That was kind of bumpy and lumpy, you know, it was never really a good wave for him. So maybe a wave choice plays coming to factor here, but I mean, that turn, if Yuto hasn't pulled it off, that would be amazing to see.
That was close, wasn't he? And unfortunately for him, maybe pushed just a tiny bit too hard on that section right there. Well, he's got another chance right here. Paddling back out, catches this one. Smooth approach on the first one. Second turn just as big, if not even larger, was going for the reverse. And just barely got bucked off right there at the end. 6.8 what he needs. And getting down to the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning, India. Ryaru, definitely one of those guys that if you give him the right section, he's going for 2 waves in a row where he's nearly moving up into second.
Yeah, wow, like that first turn on that wave just then was so critical. Honestly, I don't even know if he needed to go as big as he did on that last one, but I love that he's going for it because, yeah, these first few turns, like, just waits for it, so patient, and then this, so spicy. Like, I didn't expect so much drift, and then, yeah, he went for it, but yeah, I don't know, underneath priority, I think that Ryaru can be really dangerous, so I know there's only 2 minutes left, but I wouldn't count him out. Or Finn, honestly. They're both still in it.
How about those slow paddle back outs, Pedro, that you know that, oh, I'm going to take my time, maybe see if another wave comes through. And
I always do that.
Nobody sees you. I mean, that heat has the potential for it at the moment.
You got to hide yourself, especially when you have someone like Jackson Baker, who just, like I said, Mitch, had such a well played hit in his favor. He just have now the priority in the last 2 minutes of the hit, so that was really smart from him. He knew that he had a good hit score total ready, so the priority was the most important thing for him right now.
Oh, Nolan was going big right there, but I think Nolan identified that really quick. He was tailing him, trying to play some defense, although he does use his priority above Ito, so with 60 seconds on the clock, I mean, still, as we've seen at beach breaks before, India, can be more than enough time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as long as there's still 5 seconds on the clock, there's enough time. And, I mean, I think Nolan kind of had to block Riari because we know that he can go to the air. So, yeah, that would have been a hard decision for Nolan to either take that wave or leave it. But, yeah, 40 seconds. Hopefully we can just see one more exchange just for the excitement.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Finn would love that too. 769, what he needs with second priority. And was looking for a few rights at the beginning of the heat. They did not pan out. Eventually ended up going left, but going to keep his best score at the moment with 20 seconds on the clock, a 4.27. And it does seem like Jackson Baker will be moving on with the victory. And look at this, Nolan Raposa. This is already his 7th wave ridden in a 30-minute heat. Well served. And it does seem like he's going to be moving through at the moment into the round of 16. Baker right behind him uses priority, and he's going to take away the victory. India, thank you so much for joining us for Heat 1, and best of luck not only during the event, the rest of the season too, and best of luck at Pipeline. First time competing over there.
Oh, it'll be, yeah, I've actually had a few seasons on the tour where we got to surf pipe, so, that was exciting, but I'm really, really keen to get back there, and yeah, the girls have pushed the level at pipe ever since, so I'm excited to be a part of that.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Jacko Baker moving through, Raposa right behind him in second. Ito and McGill, we'll see them compete at Pipeline, and a big heat win for Jackson Baker, last year's semifinalist here in Saquarema. Thank you, India. Best of luck in the event, and have a rest of your season that is enjoyable, and not just that, hopefully you get to qualify once again for the World Championship Tour.
Yeah, that's the goal. So hopefully I'll be chatting with you guys a lot more.
Yeah. Be right back. Heat number 2 coming up, and it's another great one right here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. A lot of waves being ridden so far today, which means a good indication of consistent conditions. Be right back.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
Heat 2 of the men's round of 32 out there in the water at the moment at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero, Kawa Costa, Imai Kalani Deval, Dimitri Poulos, and Samuel Pupo in the water. 2 Brazilians up against a surfer representing Hawaii, and one out of Ventura, California in Poulos. Imai Kalani Deval out of Maui, Hawaii. Kawa Costa, originally from the northeast of Brazil, now resides in the city of Rio. And Samuel Pupo, one of the most decorated surfers in Brazilian surfing history, a former champion at this location, Pedro. Well, he's in the green looking for his 2nd title in 3 years in Saquarema.
Like he's interested in this wave, Mitch. Going left.
It seems like it was a split peak between him and Costa. We're going to stick with Sam on the left. Solid re-entry right there to finish off for Pupo. And then Costa right here going right. His maiden event right here at the Challenger Series level actually was in Saquarema back in 2022. That year he got a 9th place finish, Pedro, and so far he's looked quite good out there at Rio de Janeiro. His sister Yanka also a professional surfer.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yanka and Lais, their family is really strong in what we call surfing. They're really good on that. And Archimedes too, who is their dad, who's also working with them all the time. And Kawan is just that guy that can do a lot of things up on a surfboard. He can do airs to the right, airs to the left. Oh my God. Coming out of the gates really strong, Kawan Costa, and then combo it up with a cutback, trying to find the right place to hit it, and then one more time. Like we've been saying, this ride goes to the channel, so sometimes it gets a bit fat, but as you do a first turn like that, you gotta finish it off strong too.
And then Pupo was able to get a 3.83 on this one right here, Pedro.
Yeah, the waving wasn't that good. I think he actually wanted to hit a bit harder, but it didn't provide him the opportunity to do it. And then Kawan Costa, now to the left. He's got a really strong backhand too. Yeah, ducks a bit of the rail there and trying to find his rhythm on this wave. Yeah, that turn was cool, but I mean, he's still looking for something better, that's for sure.
4.67, so that was his first wave. Went left, then eventually went right, as we saw with the air and the combination with the good rail surfing afterwards. Samuel Pupo with a 3.83, and Imai Deval has a quick throwaway. There is Sakwa.
That's our guy.
You know, for those who don't know, the gentleman to my left, Pedro Brasil, he's our social media manager worldwide and in Brazil, but he does multiple roles. I thought one year you were in the costume, and I thought you were doing social media in the Sakwa costume.
That would have been sick. I'm down to do that. If you guys want me to be there, I can be the Sakwa for a little bit.
I'm throwing out the idea into the universe. Hopefully it develops eventually one time. 24 minutes on the clock. Dimitri Poulos, the kid who had the chance to compete at a CT event earlier this year as a wild card because he did so well in Newcastle, the first event of the year on the Challengers, eventually surfed at home at Lower Trestle, so a big chance for him. He's already got a couple of keeper results so far in 2025 on the CS.
Yeah, that's for sure. He started off with 5th in Newcastle, so that's why he went to the CT stop at Trestles. Surfered so good. He's such a nice surfer. Knows our right-hand point so well as coming from Ventura, like you said, Mitch. He's got a really nice style with those team persons that are really good under his feet too. That guy is in a really good rhythm right now. He's got an excellent score already at 8.5 on this event going left. But I'm pretty sure that if a right comes, he'll try to go right too because he's really strong on his forehand.
Yeah, he's good everywhere. And speaking of just being good everywhere, I mean, Sakwa, we just had Children's Day over the last weekend. And, you know, the importance of having somebody you look up to, a mascot as well, right here, Sakwa, which is the local bird that is native to this area. How cool is it to be able to celebrate a significant day like this, you know, in this area of the world?
Yeah, I think it's just amazing. Saquarema was full of kids yesterday. We had a cinema night with them. It was pretty special to see. I mean, kids are the best version of human beings, you know. You're just like raw, you know, when you're born. So we actually learned a lot of kids, so it's pretty cool to talk with them all the time. And we had a lot of them here yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, we had Lilo and Stitch play on the big screen. We had music. We had some magic and everything going on over the weekend. But really, to me, the crown jewel was Sakwa over there, over on Children's Day. 22 minutes and 20. The last score of Costa, a 6, puts him up into the lead. And with the lead, the majority of the heat was Jacko Baker. He is downstairs on the glass with Manu.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Jacko, and you did really, really good out there. Yesterday, you already were happy with your first interview. How is it now with the second? Congratulations.
Oh, I'm so happy. I mean, every time you get to stand on the glass, it's a good feeling. So, yeah, I said it the other day, it's been a bit of a tricky year, but I just came here with a new mindset. I just wanted to I don't know, make good decisions, surf good heats, and it seems to be working at the moment. Yeah, got a magic board under my feet, thank you to Channel Islands. And yeah, I mean, to be here in a special month like October and yeah, wearing all my pink gear and making heats. Hopefully I just keep getting on here for interviews, and yeah, I mean, to be at the end of the week holding up the trophy would be a dream come true.
And it's your fourth time in Saquarema. You're almost a local here. How does it feel to be here? When you walk on the streets, do people know you?
Yeah, the old mustache, everybody knows that. There's actually an old local guy that is staying near where I'm staying. He hangs on the beach all day. He's been going, you're my son, in like very limited English. So yeah, I feel very welcomed here. I mean, to come here 4 years. I seem to do really, really good here every year. So I'm keeping that tradition going this year. So yeah, just enjoying my time. I mean, I love this place. I mean, even with the language barrier, we try dabble in a bit of Portuguese, even though we're pretty bad at it. But everyone's very welcoming of us, and yeah, I love it here.
If you can handle the waves here, you can handle Portuguese. You're gonna be fine. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to one of the nicest human beings there probably is on the planet, Jackson Baker. He's actually going to be facing the runner-up of this heat. So round of 16, both the men and the women will be head-to-head matchups, Pedro. And as we've seen before, Jackson has done very well here in the past. He was a semifinalist last year. And he's talked about the difficulties, the struggles of maintaining consistency so far in 2025. At the moment, this is already his best result of the season.
Yeah, that's true, Mitch. But if there's a guy that knows how to get there, that's Jackson Baker for sure. He's been there already. As we can see now, Dimitri got this wave during the interview, sorry. And then he was a bit behind. I saw that he was trying to get the section, but yeah, and then he did it, this really nice turn. But I mean, just the first wave got things started, and I really appreciate the style, the way that this guy serves, Mitch. Probably one of my favorite styles on tour right now. I think that Imai is really good. I love the way that he surfs, also riding Channel Islands. As you can see, he's got a lot of crispness on his surf. He can do a lot of turns, a lot of difficult turns, and yeah, I think he's just a rad guy and a rad surfer too.
Well, he's also one of the most well-rounded on the planet, good in every type of wave. Same thing could be said for Samuel Pupo with priority 3.83 on his opener. Pulos got a 4.27 to vault a 4.33. As we look at the 2023 champion right here in Saquarema, when he won a few years ago, same year that Aaron Brooks won, it was large the last day.
It was
and
big.
I'm not playing it, soft by saying some of the heaviest surf we've ever seen at this level, and he was able to defeat Mihimana Bray in that final back in 2023. Same time, actually, that Imai on screen was able to requalify for the tour.
Yeah, you're right, Mitch. That year was really big for Saquarema. I don't know, maybe like 6 foot, maybe even bigger on the sets.
You're downplaying it.
I mean, I was looking from the sand. I wouldn't want to be there because it was maybe too big for me, and the wave is so strong. And we saw Erin Brooks doing a lot of damage too. That year was her first US win, and he didn't make the tour that year, but it was really good for her to get some confidence too. And the same thing for Sammy. I remember that for that year, 2023, he started off really strong with a really good result, but then he couldn't back it up throughout the whole year. And then he came to Saquarema actually in the last place to qualify, the 10th spot. And then he just won that event, so that shows how good that guy is. He can do like some really good results under pressure too. So yeah, it's pretty incredible to see Sammy surf as well as Imai. His heat, those guys are all really good, but Imai and Sammy as the standouts for being former CT surfers.
Well, the two throw tails right there for Imai, a 5.17 on that one, his personal best. Pulos has the 4.27 and a 3.83. Does it still surprise you? I mean, do you still get shocked when you see the level of surfing nowadays? Despite having, your job, traveling to all these different places, you probably come here to the beach expecting the unexpected every day.
Yeah, for sure, Mitch. I mean, I'm a big fan of surfing, as we all are, but I think that challenge is really impressive to see because we've got like 4 men in the water, and those guys are all CT CT level, you know what I mean? So it's crazy because in the CT you just have like 3-man heats, 2-man heats, and now we have 4. So I mean, this is the most stacked field we could ever be. So it's always so cool to watch him. I'm addicted to say that, but I say that all the time. I actually enjoy sometimes even more watching the Challenger because they're always hunting for scores, hunting for results. And I mean, so many people, so many great surfers together. So it's a pleasure to watch. I mean, when I'm not working, I'm always watching every single heat because I do like to appreciate good surfing, and that's the right place to do in the Challenger Series too.
I'm glad you said it yourself because I was about to ask you actually which ones you like more, working at the Championship Tour level or here on the Challenger Series, and that's maybe one of the coolest things, right? There's more surfers. Obviously, everybody's at an elite level, but not everybody, unfortunately, can qualify for the CT.
Yeah, and I think that's really good because that's the place that you actually get to know the surfers from around the world, you know, because now they're doing the regionals. And of course, I mean, it's difficult to follow like the Asian region and the European region. They're all doing their things, you know, separately. And then they all meet here on the Challenges. So I think the Challenges is also a field that we get to know new talents. So I really think that the Challenges, it's amazing to watch. And like, we are here just getting to know new surfers, seeing some old guys like Sammy and Imai, and they're all meeting, they're all surfing against each other. I'm not saying that HCC is not cool, come on.
No, it's obviously great.
That's the biggest of the level we can ever get. But the challenge is also really strong, and I think sometimes people don't realize that.
15 minutes, 40 seconds, chatting with Pedro Brasil, social media manager worldwide for the World Surf League. Kawa Costa in the lead, a 6 and a 4.67. DeVault in second place with a 5.17 and a 4.33. Dimitri Poulos out of Ventura, California with a 4.27 in third. And Samuel Pupo, the former champion, a 3.83, the only score that he has at the moment, needing a 5.67 with priority. Also, big congratulations to Imai and his fiance getting married later this year, so big congratulations. They're thinking about having it on home over there on Maui. And obviously, you know, surfing is your profession, it is your career, but in the end, there's much more to life outside of just competing, and you've been able to see that firsthand, Pedro.
Yeah, that's true, Mitch. I mean, Imai is such a nice guy, and he came here with a really good crew too. He's here with Ian Gentil and also Dunga Neto, who is coaching him, and yeah, pretty excited to see what he can do in this heat.
Exciting stuff so far in this heat from Kawa Costa. He is leading with more than a 10-point heat total at the moment in number 2. Back in Brazil, heat number 2, the round of 32 out there in the water, our Banco do Brasil fan picks in the exact opposite order of how the heat is actually going at the moment. 64% voting Samuel Pupo, 16% for the Californian Dimitri Poulos, 15% for the former CT surfer Imai DeVault, and just 5% for the dude that is actually in the lead at the moment, Pedro Kawa Costa, with just 5% of the fan votes. Obviously need to get his name out there a little bit more for the Carioca.
Yeah, that just shows how gnarly this field is. Like we were talking, Mitch, and like a guy like Juan Costa who has some wins on the QS. He had 2 already, and he's been doing that for a while now. He's also two-time Pro Junior champ for the South American region too. He's such a nice talent, and he serves really good. So, I mean, I think those guys need to tag their region too if you want to vote it.
Just under 12 minutes remaining in Heat 2 of the men's round of 32. Pleasure to have you with us this beautiful afternoon in Saquarema, Brazil. Metro Salazar here with the global social media manager, Pedro Brasil. And Pedro, you're native to this region. You're also a Carioca yourself. But, you know, how special is it having an event that is so significant to surfing at this location? You have a QS 6000, you have a Challenger, and also a CT venue.
Yeah, what's really cool about this place, because this is actually the only place on earth that we can have those 3 stops, like for the CT, the CS, and the QS. So that's why we call this place the Maracanã of surfing, because I mean we've got waves every single day. It's difficult to come here and not see waves. It could be bad, it could be good, but I mean it's waves every time. You're gonna surf here almost every single day of the year, so that's really good. And I mean the field itself, I think the beach is really good, and the sand also, it can fit a lot of people, as you can see during the CT over, I don't know, 80,000 people here. And it looks like that Imai got a wave.
Yeah, this was just a 3.23 during the break for Imai, so doesn't change anything for him in second place at the moment. Surfer out of Makawao, Maui. And you've seen good surfers of Maui so far qualify within your time on tour. Imai being one of them, Eli Hanneman, of course, and Jackson Bunch also, who unfortunately bowed out yesterday.
Yeah, actually, yeah, JB, and I mean, Eli Hanneman is living a really nice moment right now. That guy, he just went for broke yesterday. He was leading a score at the buzzer, just sent a huge air towards the beach. That was impressive to see. And I'm pretty impressed the way that those guys surf from now, because they can do airs so easily, you know. I'm pretty sure they've got the right wind to do, especially for the lefts, it looks like, but yeah, he might showing that he can have some really beautiful rail game as well.
So it's been one of the slower heats of today so far in this one. Juan Costa with the lead. He's got 3 waves. Imai has 4 in second place. And Dimitri Poulos in third priority, who is just looking for anything out there at the moment, has 1. Same thing for the former champion, Samuel Pupo. And we know this wave is heavy, tends to be one of the best locations on the world when it comes to opportunities out there. But in certain heats, especially the ones where you have 4 elite, 4 talented surfers, every now and then it can get slow out here, Pedro.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I would love to see more waves now. We know of those guys, we know how good they are, and it would be pretty sick to see more waves now, and it looks like there's something coming. It looks like a last way, and yeah, I don't think they're going to get it. Yeah.
Dimitri had a look at that one, but it's going to break too far inside. You know, speaking of where he is from, in the 805, Southern California, right there in Ventura, we've had a good number of surfers qualify for the tour. Dane Reynolds probably being the most high-profile one. You have 3-time world champion Tom Curran out of Santa Barbara, just north of that. Sage Erickson spent a number of years on tour as well. A lot of people forget about one of his mentors, though, Nathaniel Curran, former U.S. Open champion who won back in 08. He qualified for the tour. He was there. And Dimitri actually kind of has a very similar style to Nathaniel, and very much like him. You know, throughout his years, he's gotten better with it. He's gotten some really good results so far this year, including 2 fifths.
Yeah, he's been surfing so good this year. I think the names that you just said, all of them, they've got really beautiful styles. So I think when you come from a place like Ventura or any place that you can have a right hand point, a left hand point, you can just practice your style way more. So those guys, they know how to read the wave. They're patient with the wave. They know that when you take off on the wave, you're going to have time to wait to do the first turn. You're not going to be like rushing all the time. You can wait. And sometimes I think this is difficult for us coming from Brazil, because the waves aren't that perfect, but yeah, we can still do some damage.
Well, we spoke it into fruition. Poulos gets a chance, and he just unloads on the first section he sees on this left. Little bit of a hiccup right there at the end of the wave, but he did the only damage that probably could have been done on that wave right there. Only his second so far in 22.5 minutes that have gone by in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, the heat's pretty slow, so it's good to get on the board. We've got like less than 8 minutes remaining now, so those guys know that they can do, I mean, a 5.23 in any kind of wave, pretty much, because they are so good. So he was just trying to do that under priority. I call that a really smart move from him. Unfortunately, the wave wasn't that good, but I'm pretty sure that at some point he'll find a better one.
7 minutes to go, waiting on the score for Poulos. 5.23 is what he needs, at least for second place at the moment. Imai out there in second has a 4.33 as his backup, and the heat leader Costa, 4.67, his low score. And here comes Kawan now. Ooh, just a quick one there, and a good sell by Imai to force him to go on that wave with priority. That actually leaves DeVault in a better spot for this one. Racing down the line, couple of pumps in, gets the first floater. The second one a little late, but very well done by DeVault. He's only looking to improve on a 4.33, and it seems like Costa a quick one for him. Don't know if he's gonna change his situation at all, but really important waves right there by both Poulos, the one turn, the explosive one, and then Imai with the combination with just 6 minutes on the clock now.
Yeah, that's true, Mitch. I think that was a really smart move by Imai too, having Kawan to go on that wave and getting the second one. I think that he surfed the wave really good too. The wave was fast. He got that first turn forward and then finished it off strong with a vertical here. And I think that's the kind of surf that you gotta do out here, especially in the end sessions, you know, like, cause you've got those sections really steep and you gotta hit it, you know, we can't really miss them. And I think that's where the good scores come from. So yeah, really well played by Michael and Devo.
So let's look at how we got to this point of the heat right now. 5.5 on the clock, and it's been Costa with the Natura Kayak recap, pretty much in control of the heat. Literally seconds into this one, got a 4.67, then backed it up with his best, a 6-point ride.
Yeah, and it's crazy because we thought that we would have seen better waves, but the ocean just went flat. So it's kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. You gotta do what we have. So yeah, that's the best wave of the year, a 6-point ride by Kawan Costa. That first air was amazing to see. And then unfortunately the wave kind of died off for him. It wasn't, I mean, much else that he could do it. And yeah, for Sammy though, Sammy only has one wave now and he's still looking for the second one. And Imai has been surfing really good too. I really like the last wave that he got. And that fin throw was impressive to see. Will always be Mitch.
5.17, the high mark for DeVault right there. 4.5 on the clock. 5 waves for both Costa and DeVault. Poulos has caught 2. His last one a 4.17, not enough. And Samuka out there in the green, the 2023 champion, has only caught 1 wave. And now Costa, the heat leader, going right. He's got a ramp. He's going to try to use it, and he does. Somehow was able to get enough projection right there and a ramp and forces the second reverse. And, you know, we knew how talented, or at least a few people did. 5% of the Banco do Brasil fan picks voted for him. So there's a select few that know how talented he is. But obviously, it just seems like there is no pressure. It's the first event he's competed in so far this year as a wild card regionally. And in the end, these are the guys that you got to look out for, Pedro. The guys that have absolutely nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Yeah, kind of the underdogs, like you just said, Mitch. And I'm just really glad for Kawan that he's having a chance to show his surfing here. And that's a really important wave by Samuka, Mitch.
Yeah, only his second one so far in 27 minutes that have gone by in this heat. Sam looking to gain some rhythm on this wave. That's a beautiful ending turn right there. He loves it.
We're just getting started. I'll tell you that. 3 minutes left.
Well, there is time. And with the way he paddles, wouldn't even be surprised to see him catch 2 waves in 3 minutes out there. At the moment, priority now with Poulos. Second priority with Imai DeVault, and Sam needs a 5.67, so there are a few waves to compare to. The last of Costa does extend his lead, a 5.23, and this is really the most important wave at this point of the heat. Banco do Brasil replay of Sam.
Yeah, it was a super tricky wave to ride, but he did so well, and especially with this heat here, that he was pretty strong. The moment that the wave was better, he could do his best turn, so that was really smart from Sammy. I mean, a turn that strong on a section like that, he's gonna probably be rewarded for that. Sorry.
And then Costa right here.
Yeah.
I mean, the first air is cool, but how about the second one? I mean, it's just, I have no idea how he pushed it through like that.
I thought the wave was gone. I thought the wave was pretty much done, and then he just did it. Yeah, he's such a talented guy. He can do that in his leap. He surfs so good. And the foam was kind of waiting for him, but the wave was, I mean, lack a bit of power, that's for sure. And that shows how good he is. I mean, just getting the weight out of his back foot, putting the wave forward, and then just changing a bit. That was a pretty impressive wave to see. Even though the score just comes as a 5.23, it was pretty impressive to see the way he surfed the wave.
It might be the greatest 5.23 of all time.
I wish I had one wave like that in my life.
Banco do Brasil, 2-minute warning. A minute and a half to go right here. Poulos needs a 5.23, but we're waiting on the most crucial score of the heat at the moment. Samuel Pupo second. Slowly paddling back out. He needs a 5.67. And he's gonna get it, a 5.93. And in the nick of time, he has just moved up into second place. Now DeVault needing a 4.6 in third. And Dimitri Poulos with priority needs a 5.5. Despite it being a slow heat, it's been entertaining. And here goes Samuka. A quick one, 45 seconds. And I mean, if things end up being the way they are at the moment, couldn't really surf any better the way Imai did with the waves that he selected. And same thing for Dimitri. Just not many chances out there, Pedro.
Yeah, unfortunately, kind of a slow heat. But I mean, what a clutch performance by Sammy right now. He had only one chance so far. I mean, two chances, but I mean, one chance for the last one. And then he got the score. He waited, he was patient, got the wave, didn't try to over surf the wave, and just did what the wave asked for and got the score.
So that won't change anything for Samuka. 10 seconds. And as Pedro said, clutch, 5.93. Up until that point, 27 minutes had gone by. He had only caught one wave, catches the second one, and that is enough for second place and advancement. There's the emotion. He has guaranteed himself at least a second place finish, a ninth place finish, excuse me, and because being runner-up in this heat, he's gonna surf against Jacko Baker in the round of 16. We'll see Imai DeVault compete up pipe. Same thing for Dimitri Poulos. And taking away the win was the Carioca Kawa Costa into the round of 16. So heat 2 done and dusted of the men's round of 32 at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro. Heat 3 coming up soon. It's the current world junior champion Bronson Mady, Charlie Cuviron, Oliver Zietz, and Ian Gentile in heat number 3. Pupo, though, just thanking the heavens at the moment for the chance that he got for that second wave. It's all about the action at the moment here in Saquarema for stop number 5. And it's been non-stop as Kawakosa took to the sky to be able to move through into the round of 16.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us. Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of Tehupo and drinking a Corona. I mean,
It's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going, but thanks for watching.
Well, Sammy Pupo can go and enjoy a Corona Cero right now because he came from behind. He's into the round of 16 coming out of heat number 2 along with Kyle Acosta. Heat number 3 of the round of 32 qualifying more surfers for the round of 16. World Junior Champ Bronson Medi out there with the Frenchman Charlie Quivant, Oliver Zeitz from the island of Kauai representing the Netherlands, and Ian Gentile out of Maui. Kaipugura along with Maida Pops. Again, this is a round of 32, top 2 in these 4-man heats. Move on into the round of 16, and we got some waves to get caught up on because as soon as the Hooter blew, we had some surfing action happening here at Itauna Beach. Another wave coming through. We'll see if we have any takers. Oliver Zeitz in the white jersey with first priority. He's not going to go. Nobody's going to go.
Yeah, Kaipo, very interesting heat. Samuel Pupo coming from behind the last one. But this heat is also interesting. Look, Ian Gentile started things off with this quick snap right there, throwing the fins, coming to the inside, snap it again for a 5.17.
Here we go with Bronson Medi, the Indonesian surfer. He's been on fire in this comp. Let's see what he has for us, Maida. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, the same thing, yes, yesterday, throwing to the sky to get a 6.17, and this one is Charlie Quivant. Good, beautiful snap.
And Oliver Zeitz got in the mix as well. This just happened.
A couple good turns, vertical on that one. 3 nice, strong turns to. We're still waiting for the scores actually for Oliver Zeitz. Charlie Quivant got a 3.17 for the last wave. So Bronson Medi starting pretty strong with the 6.17 to lead the heat.
Yeah, Bronson Medi tied for the high wave score so far of the event at 8.5 in the round of 64. He's up and riding again. 6.17 on his start, looking for a backup there for the 6.17. The 21-year-old out of Indonesia has been the talk of the surfing world ever since he won the 2024 World Junior title.
And it was just incredible how he did that, because I think he won 4 of the 5 stops of the World Junior. It was just incredible, the whole career of Bronson Medi. And also here in Saquarema, he started pretty well yesterday with that 8.5 ride. Progressive surfing, very fast surfer as well, Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, surfers that can make really something out of not much. He did it again right here.
Yeah, it's true. Look how beautiful was this gut back right there. And snap it, like kicking the tail. Another turn. Unfortunately, the wave kind of vanished in front of him.
You know what's another young surfer that's impressing me?
I know.
Kyle Acosta. He is so impressive. He just won the last heat. He's with Rachel. I'd love to hear from the Brazilian surfer because he's on fire right now.
Yeah, he keeps on impressing all of us, Kaivo. Kawa, congratulations again. That was a very interesting and kind of slow heat, but very nerve-wracking for the Brazilians. How are you feeling for have guaranteed your advancing right in the beginning and now be back on this glass.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm super stoked for take the win. That hit was a strong, massive hit, big names in the tour. So I'm feeling good, feeling happy for the opportunity, and yeah, keep going. You know, that's it.
Agora em português. Foi uma bateria muito interessante, né? Todo mundo, grandes nomes, como você falou agora em inglês. Como é que você se preparou para essa bateria? E quão bom é você garantir já a nota no começo, quando as condições estão mudando, uma bateria mais devagar?
Então, já sabia que essa é uma bateria bem difícil. Como eu já falei, são grandes nomes do circuito mundial. Todos já participaram de uma etapa ou já foram integrantes do CT. Então, eu só tentei manter meu foco em fazer meu surf, entregar tudo de mim lá dentro e, graças a Deus, fui bem recompensado. Consegui pegar as duas melhores ondas da bateria. E é isso, tô amarradão de ter avançado com o Samuca, que é um ídolo para mim, para muita gente, uma inspiração. E é isso, tamo junto.
Thank you very much. Parabéns. Back to you guys.
Thank you. As we see Ian Gentile put together one, points to the beach. Pretty stoked on that one for the surfer out of Maui. What did Kawa have to say in Portuguese right after that?
Yeah, we could see that he was very emotional, but he said that he's really stoked to make through this heat with such a big names. Everyone that was in this heat with him has CT experience, so he's very proud of himself. And here is Ian Gentile replay. Nice first turn right there. Another good snap. And that one looked great, Kaipo, releasing the fins.
Yeah, Ian Gentile, sharp. Here's the replays, Charlie Courvon.
Nice turn. Another good one. The wave kind of bounced a little bit, but he managed to put that snap to finish it off.
Yeah, 4-point ride for Charlie coming out of that. Bronson Medi, live action here. Chooses yet another right. Carving through, no problem for Medi. Looking to the inside section. Some variety. Looking confident for such a young man, 21 years old, but surfing with the confidence of a veteran, Bronson Medi. 6-1-7-4-8-3 puts him in the lead. Can he build upon that lead? We're going to find out. Last score came in from Ian Gentile, and that was enough to put Gentile into second place, 5.6. Another look at Bronson Medi and his performance on this wave.
Wow, I loved how he pushes the back foot, and a lot of water sprayed on that one. Very fast surfer. How stylish this turn was. Kaipo.
Yeah. Board looks great. I think he's on a JS Industry in the hi-fi construction. So EPS core, epoxy, skin, as well as a carbon fiber backup stringer. High above here, now down to the beach level for Oliver Zietz. On the backhand swings through there and the explosion, but Oliver is able to ride through, gives himself some applause, feeling good about that performance.
Yeah, the last one was in a critical section. Pretty well surfed that one as well.
Yeah, 19 years old, from Princeville on the beautiful Garden Isle of Kauai. However, he may be in the middle of the Pacific, but Oliver Zietz representing the Netherlands, which is I didn't know there was a lot of surfing going on in the Netherlands. There's probably is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's news to me. Oh, beautiful shot here. Our director giving us not just surfing, but some beautiful scenics, cumulus clouds above Saquarema with the afternoon glow on top of them.
For sure. Look, Saquarema, how beautiful Saquarema can be, even with a cloudy day.
I like it because you don't get sunburned right now, so you can kind of lay out on the beach. The beach is nice and empty.
Oh, but sometimes it's kind of dangerous because you don't feel you're getting burned.
That's when I do my best tanning, is in cloudy conditions.
Yeah, but it's really warm outside.
Yeah,
We've heard that the water actually it's kind of chill. It's cold, but...
And let's take a look at another shot at Oliver Zietz here. The 19-year-old, the teenager, I feel put it together just in the rhythm that he found on this wave.
Yeah, he really put everything together. Look that last turn, how he timed pretty well with the backwash. The first one looked great as well. Look, vertical, then the flow and connecting every dots right there in that one.
Call Banco do Brasil because Oliver Zietz just cashed in on a 7-point ride. That was money for the young man, the teenager out of Kauai. He comes from a great surfing lineage. His uncle, you may know him as Seabass, was on the championship tour. There's Oliver's spread. Look at Australia, really enjoyed it, 7.5, but we threw that 7.5 out, one of the sevens. Easy math for the flat 7 for Oliver Zietz, and a strong second place so far in this heat.
Yeah, and the best score of the heat, and it came from a very difficult wave, Kaipo, because the wave was bouncing a lot with the backwash, but he had a very smart surfing on that one.
Yeah, kind of new to the scene, first year on the Challenger Series for Oliver, but just an illustration of the deep surfing talent that comes year after year, generation after generation from the beautiful island of Kauai.
A couple lines out there. Some surfers got caught inside.
Scratching here. It's going to be a split peak situation. We're going to stick with Ian Gentile. Gentile on the backhand. Another island boy from the Valley Isle of Maui, navigating through a bouncy left, keeps on finding sections available for him. Smooth on the Mayhem surfboard, nice and clean. Not one sponsor sticker on there. He doesn't need the sponsors to surf in the fashion that he does. I mean, he would love it, but kind of a self-made surfer in a lot of ways, Ian Gentile. A 5.91 will take Ian Gentile into second. Bronson, our heat leader, slashing off the top for Medi. Easy cut back into the whitewater. He's always looking for a ramp. Throws the fins and the quick rotation, pivots, nose picks off the nose. Wow, talk about some light feet, some lightning fast reflexes. Bronson Medi bringing it all to the table.
My God, Kaipo, so progressive, you know, and very creative as well. The variety and everything that he does in a wave looks so, I mean, loose and at the same time so committed to every section of the wave. Look right there, gaining speed, beautiful turn, throwing buckets. Another nice cutback to set things off. Gain speed again, throws the tail, rotates. Whatever. What else do we want?
What else? I mean, this is between the kind of this new generation. We saw Kawa Costa, you know, kind of make something out of nothing in the last heat. Bronson Medi doing the same exact thing. Sticking to the face here, relying on good timing, is Ian Gentile on this replay.
Yeah, and this wave looks pretty great for Ian Gentile. I wouldn't bet this wave would be so good as it does. Look, he really capitalizes in every single moment that the wave offered him.
I love this. I love the fact that he continues just to pick off little sections to put the board up on. And even when this wave looks like it's going to give up, he finds a way to find another section.
Yeah, because there was a lot of white water on it, but he didn't care. He kept like pushing and pushing.
Yeah, entertaining heat right now. And I like it too that the surfers, you know, and you might call it a claim or whatever, whether it's Oliver or Bronson or Ian, are showing emotion coming out of their rides because it feels good, you know, to perform on, let's say, like some like lackluster waves, to tell you the truth. Wait a minute, hold your horses, because Charlie Crevant, that guy right there, just dropped an excellent number. Look at the digits for Charlie Crevant. 8.5 high, 7.5 low. You average the other 3 remaining. 8-point ride for Charlie Crevant.
Oh my God, just checked the Apple Watch and seeing the numbers like 8-point ride, Kaipo.
Psyching.
How many times did we say that today?
I have a sight count. You don't know, huh? It's okay. JLB is watching and we're psyching.
Yeah.
Wow, coming out of that to Ian Gentile finishing off a wave. This heat has been really non-stop action. This has been super entertaining. Bronson on the backhand. Let's see what he's going to bring to the table. Mehdi, smooth off the bottom, chops it off the top. And he even gets a whitewater climb with the backwash. Meanwhile, Ian Gentile dropped a score for his previous wave. We're raining numbers right now. Get your umbrella out. A 7.2 for Ian Gentile. Gentile goes into the lead. We still need another score for Ian from the right-hander that he caught. Bronson Mehdi, we're looking for a score from the left-hander that Bronson caught. Charlie Crevant, he went already excellent in this heat with that 8-point ride. And Oliver Zietz has been performing. He's not that far off of the leader with his 7 and his 4.5. Replay here of Bronson.
Yeah, wait for the pocket right there, snap it, and another beautiful turn, snap it again. And a little foam climb there.
Oh, man. Well, I don't know about you, Maida, but I got to take a breather right now because it's been hot action in heat number 3, round of 32 here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro. Brought to you by Corona Cero. This is an 8-point ride for Charlie Crevant. Back hovering above Itaúna Beach in the surf town of Saquarema for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. We're in heat number 3 of the round of 32 for the men. Top 2 out of these 4-man heats going to the round of 16, which will be head-to-head matchups when we get to that round. Right now we wanted another look at Charlie Crevant, the Frenchman, with some smooth surfing and good rail control, punctuating that final maneuver for Charlie Crevant. Snaps his fingers, and you can see the spread from the judges goes excellent with an 8-point ride. Charlie Crevant now with priority, sitting out the back. He's in 3rd place. He still needs a 4.67 to hop into the top 2 and displace Bronson Mehdi for a chance to advance into the round of 16. This is Kaipo Girl along with Maida Pops on the call here. And we're waiting for scores for another wave for Bronson Mehdi and see how that affects everything. It doesn't look like it's going to affect the system. And during the break, we saw Oliver Zietz get this wave, Maida.
Yeah, two very strong snaps to start things off. Look at the bounce of the wave. But he managed to put some turns and snaps. Unfortunately, couldn't finish that one. And this was Bronson Medi. Beautiful turn. But this wave, it doesn't affect his scoreline, I think, Kaipo.
Yeah, no, this is just it's a 3-point ride for Bronson, so he'll remain in second place, but his scoreline doesn't grow at all. The last wave for white Oliver Zeitz comes in at a 5.03. Oliver needed a 5.67 to go into second in advancing position, so slightly under the requirement for Oliver Zeitz. We can see paddling in the blue jersey right now, Charlie Crevant. Charlie with first priority. He has the highest single wave with an 8-point ride, but he needs a backup. He's searching for a backup of a 4.67 or better for Crevant to move into the top 2 and look to advance out of this round.
And look how tight this heat is right now, because he has the highest single score of the heat and is still in 4th position. But for his luck, he has the priority.
And just as an illustration, the last heat that we just saw, the winner, Kawa Costa, won the heat with a heat total of 11.23. So every single surfer in this heat has outscored the winner of the last heat. That shows you how competitive and what great surfing we're seeing in this heat. That's just how it goes sometimes. Wow.
Yeah, very entertaining heat. So amazing, like so many good waves ridden with a lot of different variety turns. And this is Oliver taking a move right here.
So Oliver's still seeking a little over a 5.67. I don't think that's going to do it for the Kauaian as he paddles back out. But I really like my exposure right now to watching the Oliver Zeitz. I can tell you that he's got a great future. Just as a teenager, to be so composed at this point and put together the performances that he does, I'm going to just tell you that Oliver Zeitz has a bright, bright future, but he's still seeking his score to get out of this round.
We have 5 minutes left, Kaipo. Still plenty of time.
Yeah, still plenty of time for spots to shuffle. Callum Robson getting ready for the next heat, along with David Silva. Those two will be joined by Jordi Lawler and one of the sons of Saquarema, Joao Chombinho Chianca.
Yeah, heavy heat ahead of us as well.
Getting the Apple Watch. That'll give them all the details for the scores, time remaining, as well as priority all on your wrist with the Apple Watch. I have my Apple Watch on right now, but it's monitoring my heartbeat because sometimes it goes really high when I see really good surfing. And then like right now, my resting heartbeat's I think pretty good, so I'm mellowing out.
So good, Kaipo.
Just you got to go up and down. You know, you can't highline the whole time. You're gonna burn yourself out. So it's like a roller coaster, you know.
Few minutes before, right now it was
high.
high.
Hey, when there was 7s and 8s dropping, you know, oh no, my heartbeat's gonna go high again because right now we have a recap, a natural kayak recap of this heat. Time to get the heart beating with some big scores, some great surfing. Ian Gentile, 7-point ride on the backhand.
Beautiful wave. Like, look how he really hit the wave with powerful surfing. And look, the 8-point ride of Charlie Quevron. Lovely turns right there, throwing a lot of water. And that one, throwing the fins over the lip, he liked it, and we did so.
Foam, no problem for Ian Gentile. He'll still find sections.
Yes, look, capitalizing in every single corner of this wave, being very vertical. That wave put him in first position is the 7.2.
Gentile saluting the judges, and that equals the lead in this heat with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. You can see the entirety of the heat 5.6, 7.2 keepers for Ian Gentile. Bronson Meddy, the busiest of all the surfers, eight waves ridden. Oliver Zeet sitting right there, 7-point ride, 5.03, not really enough for him right now. He needs that 5.67 to get into the top two. And Charlie Crevant, who's sitting out there with priority, being ultra patient. Gonna need a clutch performance when Charlie gets back to his feet to achieve just a mid-range score of 4.67. Charlie is into the next round. There he is.
Yeah, and actually the ocean got a little slow in the last 5 minutes of this heat because he is with priority for a couple minutes right now, I think more than 5, and just needing a 4.67, not that much, the highest single wave on this heat.
And if Charlie was not able to get a backup, that's just hurts. That's brutal for our surfer, knowing that you got the highest single wave in the heat and you weren't able to back it up and get out of the heat, especially when it's an excellent score, like an 8-point ride. Take another look at the 8-point ride and some flow from Francis Charlie Crevant.
Yeah, look that turn. Beautiful, a lot of water. Coming to another one, hitting the foam again, and that one was money, Kaipo.
Yeah, I think that's when he went to the ATM right there to cash out with that last turn. And there was some variety, some control. It was one of the bigger waves of the heat, so well rewarded. But now it's clutch time, and Charlie paddles for that wave. And just watching priority, and he did lose priority. Now he's got to go. It's go time for Charlie. Oh no, this is a small inside left. Oh, I don't know. Looking behind, oh, looking at his watch. He's,
Oh, so frustrating, Kaipo.
Wow.
Almost 10 minutes with priority, and he didn't have the chance, at least, to try to back it up, the 8-point ride that he already had.
Heartbreak for Charlie Crevant. And on the other side of that, celebration for Bronson Meddy, as well as Ian Gentile. Ian Gentile just coming through and is going to show some relaxation as well as celebration, some frustration by Charlie Crevant. And here's the frustration right here. Priority, chin on the board, can't get the wave, loses priority, just needed a small score under a 5, knowing that he doesn't have it here, looked at the watch, knew he didn't have enough time, saw what was in front of him, nothing available, and elimination from competition for Charlie Crevant.
Yeah, very frustrating. But I mean, he actually had the chance on that wave, but couldn't paddle in. So this is the official result.
There he goes, Ian Gentile, Bronson Meddy onto the round of 16. We're on to a short break. We'll be back for more action. Heat number 4, round of 32 in the water when we return. The skies are gray, but it's bright on the horizon because we're continuing surfing through here in the round of 32. Heat number 4, Jordy Lawler, Callum Robson, David Silva, and a son of Saquarema, one of their favorite sons, Joao Chambinho Chianca, out in the water. 2 spots available out of this 4-man heat in the round of 16. Kaipo girl, Maeda pops on the call. And really interesting, Maeda, these are 4-man heats, but then once you make it through this, it's like almost like these 4-man heats, you make it through the jungle, because once you clear this round, then you're in man-on-man competition.
Yeah, these 4-man heats are really, really hard because they're like 30 minutes heats, so you got to deal with all these guys searching for opportunities. And I think I agree with you, Kaipo. It's just like a jungle. But this is João Chianca on his very first ride. Oh my God, almost take a rail right there, but managed to keep pushing.
And this is just going to be a fractional score, a throwaway for João Chianca. So 2 waves ridden, both by Chianca. Yeah, it's like a jungle. Sometimes it makes me wonder how it keep from going under, but you got to get it through the round of 32 to move on to the round of 16. A little tussle right here. Let's see what's going to happen. Open priority. Oh, and Callum Robson just bullies his way into this right-hander. Robson now is going to show some strength in his surfing. A couple of roundhouses, but not going to get much more after that. So with that being said and done, I want to hear from the last heat winner, Ian Gentile, with Rachel.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, a lot of actions happen in your heat, and you end up as the winner. Tell us, how was that heat for you?
Yeah, it was started off with a lot of waves, and I kind of, I got the first one, and then I saw Bronson getting some waves on the right, and no one's really gotten scores on the right for a while, so I was like on my way over there, and then my 7 came in, and that was the one that made the difference.
Yeah, it was amazing how you were finding the sections that you needed.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to send a message to your friends and family supporters?
Yeah, it's my family, everyone watching back home, and everyone watching here in Brazil too. I have a lot of family here, and my girlfriend and my brother, they're usually tuning in. My uncle Yuri and Mauricio, they're always watching, so shout out to them. And yeah, I don't know, it's happy to make some heats, and I don't know, I love competing, and I'm just feeling good over here, and hopefully win some more heats.
Hopefully. Good luck. Thank you very much. Yeah. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Get excited, Ian. Dude, you're in the round of 16, man. That was pretty cool. And, hey, it's my accent, I guess, because I call him Ian Gentile, but you can say Jan, right?
Young Gentile in Portuguese.
Yeah. And I keep on calling Raquel Rachel, but it's okay with her. I've already checked with her. She likes
Rachel.
She likes the English version of Raquel.
Yeah,
so.
it's because her name is with C, and in Brazil it would be with Q. So.
Yeah. Well, Ian Gentile, moving out of that heat, is climbing the live rankings. He's gone up 19 spots, but he doesn't want to stop there. He wants to continue to climb that ranking ladder. And I will continue to use my English accent on all of these names until I am corrected, but just let me know, Maeda.
Yeah, no worries, Kaipo. What about my name?
Maeda, I got
Maeda,
that.
you got
yes,
there,
yeah. And I can go Raquel, but Rachel's been okay. And Jan, but Ian, I've been calling Ian his whole life since he was a Grom.
Yeah, and probably where he lives, everyone calls him Jan.
And you know what? You know what you can call me? Kaipo.
Kaipo.
It's the same in every accent. 23 minutes, 10 seconds, and we got a chance to talk a little bit of story.
And do you know I chose my son's name because of it? Because it's Nico. Nico is Nico in every single accent.
Every language,
yeah.
Kaipo's a popular dog name in Hawaii. I have a lot of friends who name their dogs Kaipo.
Oh, yeah. I think here in Brazil, we do, like some people do Kaipo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Name your kid Kaipo. Or your dog. It doesn't matter. 22 minutes and 40 seconds, and it's just Callum Robson who bullied his way in open priority to a 2.83. Is got a meaningful score on the board. 3.67 was a starter for Joao Chianca. Chianca with the hometown favorite, as he should be. I mean, talk about, you know, Joao Chianca. Talk about a roller coaster of a career. Hey, there's some dogs that enjoy beach life.
Around.
Yeah, probably is. Cachorro.
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 Good.
I'm getting. Yeah, I'm trying. But anyway, the roller coaster of Joao's professional career. Remember, he got on tour as a rookie in 2022. Did not make the cut. Had to come back through the Challenger Series to do so. And we're going to continue on with the roller coaster ride of Joao Chianca after we watch a couple of weaving on the backhand for Callum Robson, powered by Bonsoy. And Robson actually with a veteran maneuver right there, just for a 24-year-old out of Evans Head, Australia. But that was just smart surfing. He knew he was under priority. He moved away from the rest of the pack and scored a backup to his opening 2.83. There's the hometown. Great surfing community over there in Evans Head.
Yeah, and he was really smart, as you said, Kaipo, because like time is ticking and he got this wave right there, surfed pretty well. Look, hits the lip, slides a little bit the feint, and also kept like doing good turns.
Hey, that score right here for some slick surfing on the DHD, a 5-point ride. You score that 5 under the priority of the rest of the pack, you're getting your job done out there. And that's just what Callum Robson did on this wave.
Yeah, because he was with no priority.
Yeah,
Look, the Australian pack liked.
Kayatin coach, he's got the hat. Winter Vincent, Xavier Huxtable was up there also, backing up Callum Robson, making the Aussies proud. He's out in the lead right now with 20 minutes remaining, winding up off the bottom and losing the fins off the top. That was Joao Chianca. David Silva split the peak, took the left. Silva also catching a rail and moving out of there. So we're not going to see a lot of change in the scores, just leaving Jordy Lawler out with first priority sitting on the back. David Silva, he was a runner-up just last year here in Saquarema.
Yeah, pretty close heat with Marco Mignot last year, surfing well, pretty well, like David Silva. Now João Chianca riding again.
Quick back on the wave, this time going left. Chumbinho. Sweet surfing. Looking amped right now, looking motivated at his home beach. So currently in second place. He's definitely going to build upon his scoreline with that last wave. So he'll be further up in second place, waiting for the last score of Joao Chianca, as well as David Silva. Replay here one more time.
Beautiful turn to start things off. The second one looked even better, spraying a lot of water. 3 maneuvers, and in the end, the finishing turn got a little hanged, but was able to complete. And this is a beautiful car for David Silva. Lost a little bit of speed on that one.
Yeah. So waiting for that score. It's just going to come in a little bit over a 2 for David Silva. And we'll also see what Joao accumulated in his points. But we're talking about Joao, 2022 fell off tour, had to come back through the Challenger Series, proved himself. 2023 back on the championship tour, where he surfed all the way to number 4 in the world. 2024, he was right at the beginning of a new season, had a horrible wipeout, backdoor pipeline, could have been a life-threatening wipeout for Joao Chianca. Was not able to compete that season, maybe just a couple of events towards the end, but got the injury wild card in 2025. Back on the horse, back doing his thing, Joao Chianca. So, pro surfing and the life of Joao Chianca has been that up and down roller coaster. But Joao, just at 25 years old, has persevered through a lot of that. It seems like he's lived a lot of lifetimes in a short amount of time.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. That injury was so scary. And this is Jordan Lawler. he was really patient and got this one right now.
Wow, really loose on the backhand for Jordy Lawler from North Narrabeen, Australia. 30 years old. He's been a man on the scene for quite a while. Nearly made the championship tour a couple of times. Last year took a win at North Narrabeen on the Challenger Series. Looking loose here. We get to see it one more time on the replay.
Yeah, snap off the top, right in the pocket. Another beautiful turn. Smash it again. Capitalizing in every single corner of this wave. The wave just faded, but that was it. The damage was done.
Hey, let's check in with Raquel Apollonia in the very important people section.
Yeah, Kaipo, I'm here in the VIP area, and we have a lot of interesting hits to watch still, so I came here to reload with Dr. Peanut. I really, really love these protein bars. They're amazing. This alfajor, I think, is my favorite. And also this peanut butter here, buenísimo. It's so good. It's so tasty. And a lot of protein, peanuts, and I feel so good. It's so tasty.
Oh,
I'm sure you want some.
I do. Definitely. Yep, the doctor's got the prescription for protein. That's Dr. Peanut in a multitude of flavors, wafers, bars, peanut butter, Dr. Peanut. And Dr. Peanut brings us our Dr. Peanut top 5 moments of the day.
Yeah.
Every day on the Corona Cero Post Show.
Yeah, I really like the peanut butter pistachio. Yeah, pistachio flavor.
Pistachio flavored peanut butter.
Peanut butter, yeah. But it's interesting.
Oh, man. Well, we'll see if Joao Chianca is able to put something together to once again be on the Dr. Peanut top 5 moments a day. He was on the top 5 moments yesterday. Can he do it again today? We got about 15 minutes to find out. He's currently in the lead in this heat, but it is a low-scoring affair compared to the last heat. Silva on the forehand. Always quick on his feet. Snappy on rail. David Silva hits a little bit of a dead section right at the end, but got a couple of turns. We'll see the score comes through for David Silva. And he split the peak with Joao Chianca. So Joao staying busy out there, the busiest of the 4 surfers so far in this heat. Jordy Lawler, his score came through for that opening right-hander at a 4-point ride. So the standings are Chianca in the lead, Callum Robson with priority. Chianca trying to build on his lead with this performance we're seeing on the replay.
Yeah, look how bouncy was that wave, but he kept like putting nice efforts on that one. Unfortunately, he couldn't complete that reverse right there. Look the frustration of Luana and all the crowd. It would have been a high score if he could. And here is David Silva pushing hard on his rail. Beautiful cutback. And then the wave kind of fades.
I want to ask you a question about David Silva. I'm always kind of wondering. I think I know the answer, but I think you can give me more information. His sponsor that I see the logo on his wetsuit and the nose of his surfboard, that's like, is it like a development company or something like that? Like a builder?
Yes, it is. I think it's a construction company. Yeah, from São Paulo, like São Paulo's coast.
Yeah. And they sponsor. They also support guys like I think Miguel Pupo and other surfers as well, right?
Yeah. They used to sponsor, I think, more surfers. Now they're sticking with beautiful job for Jordan Lawler.
Yeah. Well, Jordy, if he moves over to Brazil, maybe he can get a construction sponsor because he has a blank board right now, but he's got some great surfing, Maida.
Yeah, really great surfing. Look, Kaipo hits the lip, kicks the tail. Again, very vertical. Yeah, the judges are looking for this commitment and radical section.
Well, you called it right. That was a tail kick, if I ever saw a tail kick to finish off for Jordy Lawler. 3.84 takes him into second place, and I think he's going to get that 3.84. And I think he's going to move into second place. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with that score for Jordy Lawler and the conclusion. Heat 4, round of 32 here at Saquarema. The local boy, João Chianca, in the lead. We'll come back with the scores and more. Back in the action here at Itaúna Beach for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Callum Robson on the backhand right here, wants to claw back into the top two situation in this heat. The Australian surfing workhorse working his way down the line. Solid performance so far, stabbing that last section. Robson looking for a 3.27 to get into the top two. When we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Jordy Lawler. Jordy, 5.67 is what he turned in on from a left-hander. Jordy Lawler in the lead. João Chianca currently in second place. Callum Robson just surfed that left. Judges owe us a score for both João Chianca and Callum Robson to see if that changes the situation out in the water. Just under 10 minutes remaining in this heat, Maida.
Yeah, Kaipo. Just 1/3 of the heat left. And David Silva in fourth position right now.
Oh, that looks 3D right there. As we go through the Banco do Brasil fan picks, of course, João Chianca wins that one. That was an easy fan pick right there, given the audience. But I think Callum Robson hanging in tight there with 18%.
Yeah, and David Silva with 15%. But look how beautiful is this shot right now, Kaipo.
It looks 3D to me right now.
Yeah.
Is it just my eyes, or is that just like high definition that we're seeing? Or maybe we just upgraded our drone angle camera. Good work, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, Callum, we're still waiting for his score. Let's see if that puts him in the top two. Needs a 3.27. Jordy Lawler's interested. He's our heat leader. He got his high score on the left. He's going left again, looking for something substantial. Throws the fins, catches the rail, goes down. To remain in the lead, Callum Robson just snuck up right behind him with a 3.9. Robson goes to second. João Chianca drops to third. David Silva wants to get in the conversation. Silva with a nice carve here. Delays off the bottom for another hack off the top, gets caught up in the backwash, and that mess took him down. So David Silva will continue to search for 4.04. Other waves are surfed right now and indicating on my score screen, Maida, that we need numbers for all four surfers.
Yeah, I think João Chianca, the wave that he caught, it will not affect.
Actually, yeah, those are all up and down. So
yeah.
Now we're going to have a clean screen right here. And yeah, this is just a throwaway for Jordy Lawler.
Yeah, because he was almost there, but he was late for that turn.
And this is another throwaway for João Chianca. do a cycle of what happened right there. So what happened was a lot of waves ridden, but nothing changed the situation. Jordy Lawler in first, Callum Robson in second, Joao Chianca looking for a 4.3. David Silva needs even less, just a 4.04 to go into second place.
The thing is, Kaipo, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, everything is very open right now because the requirements are really low, sorry.
Yeah.
And yeah, plenty of time. But the thing is, Jordan Lawler has priority, but it's David Silva who is up and riding.
Here comes DVD. Couple of snaps here. Wants a dynamic finish. Throws the tail, gets a little bit more area right in front of him. David Silva, fist pump, thinks he's got the 4. I think he probably got the 4 too. Crowd undecided still.
Yeah, everyone kind of cheering for both Brazilians.
This is Brazil versus Australia in this heat right now. Australians kind of on the top right now, but I think David Silva might just be flipping things to even between the two surfing nations. Take another look. What do you think?
I think so, Kaipo, because look, that snap right under the lip, and the second one looked great as well. Pushing the tail on that one, wrap it up, then the wave kind of fades, but look, that one. It wasn't that one wasn't the best. This looked even better. And that one kicking the tail.
Yeah, I love the story of David Silva. You know, a humble person, a family man, a father, a husband. Didn't come from a lot of affluence, didn't come from a lot of money, really had to grind everything he had to make it on in the championship tour, and even to make it as a professional surfer. Had to dig deep, you know, didn't have a lot of resources, didn't have a lot of money backing him. He relied on just passion and surfing knowledge to make it through.
Yeah, Kaipo, like a very humble beginning. And Jordan Lawler now with priority in a safe spot, leading the heat.
Yeah, I feel Jordy is relatively safe right now. I never like to say 100% safe, but he's looking pretty good. Danger man, David Silva holding that second position just because Callum Robson and Joao Chianca do not need much. Here's our heat leader using his priority. A couple of smooth snaps for Jordy Lawler and connects that end section. Whitewater climb, and he's going to take this wave in, call it a day.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining.
And
now priority with Callum.
Yeah, where is Robson? He's on paddling back out to this wave. He's got time to spin around. 4, 3, 2. Hands need to leave the rail. 1.
I think he's still counting.
That's borderline that this one's going to count. 4.67 is what he needs. Callum Robson, and it looks like he did leave. The hands did leave the rail in time. I don't know if that was enough of a wave, though, for that 4.67.
In my opinion, I think it's counting, but I don't know. Maybe it's not going to get there. It's 4.67 what he needs.
Yeah. He got up before the horn. 3, 2, 1. There he goes. But unfortunately, that wave did not give him enough opportunity for that 4.67. So the wave does count, as we suspected, but it was just a 2.73, so not enough. So standings, official standings at the end of this heat will be an even break on the Aussie versus Brazilian heat. It's going to be one of each. Jordan Lawler on to the next round, along with David Silva into the round of 16. Callum Robson and Joao Chianca eliminated from competition.
Yeah, upset for locals. Joao Chianca out of competition right now. But David Silva is still in, Kaipo.
Talk about fighting in a heat, grinding it out. David Silva did that 9.67 two-wave total for Silva. You can see right there a couple of 4 pluses, and that was enough. Joao Chianca, unfortunate for Saquarema, eliminated from competition. Coming back with more action from the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero, after this.
Sol, altas ondas, as crianças se divertindo aqui.
Valeu, WCS!
Cara, o evento tá sensacional. Primeira vez que eu tô aqui. Parabenizar o evento, parabenizar o campeonato de altinho, tá crescendo demais, tem tudo a ver. Então, sucesso, tamo junto e até os próximos.
Aproveitando bastante, criança se divertindo, e esse é o mais importante.
Eu estou certo com tanta frequência que eu não consigo nem mais aproveitar. E atrás Cine! Só quem gostou faz barulho aí!
Over the weekend, plenty of activities outside of surfing here at the fifth stop of the Challenger Series so far. It's heat number 5 of the round of 32 at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Luca Messinas, Winter Vincent, Mikey McDonough, Franco Radziunas, the two Australians out there in the blue and the white, looking to dominate the peak at the beginning of the heat against the two South Americans. Mitchell Salazar here with Marcos Bocayuva, and is this year's runner-up to the World Junior title, Marcos. Winter Vincent got to work very early, but once again, it was really the control of the peak at the start of the heat, and Radziunas was able to get a wave here.
Oh, you gotta fight for your right to surf there, man. And this lineup, pack of rippers. Nice rhythm, nice flow. Electric starting off this heat.
And then McDonough was able to get a wave too. Surfer who won the event on the Gold Coast last year during the Challenger Series. Also really good at going left, as you can see.
Amazing backside attack, man. Steering those turns, putting a lot of power in each and every movement. Amazing. It's those type of surfers that got all the tools on the back, tube riding, rail game and tricks above the lip.
And that seems to be an epoxy that he's riding from DHD as well. And then Franco was able to go left on this occasion, Marcos.
Beautiful surfing also, up, upside down, turning around with this nap. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't, provide enough energy for him.
So cool story about him. He's an Argentinian champ as well, representing Mar del Plata. But he won the Argentinian championships more than 30 years after his dad did it.
Wow, this is so gnarly, man.
Truly a family affair for them when it comes to the sport. Number 2 within the South American region on the QS, which is a big deal considering they're usually dominated by Brazilian surfers in this region.
Oh, yeah. And actually, last year, there was an amazing thing that happened here in Brazil, not against, but together with Argentina, because Santiago Muniz, younger brother, sibling from Alejo, that represent Argentina, he won a competition in Brazil, and Alejo won a competition in Argentina representing Brazil. Kudos to all Muniz family, all the boys. Saludos para todos a cara Argentina.
Is there any language you don't speak?
Je parle un petit peu de français, je parle latin. Mon papa s'est formé en latin.
So I guess the answer is no. A 5.17, the opener of Winter Vincent, a 3.83 for the opener on the right for Franco. This is a good sign, Marcos. The last few heats have been quite slow, and look at these lines stacking up on the outside.
Man, the machine is on. Thanks God, man. What a good, karma from Saquarema and all the WSL team.
Big opener for Vincent going left. Up until a few days ago, he hadn't even gone right during the free surfs. Bank had really just been the lefts for him. And he's looking good so far. A lot of flow on this one for the kid out of Sydney. And a big finisher right there for Winter. So 23 minutes on the clock. He's going to be extending his lead with this wave. And now Mikey behind him.
Swinging back. Beautiful turn. Upside down in the closeout session.
Iron Mike was looking for a big ender right there. But unfortunately, the fight was won by the lip line in that one. 22 minutes and 50 on the clock. At Lennox Head in New South Wales. Once again did win a CS event last year, but unfortunately did not qualify despite the victory over on the Gold Coast. And he has been very vocal about, the struggles to maintain consistency, especially after getting the victory such early in the season last year. But he did drop a 4.17, unfortunately right here, just a bit late to the second section.
Beautiful effort anyway. Man, the level of those newcomers from down under is mind-blowing. Check it out, the level of that heat over there, 12 o'clock almost. Tons of flow, nice pace, sitting the turns, not over-surfing any session above the lip, nice carving, just to set up for the banger. Stinging there.
Could not have gotten much better with the timing right there if you were Winter. 5.17 on his opener. McDonough a 4.17 and a 2.17. And the first two of Radziunas, a 3, and a 2-point ride. Just under 22 minutes on the clock. Another Sydney surfer was able to make it through into the round of 16. Let's go downstairs with Jordy Lawler.
Wow, what a battle between Brazil and Australia, and you, Jordan, got the win. Talk us through your heat.
Oh yeah, no, I had a lot of fun out there. The waves are kind of slowed down a little bit. So yeah, it was pretty scrappy, especially at the start. Lost sort of a couple of waves. The boys kind of sucked me out of a couple, and I was like, oh shit. But it's still really fun when they come through. So yeah.
You like being Brazil. What's your favorite part about this event?
Oh, it actually reminds me. The beaches remind me a lot of home, especially the way the wave breaks and stuff like that, and the sand, and so yeah, I think just makes me feel at home, kind of thing. It's cool.
And that probably improves your confidence, of course.
It does, yeah. It just feels like I'm at home on a summer's day at the beach, just surfing with my mates. So,
congratulations and good luck. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys.
Well, it does get just as crowded on the beach in North Narrabeen that it does here in Saquarema, so...
That's for sure.
Symbolic for Jordan Lawler, no doubt. He moves on through into the round of 16, along with David Silva in second place. So last score of Winter Vincent Marcos in the good range, in the upper good, actually. 7.17 for the surfer, also out of Sydney, a different part, but Winter once again runner-up to the World Junior title last year in the Philippines, and was able to finish within the top 20 with the 9th place finish at this event, actually, which automatically requalified him for the Challenger Series for 2025-2026.
For me, to clinch a slot in the CT level, man, is a matter of time. He got it all the tools, amazing to watch. Perfect script writing for starting a heat, amazing pace, flow, and talking about style, wow, above the curve for sure.
Well, 7.17, different angle on the Banco do Brasil replay. Can't get much better than this when it comes to the timing.
Upside down, the first one, open with the banger, the recipe for success, and then finish with the banger.
And then you can see right here, this mid portion tends to be very tricky. Good readjustment though on the inside section.
Beautiful carving turns before the last thing, man.
So precise surfing right there by the surfer representing Australia in the blue. Luca Messinas out there with priority at the moment, has not caught a wave, the former CT surfer. We call him La Máquina, the machine, and for good reason. He is a competitive machine, has been an Olympian multiple times. First Peruvian male to qualify for the championship tour. Comes from the northern part of the country, Mancora, in the state of Piura, and some incredible surfers have come through there. Of course, the former world champion, Sofia Mulanovic, probably the most decorated one ever. But for Luca, coming off of a 3rd place finish in Edeseda, big moment for him right here. See if he can move up into the top 15, top 10 conversation.
Oh, he's bouncing back for sure. He have the whole blueprint ahead of himself, a lot of heritage, good reapers in Peru. I love the regions, man, South, Piura, Talara, Pacasmayo, have dreamy waves over there, dreamy session with my buddies there.
And a lot of great competitive surfers coming out of there too. 18 minutes on the clock. Let's check in with Manu in the VIP area.
Yeah, Mitch, I'm here at the VIP area. So nice, beautiful people. Wow, Probiotica, Dr. Peanut. Also beautiful birds. Look at that. Look who's here. My old friend Saquá. I love this bird so much. If you don't know, Saquá is a local bird from Saquarema that gives the name to the city. So Saquá is our mascot. She's just a celebrity here. Everywhere Saquá goes, everybody wants to take pictures with you. He's always smiling. Are you having fun, Saquá? Está se divertindo? He's not very talkative, but we can communicate because we've known each other for like 2 years, and it's amazing. So he's been here during the CT. Last year, you took, remember when Italo last year, when he won the event? Remember that? He threw Red Bull all over Saquai's shirt, but now Saquai has a brand new shirt. He's always reinventing himself. Amazing, Bird. Nice to see you here. So check it out at the VIP area. Nice birds, nice people. We have everything here, guys. Back to you.
I want to see Saquai catch a wave eventually. I mean, he's got the jersey on.
I would love to see that scene, man. I'm really into bird watching nowadays because of Saquai, I think.
I wonder if there's a board capable enough to float him, though.
Oh, you got to serve with the SUP, Mitch.
You make boards yourself. We've got to just shape him a board that's like 60 liters to be able to float him.
Just don't order from Danny Spang and talk about liters.
16 minutes and 30 to go. Messinas without a wave so far in the first 14 minutes of this heat. Franco in the green needing just a 2.52, and that is an indication of the small backup score of Mikey McDonough in second, just a 2.17, his second best. And the heat leader, Vincent, with a strong performance so far in the first half of this heat. 5.17, his backup. And, you know, we were just outside, actually, both you and I in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It does seem like there is potential for it to rain, as we see the Aussies right there in the left corner. Julian Lawson Company supporting Messinas and the Bass Surfers coming up in the next few heats as well in the right corner. But, you know, it does feel like it potentially has, you know, the capability of raining later. The good thing for us typically with that, it glasses things off.
Yeah.
And it's truly gotten oily out there this afternoon.
Oh, it's a perfect, you know, cliche scenario for calm before the storm, Mitch. When you talk about the region that born and raised all the team from Brazilian Storm, is the calm before the storm going on right now.
We've seen that with several different regions so far throughout the last few years, including the Australians. We saw the U.S. surfers, including, you know, the addition of Eli Hanneman to that group, also qualify here a few years ago with that kind of unity. And I feel like so far today, we saw it a lot with the Japanese surfers too. But as you can see, Chris Gallagher and company, a lot of the Aussies. Speaking of Eli Hanneman, he's right down there to the right. But it truly does feel like at this event in particular, it hasn't necessarily been pressure focused so far, even in the men's round of 32. Heat 5 out there at the moment, and it's been all Winter Vincent so far in the first half of the heat. Back in Brazil, Heat 5 of the men's round of 32 out there in the water right now. Winter Vincent leading with a 7.17 and a 5.17. Mikey McDonough behind him, needing an 8.17 for the lead, but looking to improve on a 2.17 himself. Franco Razunas, the Argentinian out there in the green, needing a 2.52. And during the break, the former CT surfer, the first Peruvian male to qualify for the championship tour, Luca Messinas, on the board, so needing a 6.34 or better to move up into second place. And Messinas coming from the northern part of Peru, Marcos. A lot of great left-handers over there.
Whoa.
He knows how to surf on the backhand, but just as good as anybody else on the forehand, coming off of the semifinal finish. Really, his first real result at a right-hand point break in the history of his career. 4.1 to start things off for him.
He's just warming up. Nice transition into that, steepy session. Nice turn off the top, a little carving just to be able to, squeeze this last effort, snap in the end.
And here goes Mikey McDonough now, going right. Open face carves for Mike so far, and then big layback right there, and he is going to be able to ride out of it. Took him a little while, but that's going to be a complete maneuver at the end. Took Messinas more than 16 minutes to get his first wave. And now Mikey with his third one so far in this heat. Banco do Brasil replay, Marco said, looking pretty sharp on the forehand.
Oh, for sure, man. Transition into in and out the turns, pretty smooth, super flowy surfer, tons of power underneath. He's on the top of his board. Check it out. A lot of spray, putting a lot of, heavy back foot, motion there.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the stronger dudes in the draw for sure. Put on a lot of muscle mass before the start of the season last year and still looking very fit. So 4-1 for Messinas. McDonough, see if he improves on the 2.17. Everything indicates that he will on his last. And for South America, obviously a great region when it comes to waves. Competitively, though, you have to go through Brazil one way or another to qualify for the Challenger Series and, of course, even for the Championship Tour as well.
Yes, for sure. There's no shame on saying that. I'm saying totally honest this speech, man. The MAC is over here for competition. We have like a big industry in Brazil. It feeds itself for the Brazilians and for the South Americans also. Trying to fight for one more right, Mr. Winter Vista.
Yeah, quick one for him. That won't change anything. And Messinas on the left, good surfing right there by Luca. And maybe just a couple of turns for him on the backhand, but maybe he gets the 4.2 he requires. Maybe he just improves slightly on the 4.1, but either way, as you can see, the potential's there. He gets the right wave. He's definitely moving up into the top 2 spots. And for Franco, it's been a slow heat after the 2. Wants to get things going as we see the last of Messinas right here.
Zigzag just to connect with the power source. Now he's gliding there over the phone. Big hack on top. Searing like Cuddy there. Nice rhythm.
So a short one, though, and definitely does seem like a lot of these waves have turned into some scoring potential early on in the day, and then a lot of these other ones just flatten out too quickly. So slim pickings when it comes to the critical sections out there, Marcos, which is really what you're looking for, both if, 1, you're a surfer, 2, also if you're a judge. Graciunas now, answer back. This is an important wave at this point of the heat, too. 9 minutes on the clock. Deep bottom turn. Little mistimed right there. Trying to make up for it, though, on the inside if you can. And the surfer in green. Get a flow right here. Making sure he's keeping those rails engaged in the water and keep that speed up. He's going to kick out. So Messinas does not get the score on his last. It's a 3.57. Still needing a 4.2. The last of Vincent doesn't change anything, of 2.03. And this one, a 4.47 or better is what he needs.
The Aussie surfers are like on the lead right now, but the South Americans are warming up. Nice rhythm. Beautiful off the top there. Kind of got a little hung. Still connecting the inside. Some cruise mode there. Squeezing the lemon all the way. Reminds me a little glimpse of Mr. Michael Dunphy from the East Coast of USA.
Good call out. This one a 4.13, so does help Mike's situation. And luckily for Mikey, not only did this wave increase his second place positioning, also some really good surfing on the forehand by McDonough. Beg your pardon, actually. That's a different wave we hadn't seen.
Whoa.
So the 4.13, the previous one, and this one, I'd probably say he's going to improve on one of the 4s that he already has.
Totally agree with you, Mitch. And if I can build an avatar, you know, that represent Mickey, I think I'll put all the 3 former Cooley kids on the game, man, because he have like the power, you know, Torker or Mick Fanny, have the flow of Joe Parkinson, and almost some style connection with Dean Morrison also.
I like that.
A perfect avatar from Down Under, man.
Well, it's also an area with quality waves, so yeah, it's hard not to build a perfect avatar from there. 5.67 for McDonough, this last one. 7 minutes on the clock. He increases and strengthens his second place positioning. Razunas momentarily was up into second place. His last score of 4.77. Now needs a 5.08. Meanwhile, Luca in the red needing a 5.74 or better now with priority. And we mentioned, you know, the success that Luca had to be able to qualify for the Championship Tour. Not many can say that they've gotten there first of all. And he had started off with the 5th at Pipeline. But then after that, he even mentioned himself, you know, maybe I surfed heats just a bit too safely. I wasn't aggressive enough. The CT is not the same game as the QS.
It's different game, man. It's like the top-notch guys, big guys, tons of experience, heavy, you know, good on heavy water, good on, you know, above the lip, good on perfect on the rail. It's a heavy scene to adapt in your first season, for sure.
So kind of staying on his own peak at the moment, paddling back out. Franco, 5.08, what he needs, looking for the 2-turn combo, and the second one just a bit forced right there with the backwash. Gonna be needing another wave after this, just under 6 minutes. Younger sister Maya, also a great surfer. They have both competed for the Argentinian team before. And of course, some amazing surfers have come out of Argentina before, but none of them really with a huge amount of success outside of Leandro Osuna, Franco obviously as well. You have Ornella Pelissari on the women's side, but you know, as of right now, we're probably seeing one of the big surfers coming out of Argentina, because as you said, Santiago Muniz represented them very well, but the majority of his life he did spend growing up here in the southern part of Brazil.
Yeah, and they have a special personality. Leandro Osuna, everybody in the Brazilian scene of surfing love Lele. Such a charismatic type of surfer. Outspoken, super, never shine to the occasion.
5 minutes on the clock right now. Messinas with priority needing a 5.74. McDonough has served a good heat strategically. 5.67, 4.17 for Mikey. And Winter, his first 2 rides are the ones that are counting at the moment. 5.17, 7.17. And for a kid, once again, who in his first year on the Challenger Series was able to automatically requalify due to ending up within the top 20. So he didn't get to the CT, but I mean, by most people's standards, that's already not only a moral victory, you did your job one way or the other.
Oh yeah, those moral, you know, victories you can attach to those memories and fight back, and still, it's gonna feed yourself to keep grinding.
Well, speaking of grinders, the Aussies downstairs with Rachel.
Yeah, Kaipo, I'm here very close to the Aussie crew. The guys are cheering a lot. What do you guys want to comment about this heat? Australia's winning.
Yeah, it's a good start, but there's still a bit of time left, and Luca's got priority, so it's going to be a nerve-wracking last 5 minutes, but it's good to be 1 and 2 so far, so we'll see how we go.
And you?
Yeah, the waves are real average and pretty slow out there, so yeah, but the boys are taking control at the moment, so yeah, see how it unfolds at the end.
What did you think of Winter 7.17?
Oh, he tagged it. Could have been excellent, but there hasn't been waves like that all day, feels like, and or many of them, and he put it together real well, and yeah, it was a set, so I don't know. I thought it was an 8.
Thank you so much. Let's keep cheering. Back to you guys in the booth.
Too much spread on the scores, Morgan.
Well, it still surprises me how shy they get in front of the camera, despite, you know, especially Morgan, who's, you know, been number 5 in the world. He's been in front of the camera multiple times. Paddle there from Franco. That won't change his priority situation, though. 3 minutes on the clock, needing a 5.08 is the surfer in green. Messinas out there in the red with priority, as Tully Wiley mentioned, with Rachel needing a 5.74. And both Aussies at the moment, Winter and Mikey, who, by the way, went out there separately. It's not like they were talking to each other and making sure that they were going to establish dominance against the other two surfers, the two South Americans, it just fortunately worked out for them.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's an individual sport, so you got to grind for yourself. You can support your friends outside the water, but inside of the water is totally business. But it's super gnarly and cool to watch those guys having fun inside of the water and the crew supporting having fun outside.
Franco right there on screen eating a 5:08, excuse me, his high mark of the heat, a 4:77. Meanwhile, Luca basically needs a 6.
2 minutes marks right there coming up.
That's the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Next seat, George Pitar, Keone Lassa, Lucas Vicente, and Oscar Berry.
High level heat again, again and again, back to back.
Once you reach the round of 64, every heat's high level and keeps getting higher and higher after that.
Oh yeah, and talking about pristine, clean condition, I know there's not too much pulse on the swell right now, but at least it's super cool and clean.
Oh, well, it's incredibly glassy. It's sometimes hard to identify certain waves because of that.
Oh yeah, a little breeze sometimes is good for the coping on top of the wave.
Split peak, quick one there for Green, Ratsunas. This wave important, though crucial for Messinas. He needs a 5.74, would have to be the second best score of the heat. So a really quick one right there for Franco in the green, and with just over a minute, I mean, you got to give Luca a ton of credit just for fitting those two maneuvers in. Not many people would have been able to do that.
Oh yeah, he have a nickname that explain all this effort, all this will to surf well and compete, man. Always faca na caveira, you know, knife on the skull.
Quick one right there for the heat leader, Winter Vincent. Did a relinquish priority with that. 40 seconds. So waiting on the important number right here from Luca in the red. And outside, both Franco and Mikey hustling for positioning. And Messinas once again. That one gonna be a quick one. And his previous one, a 4.43, so not enough. Still needing a 5.42, excuse me. And it seems like with 10 seconds on the clock, Winter Vincent, Mikey McDonough, they're going to be able to hold on to the top 2 spots. And it's going to be an Aussie sweep in heat number 5 of the men's round of 32.
He played the fence all the way down, accomplished the task. The boys are happy. They come from down under, man, with a lot of energy.
And it obviously seems like they know how to manage time and run down the clock, too. So after getting the lead, stayed there the entire heat, and for Mikey McDonough, did enough to be able to hold on to second place. We'll see Borratsunas and Messinas compete over at Pipeline in a few months.
Head high, boys.
And the two Australians advancing here in a beautiful glassy afternoon in Saquarema, Brazil. Event 5 of 7 on the Challenger Series schedule, and there are the official results of Heat 5. Vincent McDonough moving through, Ratsunas, Messinas. They're going to have to conform with the loss here in the round of 32. Heat 6 coming up. Pitar, Lassa, Vicente, and Barry when we return.
one of the biggest events we have the entire year. A lot of people hopeful to make that leap up to the championship tour. The stakes are really high.
You want to talk about emotion? You want to talk about passion?
I think this is as good as Huntington gets.
For these longboarders, this is a massive stage.
A lot of people might not understand how huge this event is for all the surfers.
Best, hungriest surfers on the planet fighting to achieve their dreams.
You can watch the latest episode of Inside Pro Surfing live on WorldSurfLeague.com. It's the U.S. Open, and guess what? It was a California sweep. Levi Slauson, Sori Limblad taking out the W at CS event number 3. We're at CS top 5 here. Heat 6 of the round of 32. George Pitar, Keone Lassa, Lucas Vicente, and Oscar Berry in the water right now. Mitchell and Marcos Bocayua with you. Just under 27 minutes on the clock, and Marcos got to be very lucky. Most importantly, it seems like getting a quick start is truly the ideal thing that you need to do out here in these slow afternoon conditions. Despite it being super glassy and inviting, you don't get a chance. You're really not able to showcase your skills, much like George Pitar right here. GP will be turning 23 in a few weeks. And the surfer who represents North Stain in Sydney grew up the majority of his life on a beautiful island called Vanuatu.
Yeah, man, what a place to be born, raised actually. And he's such an amazing body torque type of snappy surfer. I love his style also.
He's already made 2 finals so far this year, so at the moment the live rankings actually have him leading things. Keone Lassa, during the break, already got a 5.33, so this is going to be his second ride. And looking strong and sharp on the backhand too, the young surfer out of the Basque Country. His father, Julian, one of the best coaches on the planet, and he is here with him, and that is going to be 2 scores in the first 4 minutes for Keone. So off to a great start considering how slow, how calm it's been really this whole afternoon, Marcos.
Yep, you know, generating a lot of speed, tagging all the session, amazing, putting torque and drive in each and every move in such a, like a mushy type of wave. And he started like this, amazing, you know, first wave. That's the dreamy way of starting a heat, like upside down, beautiful carving turns, off the top, almost got caught there, but pull off. Good way to start a heat. And talking about body torque and flow, JP with the authority of being inside of the CT, bringing those, you know, leverage and knowledge from surfing against the big dogs all around the globe, tagging the last session. Good surfing from JP.
And George looking sharp on that CI surfboard as always. And then a wave we hadn't seen. Oscar Berry right here, also a member of the top 10, his first ride.
Beautiful surfing, man. A lot of power. Tagging the last session. If you guys don't know from the Brazilian audience, now you know.
And then Keone's last. You know, there's a toss-up. Which one do you like better? Because he surfed both ways quite well.
It's kind of hard to pick my favorite, man. But he's tagging all sessions, you know. The surfboard is so responsive.
Then Lucas Vicente, the former World Junior champ, coming off of a quarterfinal finish in Ericeira.
Steady surfing, nice rhythm. Again, one upside down, beautiful tag in the end.
Well, that is already a great sign, Marcos. Multiple waves right there. We've shaved 6 minutes off of the clock already, but a great indication. Won the South American QS, did Lucas Vicente out of Santa Catarina. Kid not only is a World Junior champion, he's a multiple-time Brazilian champion too, and a lot of accolades, yes, but still the big thing for him, my goal is to make it to the CT, prove myself that I can get there, not only get there, eventually win too.
Oh yeah, and you know that geography-wise, you know, Brazil is so continental. The state itself from Santa Catarina, Lucas is from the north part going to the Paraná state, and you know the island of Florianópolis almost, you know, held in the middle of the state, so it divides almost like the north part of the coast and the south part going to Rio Grande do Sul.
23 minutes on the clock, the opener of Berry in the green. 5.47 for Lassa, waiting on a second score for him. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs. Rachel with the very happy Winter Vincent.
That's it, Winter, you've been standing out here. How do you keep so in sync with such a tricky wave?
Well, it's pretty similar to home. It's a beach break. I got pretty lucky there. It's pretty slow, so just being in rhythm helps.
And you are in a couple of spots with a chance to qualify to the CT. So how important would it be to have a great result here?
Yeah, went into Portugal thinking that was going to be my zone, and ended up falling short. And but you know, Brazil, I've been having a great time here, and being happy, and like all the lads are here, and it's just like I feel something special about this place. So yeah, pretty happy.
What are the most specific similarities between here and your break?
Well, it's kind of like you got this break out there, that rock, and similar to Narrabeen, which is just a few beaches up. It's got that right and left. And then Queenscliff, where I'm from, Manly Beach. It's just like a fun beach, you know, lots of opportunity. I hate really like sitting out there waiting for waves, and here you can just surf. So yeah, it's the best feeling.
It's amazing to watch you so comfortable there. So congratulations. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Big congratulations to Winter. Once again, at least guaranteeing himself another 9th in Brazil, 2 years in a row, and you're at least making the round of 16.
Oh yeah, Matt. It seems he's in the mental state for reaching a good result outside the water. He's super calm, cool, amazing to watch. Actually, there is a little anecdote that I want to share with you guys, and there is a few like secret spots in the end of Barra da Tijuca in Rio de Janeiro, and a few friends of mine, they surf there often. They call a few, you know, rocky beaches there North Narrabeen in Rio.
Well, they are major cities.
Oh yeah, they have this similarity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you have rock in Rio. You're gonna have a rock scene in Sydney.
Oh yeah.
And is it me, or are we seeing more surfers from the Sydney region qualify for the CS? And I feel like a lot of them probably are going to qualify for the CT too.
Man, there is an Aussie storm, you know, building. I can feel the sensation in the air.
Well, there were 2 in the last heat. They both made it through. There's 2 in this heat at the moment. And both of them have at least a 4 or 5 in their scoreline. 4.5 for George Pitar with priority. Oscar Berry in third with a 5.47. And the opener of Vicente, the lone Brazilian out there in the white, it's a 5.77. So at the moment, the best of the heat. But once again, that quick start literally had a wave in the first few seconds of the heat. After that, backed it up, a 4.8. His backup for Keone Lassa, and the young surfer out of the Basque Country who, you know, had notoriety within the region. Some people knew him outside of the world as a contender as well. But after qualifying, you know, he struggled really to find momentum and really gain confidence in himself. After yesterday's close heat, whoa. I mean, by the skin of his teeth, he makes it through. And now look at him, first 10 minutes, he's leading this one.
Sometimes we have to split hairs to be able to scrap a win. Amazing to see those guys shining to the occasion. Amazing to see those guys taking advantage of the spotlight, of the limelight they have here in the CS Tour. So there's a lot of 3 stages nowadays, you know, QS, CS, and the big dogs of CT.
When you were growing up, I know you didn't compete for a huge amount of time, but you did the juniors, you did a lot of other events right here. How cool was it to just be able to go to the beach, compete with your friends, and did it change much once you started to do your pro events yourself?
Oh, it was kind of a shocker in the beginning of my, you know, little pro, you know, tour momentum. Because back in the day in the amateur divisions in Brazil, I started competing before they built the Groms division. So when I was young, before the junior era, I had to compete with the junior boys, you know, older than me. So everything was kind of being processed in a DIY movement. The Abrasp, the national Brazilian organization, just started after '87. So I was in my junior era back in that time.
Was it intimidating traveling by yourself after a point 2?
I never travel by myself because I have Bruno as my twin brother. A lot of, you know, heavy hitters by myself, by my side. But it was amazing. Good DIY times, you know. No internet, just waiting for the magazine with the results. If you're not there, you're never gonna know what's happened. Good old times. Lost in the 90s, man.
5.77, the opener for Lucas Vicente. Just got a quick one right there. That's going to be his backup at the moment. 18 minutes on the clock. George Pitar with priority. He has a 4.5, needing less than a 2 at the moment to move up into second place. Competitive heat so far in the first 13 minutes of this one. Liam O'Brien, the former CT surfer, looking for a big result here in Brazil to requalify. Well, scan the QR code on screen to be able to listen to the world's greatest surfing podcast, The Lineup with Dave Prodan, and myself on a couple of episodes after every championship tour stop. Andrew Cotton, we've had Dr. Cliff Capono on the podcast as well, and a couple incredible guests throughout the calendar year. So remember, scan the QR code to listen to The Lineup wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, props to David, and I love when you pop up in the lineup. And Cliff Capono, man, you are so gnarly. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your brutal knowledge. Amazing to watch you like doing your speeches, and there's a piece going on, a little short documentary on YouTube about Cliff. Amazing, man. Kudos, brah.
Yeah, he's a scientist, so doing some good work out there for
and
the
we're
world.
going to have a PhD in the next heat.
Well, you have a PhD in surfing. Why don't you talk us through this last one during the break? Keone Lassa, the heat leader, looking to improve on a 4.8.
Beautiful upside down surfing, nice crack on the end, 4 turns, nice combo. This is Oscar Berry, extra power in the left, the back foot, beautiful carve, rail to rail, tutorial of rail surfing there, stacking that section. Unfortunately, it fell off.
And then GP right behind him. Marcos throwing the tail around. Cool control right there. Just the one, but still.
Yeah, showing some authority. It's good. Board control, man.
3-2-3, the unofficial barber of the Australian crew as well. Jacko Baker owes a lot to him for that incredible haircut that he got.
Amazing to know he, travel around the globe with a machine to cut hair.
So 2 Challenger Series runner-ups so far in 2025. Live rankings have him leading things, and he can qualify for the Championship Tour by winning the event. So he would be returning to the CT. He's already been there before. And earlier this year, just chatting to him at Punta Roca, he was like, dude, you know what? I am so grateful to be able to call this my job and, get to surf some of these, perfect world-class waves wherever we go. And trying to make it back there. 6.4 is what he needs to move up into second place. Vicente in fourth with priority, needing a 5.13. The last of Barry, 6 points. And the last of Lassa, a 5.57. So an important wave right here for George if he wants to move up into second. The first turn was strong, but a lot of downtime in between maneuvers. He realizes that, and not a whole lot after the first section. Marcos, meanwhile, Barry outside. After taking the lead, he goes big and just...
Yeah, going to the rule book of, the Mesa, man, Barra Koala, man, the flipper. Aaron Mesa. Wow. I love that dude, man.
Yeah, Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin.
Kevin's amazing. I'm looking over at you and I'm like, wow, Bahakwa has a big outreach then on social media.
Oh, yeah. I don't study, I live.
Well, that's why you do have you PhD in surfing. Oscar Berry, well, after taking the lead, why not go for the big air? You have the ramp, maybe you land it, you could increase, and then Lassa here, a wave we haven't seen, ends up going left for the first time in this heat.
Solid, you know, foam climbing there, trying to connect some power source of the wave. The kind of the left went a little flat, tape off on him.
So you like, you know, old school stuff, nostalgia. Power surfing never goes out of style, and all four of these surfers have that, GP included on screen right here. Fortunately for him, this wave after the first section, not a whole lot, and he realizes it, kicks out. The Banco do Brasil replay.
You know what? You know, power surfing, rail surfing is mandatory.
It's a PSA, public service, public service announcement.
Announcement.
Right
there. I love that. Actually, the combination of being like a good to brighter, surfing good on rail with power.
And progression, of course.
Oh, you got to progress, man.
Well, you want the biggest case of them all? This year's world champion, Yago Dora. I mean, he had everything, and Lassa right there, a quick one for him, but you're absolutely right. There's a great interview a few years ago. I think it might have been Surfer Magazine did it, with Eric Geiselman, who in my opinion is one of the most talented surfers on the planet, but he said, the most difficult thing to me, and I know my specialty is airs, it's really combining everything on a single wave.
Oh, and nowadays I think Yago can be a perfect avatar of those three combinations. Tube riding, you know, above the lip techniques, variation on the grabs, you know, a lot of creativity involved, and rail, you know, turns second to none from Yago, and it's such a privilege to can call that boy almost my nephew, you know. I was married, I met my wife 30 years ago in Leandro Dora marriage, man. Was a blind date, I'm still married, and we're gonna celebrate together, the two couples, 17th of November, together in the Magic Island, or Magic Island of Paraná, Ilha do Mel, the Honey Island.
Maybe only say it once so that way people don't follow you there and it's actually like private.
Okay.
Because I almost feel like you're inviting me now.
Oh yeah, you can show up, pop up like in the lineup.
10.5 on the clock right here in Heat 6 of the men's round of 32. It's top 5 of the Challenger Series. Oscar Berry at the moment in the lead with a 6 and a 5.47. Keone Lassa in second. He surfed a great heat, throwing away a couple of 4s that would still have him in second place. George Pitaro with a 4.5 as his high mark of the heat, needing a 6.4 or better for second. And Lucas Vicente, the former world junior champ, who won the event here, by the way, the QS 6000 earlier this year. He's in fourth with priority, needing a 5.13.
Whoa, talking about Eye of the Tiger, right there, Eli Hanneman. The former super grown now is a grown-up guy, and he rips.
And there's Lob, Liam O'Brien.
Our PhD guy.
That's going to be our final heat of the day. And shout out to Chris Gallagher, super coach at the event. He's got 3 surfers in the next heat.
Oh, amazing,
and
Chris.
It's just, you know, the nature of the beast. Things work out that way. You know, it's a round that is no longer seeded, and due to their results in the previous round, they have to face each other that early in the event. So Tara Watanabe, Eli Hanneman, Levi Slauson, and Liam O'Brien to close out day 3 in Saquarema. Some waves approaching the lineup. And Barry, the heat leader, in position for this. He's going to keep Pitaro off of it, going left. Big first hammer for Oscar, but just the one. So despite it being a good first section, in the end, despite George not being able to get it, actually worked out for him.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm repeating myself, man, with the, you know, position-wise, the reading of the knowledge of reading weight. Reading a good sandbar is so tough, way tougher than reading like reef breaks and point breaks. And it's a science itself, the reading part of surfing.
And once again, if George makes the final at this event, he qualifies. He's already had 2 runner-up finishes so far in 2025. Meanwhile, Oscar, also a member of the top 10, he's looking for his first victory of his career, but he strung up 3 great results in a row. So he is also on the verge of qualifying for the tour for the first time. Cannot accomplish it here, but Pipe, Newcastle, 2 good events, especially considering how large he is with his frame. Watch out over there, too.
His mold is perfect design for that type of waves, and with consequential waves.
Big moment in the heat here for Vicente. He's looking left and he's up. 5-1-3 or better what he needs. Opening wrap, once again, roundhouse cutback. In the pocket, this wave a bit flat, but has potential to double up on the inside. It seems like it might. And just rail surfing, he's gonna be forced to kick out that wave. Not much on the inside. 7 minutes on the clock right here, Marcos. And can't blame him for going on the wave at that point of the heat with the time remaining. At that point, he had only caught 2 waves. Fortunately, I don't know if this is the 5 he's needing, though.
Me too, man. There's a question mark over there for sure. But I love how he fade to, start putting a lot of effort on the rail turns, rail to rail, stalling to find a little session, just a little nugget to be able to sting in the end. Was hard, man. The wave totally tape off on him.
And just a 4:03 for Lucas. So 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock right here. Qatar with priority now, needing a 6.4. Lassa in second, once again, for the young surfer out of the Basque Country with second priority as well. Even with, the 2 scores that he has as a 4.8, as a 4.5, a good number of rounds, or heats, excuse me, in this round, he'd be fighting for second place, maybe even the lead at the moment. So for the young kid, he competed at World Juniors earlier this year in the Philippines, did not have the most impressive of results despite his talent. That's really, something that his dad mentioned when I saw him on the beach earlier this week. It's hard to succeed in your first year on the Challenger Series, especially you get knocked out in the first round, you don't have another chance to prove yourself at the event. Natura Kayak heat recap for number 6 of the men's round of 32. Really the good start for Oscar Berry, the 5.47 has kept him in the lead of the majority of the heat.
Oh yeah, even falling in the end of the second wave that's counting for Oscar, the damage was done. Check out, man, nice turn in the end, a little stab just to close the deal.
And then Lassa right here on the backhand, 5.33, 5.57, his top 2.
Responsive board, putting rail to rail, beautiful turns, got caught a little bit, but he was able to clash another banger in the end.
So that one, his best score, a 5.57, and this one, the 6 of Ozzy Berry.
I love the quality of the first turn. Oh my God, tutorial on the rail, second one, and then he fell at the third one, but the damage was done.
And as we said, power surfing, it's never gonna go out of style, and been loyal to Luke Short from LSD Designs. There's GP.
And props to the Matt Hui boys.
That too, yeah. Still sticking with him the entire time.
Fishing, surfing, sleep, and repeat.
6.4 the requirement for George with first priority. He makes the final here. He's on tour once again. 10 spots available for the men, 7 for the women. Tia Zabrowski now qualifying, the youngest ever to do it at 14. That means that 6 spots only now available remaining for the women. Vicente right there on screen needs a 5.13 or better with 4th priority. You know what we haven't seen so far from Lucas?
What?
His air game.
Yeah, he's second to none. Air game is amazing. He always showed up at the right proper occasion. Maybe he's going to rise to the occasion in the end of his heat.
But he does say he takes a lot of pride in his surfing on rail, though. A lot of power involved in that.
Oh, yeah. You got to have power to succeed in the CS, man, because the judges are always like kind of splitting hairs.
There's his partner right there. Very stoic.
Yeah, stoic look.
You can feel the nerves through the screen.
You can slice the atmosphere with a knife right now.
Working with Kleber Cavalcanti, also a great coach.
Yeah, we have a lot of super coaches in Brazil, and sometimes they kind of overshadow the newcomers coach. Kleber is amazing also.
Yeah, working also with Franco Raciunas and a few other surfers.
We have a tradition. We have a tradition in Florianópolis, in the whole south coast of Brazil, to receive a lot of visitors, and those visitors merge into residing there. So it's kind of cool to watch those connections between Brazil, Chile, Peru, Argentina, all the South American countries.
3 minutes on the clock right here. Crunch time. Pitar needing a 6.4. Vicente needs a 5.13. Lassa close to 11 points. He is in second. And Oscar Berry, 11.47 heat total. In the lead pretty much from the get-go right here.
And how about the beauty of this bird eye view, man? You can see the A-frame from the top. Whoa, amazing.
And live rankings, beg your pardon, actually, with the advancement of Luke Thompson into the round of 32. He's going to be in the last heat, so we won't see him compete anymore today. He moved up into number 1 spot, just barely. GP now down to second. Kali Vasta out of the event, so is Jacob Wilcox and Dimitri Poulos. Liam O'Brien, number 10, he's coming up in the next heat, as well as Eli Hanneman. And look at where Oscar Berry is at the moment,
Whoa.
number 5.
Going up, going up.
Banco do Brasil, 2-minute warning. And that is without counting the advancement into the next round if things stay the same, by the way.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Now it's time for shine. Nobody can get, timid right now. You got to try your best because just less than 2 minutes.
You know
it's
what I
now or
like
never.
about that too, Marcos?
What?
You have people that shine in the spotlight. You have people that just kind of cruise under the radar.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, last event comes through, and they're still there.
Yeah.
They're still there, and that's what Oscar's been doing so far throughout the first 5, and he's a minute 20 away from at least another 9th.
Yeah, and there's another cliche from surfing analysis is, you know, the surfing style is an extension of your own personality. Sometimes you shine, and you kind of go in between, and nobody takes notes, and then sooner or later, you win a big event and everything turn around.
So 55 seconds. Pitar with priority. He's only been able to catch 3 waves. So the first part of the heat, quite active, wave-wise. Then the last really, 12 to 13, not a whole lot of chances. And the early start for both Keone Lassa and Oscar Berry have truly worked out for the two of them. Meanwhile, Lucas Vicente was able to get a good wave in the opening exchange, a 5.77. Then went left, got a 4.03, and then GP, just a 4.5. Not a whole lot on the horizon right here.
Yeah, man, and the clock keeps, ticking. It's kind of hard now to, there's no motion in the ocean right now, so I think it's the end of his effort in this stage. Head high for Lucas Vicente in pipeline, JP, and over down under also.
So that is the end of the heat right here in number 6 of the men's round of 32. Look at the smile on that kid's face right there, making it through for the first time ever into the round of 16 at a Challenger Series level event. Keone Lassa, the best surfer, advancing in second, and taking away the victory is Oscar Berry. He's going to keep moving on the rankings as he continues to advance here at top 5 of the Challenger Series 2. Keone Lassa, though, in second place, advancing. He's guaranteed at least a 9th place finish here in Saquarema, Brazil. Heat 7, the final one of day 3 coming up. Watanabe, Hanneman, Slauson, and O'Brien when we return.
Welcome back to Saquarema here for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Last heat of the day, heat number 7, round of 32. 4 men enter the water. And just 2 advance into the round of 16 where we start our head-to-head competitions. Taro Watanabe, Eli Hanneman, Levi Slauson, Liam O'Brien. Still got waves. Conditions have improved just a little bit this afternoon. And we will see who comes through in this final heat of the day. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, Maida Pops. It's Pedro. Brazil, the whole country is his.
I mean, you're not right.
Thank you for having us here, Pedro. It's been a great time. Hey, 3 days in a row, Saquarema has provided for us, the first 3 days of the window, and already we're getting through the men's round of 32. We got through the women's round of 32 earlier today.
Yeah, waves have been really good, Kipes. I mean, Saquarema has been delivering a lot of great waves for the surface, both rights and lefts. It's been amazing to watch.
Any favorite moments today?
Probably Levi, actually, with those 2 airs in the same wave.
Yeah.
The first one,
yeah.
I mean, straight to the ground, flats, pretty sick, and then the last one, full roll. I'll take that one.
What do you think, Maida?
Yeah, we have so many good moments there. Cauã Costa winning his heat. Just pure surfing show.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Cauã Costa. And let's see if he continue through with the incredible surfing that he's been doing. But here we go. It's all focusing on Liam, Levi, Eli, Taro. Taro Watanabe has been really precise on his rail game throughout this event. Coming from Malibu, California, is, a surfer's surfer in a way. And this is a replay. Pedro, talk us through this. Lob, Liam O'Brien.
I mean, first thing, dry hair. Look at that. That's crazy. He did that. And then, one of the most beautiful styles on earth right now, I can say that, because I really like his style, the way that he surfs. And this heat, by the way, guys, is really stacked. We've seen that those surfers are all in the top 20, looking for a city spot. And Taro also got things started.
Maida, see the preciseness of Taro Watanabe in his rail game.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. That one couple turns right in the beginning ends it off like strongly.
And this is a second wave, Pedro, for Liam O'Brien getting started. Quick start for the Aussie.
Yeah, keep it busy. We've been seeing that the waves have been pretty slow lately, so I think he's just trying to get a score on the board.
Maida, same thing with Taro Watanabe. This is his second wave.
Yeah, they're being very busy. It's a 2-point right there. Hopefully he won't need this score until the end of the heat.
Taro Watanabe coming out of Malibu, California, 23 years old. Quarterfinals over in the U.S. Open. Number 19 coming in to this event. Came up to 18th on the live rankings and still looking to make some more ground. Liam O'Brien out there currently in the lead. Liam O'Brien from Burleigh Heads, Australia, 26 years old, 3 years on the championship tour. Coming in number 9 on the Challenger Series rankings into this event. And he is currently in the lead. Really interesting story in this heat, Pedro, is that on the CS rankings coming into this event, number 5, we have number 7 out there in the way of Eli Hanneman. We have number 9 out there with Liam O'Brien that you see on the screen right now. And you have number 10 out there with Levi Slauson, who's also in this heat, hasn't got his account started. So you have a cluster of surfers above the cut line, but only 2 can make it out of this heat into the round of 16.
Yeah, this heat couldn't be more important for them. This is probably one of the most important heats of the year. I mean, this round of 32, the last one with 4 men, so stacked. It's crazy the level of surfing they have. They can provide for us a lot of great waves we've seen from all of them throughout the year. And I mean, I just hope the waves come, because if they come, they're going to be pleasure for a really good level of surfing.
Yeah, well, we've seen some great surfing. I think the strategy, Maida, has been really good. Well, we'll see if it pays off. But to get a great start, or just at least get scores, I think is pretty smart in the scenario of the back end of a swell.
Yeah, Kaipo, we've seen this happen all day long because the swell is still providing a lot of opportunities. But whenever you start the heat strong. I think your confidence stay like higher, and then you have more time with the four-man heat to choose better your waves, and it's all about wave selection here.
Watanabe fades left, goes right, sweeps a hook on the Paisel, snaps it laid back. One of his signature maneuvers, has to pet the cat in the whitewater to get back out in front of the wave. I think he did a little bit better than the 2-point ride, so his scoreline should continue to grow. Pedro, what do you think?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Kipes. I mean, this Taro Watanabe, he's got this turn unlocked. He can do that so easily. He's such an nice surfer. I love the way that this guy surfs with his stance. His style is so good. He's always so radical. He never holds back. Every section that he's got, he just nails it. So it's pretty cool to watch as we see this bird view.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
I like
right?
the takeoff here. You know what school I am, Pedro? What school? Old school. So I like the little look left, fade left, then go right start of this, and then got progressive with the finish.
Yeah, I really like that too, Kipes.
Liam O'Brien keeps on, and then catches a rail there of the DHD. That's okay, no harm, no foul for Liam O'Brien. Just staying busy. Eli Hanneman had an up and down. I don't think we need to address that, just a .01. Levi Slauson now out in pole position as we talk about priority in this heat, has first priority being patient out the back, Maida.
Yeah, look, Leon O'Brien replay right now. Just snap right there. The second turn was a little better, and unfortunately got a little late for the last turn.
Hey, let's hear from the last heat winner, Osberry. You're into the round of 16. He's on the glass with Rachel Apollonio.
Yeah, Kaipo, congratulations. You came here last year, but you didn't have a good result, and now it's the second time in a row you're in the glass. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. That was, it was a pretty big heat for me, just with the way that the sort of rankings are playing out and stuff. I knew that, I don't know, whenever you can get through the first round and put yourself in the round of 32, it always just feels so close to sort of being able to get a fresh start in the man-on-mans and really get a good run going. So, yeah, I'm stoked.
And the Australian crew is like ripping today. Do you guys have any secret information about the wave?
Oh, yeah, I think Raoni's been helping a few of the lads out, and I don't know, I think the secret recipe is really just all the boys. We're so backing each other so hard, and everyone feels it. Like, we're all such a tight-knit group, so it's been cool to feel the support everywhere I go this year, and it just feels amazing to do well in front of all the lads. I'm frothing.
Yeah, it's really nice to watch. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Yeah. Oscar Berry, guaranteed at least a 9th place coming out of Saquarema, making it to that round of 16, Maida.
Yeah, what a moment for him. Yeah, second time on the glass today. And yeah, he must be very happy with that.
And Levi Slauson still with the anchor down, controlling the lineup. Out there, you can see him in the white jersey. Slauson came off of a great round of 64 performance this morning as we finished off that round. And Levi Slauson also really, right in has that winning formula. Taking a win at the U.S. Open. Levi, just 22 years old, already scoring an 8.5 previously in the last round that he surfed. Slauson. Oh, and then we can also talk about, hey, graphics up there. Eli Hanneman, 2025, just coming off a 3rd place semifinal finish in Aracera. This is the last wave of Eli Hanneman we're getting caught up on.
Yeah, this guy is insane. I mean, what a year he's been having. We just saw the graphic about Aracera. I mean, not to mention that he almost turned a heat on a right-hand point with 2 lefts. That's how gnarly this guy is. He can do airs in his sleep, so it's pretty cool to watch.
Taro Watanabe, heat leader. Couple of 4s in his score line. Has to force that finish. We'll see if he does better than that 4.17 he's currently hanging on to.
Yeah, keeping busy, like riding multiple waves right there, Taro Watanabe. Levi's Lawson being way more picky, a long time with priority. Almost half of it had already gone. And no waves ridden for Levi. So he really needs to choose well this time.
Yeah, that's for sure. He needs to choose a left or a right that it suits his surfing. As we can see, Taro on a beautiful cutback. The wave was a bit fat, and then he does this nice carve. Tries to get the finish, but couldn't find it. Actually, he did. Look. Surprising. Beautiful. As we can see, one more set coming. And I mean, I would love to mention what we just saw at looks like that wave is splitting the peak here, Kaipo.
Who are we going to go with? It's up to the cameraman. It's going to be Eli Hanneman. Tosses an air reverse right off the start. The Lahaina boy then bogs the rail as that wave goes flat into that deep section on the right. Split the peak with Liam O'Brien. Liam taking the left. We'll see what the result of the left is from Liam O'Brien. Now, I don't think it was a missed opportunity, Maida, by Eli Hanneman. He had a dynamic first maneuver. It was just the wave just went super flat into that deep water.
Yeah, sure, Kaipo. And also the bounce of the backwash kind of hit him, but he did a great air right there. Let's see what score is going to come up from that.
Yeah, he will get credit for the air. Just needs a 2.8 to go into second place. Pedro, let's see what Liam O'Brien got done on this left.
Yeah, he's worked with Haoni here, so that's a great local knowledge for sure. Gets the turn in, and then tries to get the finish. Let's see. Yeah, that was the finish. Really good wave from Lob, probably one of his best ones so far, and that air straight to the flats. Like I just said, Eli has been surfing so good. He's been on a roll, 7 on the rankings and smashing.
So let me project what I think is going to happen. Liam O'Brien's going to improve upon his scoreline, and Liam does improve upon. Actually, Liam did not improve upon his scoreline. No, he will. There you go. I was sorry. Got a late start from the information. I knew Liam O'Brien would improve upon his scoreline. So Liam goes to first. Eli had a bigger requirement to go to second, but Eli fulfilled that larger requirement going into second place. He got the credit of a 4.5 for that air reverse at the beginning of that wave, even though he wasn't able to finish it. So now you can see all the scores are in. The clock is still ticking down, of course. Liam O'Brien with a 5.17 and a 4-point ride. He's in first. The 4.5 was for that air reverse from Eli Hanneman. Pair that with a 4.37. Eli in second place currently. Taro Watanabe, who had a quick start with that 4.17 and a 4.2. Watanabe needs a 4.67 to go into second place. So very tight between the top three right now. And the other story, Pedro, Levi Slauson still has the anchor set to the bottom of Itauna right now, sitting out there with priority.
Yeah, he's being patient. He just came from a win during the US Open, and then went to the city, lost first round, which was kind of a shocker for a surfer like him. And now he's just trying to find his rhythm again during this long US season. That we actually still have 2 more events, and 3 including this one. And it looks like the lobby is changing his mind and going on the one on the inside.
Ooh, alternative peak for Lob, Liam O'Brien. Snaps off the top there. Another hook on the backhand. Great backhand technique for a guy who grew up on a right-hand point break. Liam O'Brien looking to ditch the 4-point ride and increase his lead over the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, Levi Slauson still with priority. You can see him in the white jersey. Moved a little further over on the peak. Second time that Levi's surfing today. This morning he impressed the judges with an 8.5, which was one of the highest wave scores of the entire event. And but right now, I feel like clock management is going to be what Levi is going to have to pay attention to, Maida.
Yeah, for sure, because, I mean, this puts a lot of pressure on him for the next wave, because he spent half part of the heat, like, waiting for an opportunity. And here's Taro Watanabe, who has been very busy.
Couple of tail release snaps, lip glide for the finish for Taro Watanabe. Watanabe needs a 4.67, and I feel like that should shake up the standings. Meanwhile, you can see Levi Slauson's camp as well as Eli Hanneman's camp a little bit concerned because what they're seeing right now are there two surfers that may, well, Levi's already out of the top two, but Eli may be bumped out of the top two once Taro Watanabe's score eventuates, Pedro.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, this will be the best wave of the heat. The first turn was beautiful to see, the way that he throws his tail around and then finishes off strong with a hit. I just felt that the wave was complete, you know. We saw one good carve and then a second one setting up and then a strong finish. I just felt that the wave was really, really good. I really liked the wave.
I agree with you. I concur. We'll see what the judges think. Maida, we'll take another look at it.
Yeah, it was a beautiful wave. Look, first rack right there, kicking the tail, sliding the tail again, and finish it off strong.
Yeah, the first turn, look at that thing. He just throws it so beautiful, make it look so easy. Are you kidding me? And then the second one, and then the third one. I mean, the flow, talk about flow style, everything put it together in one single wave.
Oh, yeah,
so beautiful.
That was flow with two W's. Flow through that section with Taro Watanabe. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with the score for Taro and see how that affects the standings in this heat. More to come here. Final heat of the day at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We'll be back. Levi Slauson this morning, big air. The Encinitas local and US Open champ punched it out there, air reverse, then some nice rail work on the sharp eye. Slauson wasn't done yet. Give us one more, Levi. That's right, full rotation. He's up for the Natural Kayak wave of the day today. Feel the power of freshness. Levi Slauson had anchor out there for the first 20 minutes, 18 minutes or so of this heat. Finally pulled the trigger and got a 2.47, Pedro.
Yeah, he was waiting for so long for this wave. Let's see what happens here. Phone climb, trying to find the rhythm on this wave. Goes for the air, but the wave is just too fat to do that, and then he went down.
Yeah, we saw similar with Eli Hanneman, Maida, with these rights, this tide and the swell direction, really, you know, getting flat-faced really quickly as it hit the deep water. Here's Levi. Wave number 2, wants something big. Bangs it off the top. A little catchy, little sticky right there for Levi on the second turn. Eli Hanneman has dropped down to third place because last score for Taro Watanabe when we went to break was a 5.33. Hanneman needs a 5.04. There's Levi's wife as well as, Eli's wife as well as Levi's girlfriend watching this heat intently.
Yeah, they are so nervous right now because both of the boys are in third and fourth position. And that wave for Levi was a good one? Yeah, no, a 2.77.
Yeah.
Kaipo.
Yeah, not going to keeps him in fourth place, and Eli Hanneman needs a 5.04 to move into second place and advancing position in this heat. We're still waiting for the decision on this wave, Pedro.
Yeah, I thought I was going to go to the air on this one, but then he did this pretty nice snap. He was stuck on that, and that's for sure. And yeah, I just think that, like I said, Eli has been surfing really good, especially this last section, which is pretty steep. He never holds it back. I thought that he was going to fly here, but then he just did this easy and cool, nice turn. I mean, easy for Eli, not for other people just like me.
Not for the surfing public in general, yeah, but easy for Eli Hanneman, so talented. Another talented surfer here out of the USA. Levi Slauson working over this left. Now with a sense of urgency inside the 7-minute mark for Slauson. He needs a 6.76 to turn the heat in one wave, and we're still waiting for the decision on Eli Hanneman. Was it enough? And it was. Hanneman with a 5.47 on the scoreboard. You can see Eli moving up to first. Liam O'Brien dropping down to second. Taro Watanabe needing a 4.54 to regain that advancing position off of Liam O'Brien, and Levi Slauson still searching for a big number, searching for a 7-point ride.
Yeah, this heat is still open, and this is the replay for Levi Slauson. We're still waiting for the scores, but he needs a 7.1 right now. Looking great on this wave, but I'm not pretty sure he's gonna get there on 7.1.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but yeah, talk about lobby now. He's hitting with priorities. I just wanted to mention, Kai, that this year we had the city stop at Burley, and I just felt that this stop was pretty cool to watch what happened with lobby, because I'm not sure if I have seen that in my life before, going to a place and seeing pretty much everyone rooting for the same guy. You know, everyone was going for a lobby on this stop. When you come to Brazil, the guys are going to Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, Italo. If you're going to Hawaii, John, Barry I just felt that everyone was going for a lobby there. And that was pretty good to watch. To have a city stop at home, and he surfed so good. So, yeah, that was a really cool moment that lobby had this year.
Burley board riders, they're a tight crew. And here's their mascot, their number one, Liam O'Brien. The last score was a 4.7, took O'Brien into second place. He wants to grow that score line, works over stylishly that left-hander. Golf clap from Ryan Calnan, and support from Callum Robson.
Also support from Raoni Monteiro. Like I said, he's been working with him. We saw that he was kind of doing like a different strategy and looking for the left to the beginning, and then got scores on the board. Now he's changing for the right. Maybe some local knowledge coming into play there.
Well, nobody better to ask than Raoni Monteiro, who's an absolute legend in this park, giving back to the community, a family man, and still surfing incredibly with a lot of local knowledge. Last score for Liam O'Brien on that right. It's not going to factor into his top two, but he'll remain in second place. The real story right now, Maeda, is Taro Watanabe has priority. Can Taro basically get a 4.5 and take that second place off of off of Liam O'Brien? Levi Slauson, much larger requirement, needs a 6.24 to go into second, and Levi has the handicap of being third priority right now.
Yeah, Taro Watanabe with priority has an easier path than Levi Slauson, because he really needs a 6.24, and we haven't seen a wave with this score so far in this heat. So let's see what Anato can does with the priority.
Yeah. Let's see what Taro's able to do. Look at this glassy face coming through, showing some teeth. We've got a couple of choices in this set of waves for Taro Watanabe. He's going to take the first one with a whitewater roll, and he's going to have to hope for a wall to stand up. Projection snap down the line for Watanabe. Big finner there, and that, again, goes into that deep gulch. I feel that that's something that the surfers need to be aware of and beware of right now, what we're seeing with the conditions. Easy for us to say from the set, but it seems like it's been the nemesis of everyone who's gone right, Pedro.
Yeah, this is true, Kaipo, but this ride has been working throughout the whole day, so I'm pretty sure they were watching, and it looks like that right now is just gonna be flat. I don't know, maybe the high tide, not sure how the tide is doing now, but yeah, I mean, he tried to get the wave, use priority, but he probably won't get the score, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the bigger sets, they break through better, you know, Kaipo, because they come from behind. The smaller waves just kind of hit that really deep part of the banks, and without power, so that's why they're kind of fading.
Yeah, I think you're right, Maida. And, you know, talking to the surfers throughout the last couple of days, you need those bigger sets, and you also need the ones that you're deeper on the right. These guys are telling me, and women are telling me, you want the ones that look like they're almost going to be a closeout, because there is that deep water right there, and it ends up kind of funneling off. Chin to the board, scratching into this one. Watanabe, not going to give up, but that wave had just no juice in it whatsoever, hitting the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning, and Taro Watanabe still needs just a mid-range 4 to get second.
Yeah, that's the kind of heat that I like Kaipo, because now we are 2 minutes away from the finish. Everyone is in this game. Anyone can turn the heat right now. We can see a buzzer beater at any moment. The last place, the biggest score someone is needing is a 6.24. So come on, action. I need that.
Well, I want that too. We want it. We want waves to come through, you know?
And we've been seeing like so many good waves ridden throughout the day. So we know that it's totally possible to see this in this 90 seconds left, Kaipo.
Oh my, the pressure cooker right here. Good friends, Levi Slauson and Eli Hanneman, but you know what? You got to toss that friendship aside once you put the jersey on and you're competing. That's your job. Taro Watanabe on the very inside, scratches just for anything, just any opportunity. He has the smallest requirement of the two guys under the cut, and it's going to be Eli Hanneman. Tosses it up just like a pizza, spins it around on the plate, carves down. Hanneman uses priority. Why not? Pop shove it.
Fun.
Just having fun at this point.
Yeah, Hanneman, smart move with priority, blocking everyone from this wave, which looked really good. And then was dying on the reef, on the bank, I mean. And yeah, let's see how this is going to play out. Tense moments, Skypes.
Yeah. All right, here we go. We got 30 seconds. It's a 30-second drill for Taro Watanabe and Levi Slauson.
Levi has priority, Kaipo.
He sure does. The white P by his name. 15 seconds. I think it's this or nothing. Scratching. All right, he's got a chance. He's going to have to surf his heart out, and you already can see by the body language that that is not going to do it. Liam O'Brien just going to take a wave into the shore. That was an interesting heat. A lot of strategy, a lot of scrappiness, Pedro.
Yeah, I felt the same, and I thought that this guy, Lobby, played really well, because he started off strong, and then he was trying to keep priority, and then he had priority by the 9 seconds of the heat, which is really smart from him. And yeah, Eli also coming from the back. He's been doing that every single heat, I feel like. So yeah, really good heat.
I agree, Maida. We had two contrasts and strategies out there. They worked for either of the surfers. Liam O'Brien with that fast start, getting busy, was able to maintain a top 2 position throughout the heat. Eli Hanneman, on the other hand, had a slow start, but made up for it in the back half of the heat.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. Taro Watanabe kept busy, but couldn't find the best 2 waves. So unfortunately for him, out of competition as well, Levi Slauson.
Yeah, this is that was a tough go for Levi Slauson, who's been an in-form surfer, throughout the event. I just feel, gosh, a guy like Levi started off with an 8.5 this morning for an incredibly surf wave, the highest single wave score that we've seen in competition so far. So that was pretty unfortunate, Maida.
Yeah, it is. I think sometimes he surfed pretty well in the first heat, so probably he was hoping for a good opportunities as he had on his first heat of the day. Yeah, just so sad that he couldn't find.
Yeah, Pedro and Taro Watanabe, again, an in-form surfer, unfortunately, just couldn't be on the right waves.
I mean, to have guys like Taro Watanabe and Levi going down this round, you know how difficult it is, because those guys were surfing so good. Levi, like you just said, had one of the best waves of the event so far. Yeah. Taro was also ripping, so yeah, I mean, we all knew it was a pretty stacked heat, and he delivered, but yeah, I was hoping for more. I just hope we had more waves,
Yeah,
Kipes.
that's right. Well, before we get going, let's check in with Rachel Apollonio. I think she's down on the beach right now.
Oh, guys, how good does it feel to sit on the sand and appreciate the sunset with a cold Corona Zero? I want to invite you all, guys, to keep watching because we're going to have the Corona post show and we're going to watch the 5 top moments of the contest so far. Cheers!
Cheers.
Hey, stick around.
I like that.
Stick around because we're going to get through all of the top moments of today and the highlights. The Corona Cero post show on the way after this break. Don't go anywhere. Or you can go to the refrigerator, get a Corona Cero, and come on back for the post show. We'll see you then.
Well, it is our favorite time of the day because it was another successful day. 3 in a row so far at the beginning of the event, the Corona Cero post show here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Beautiful overview right there of the church here in Saquarema, the jetty, the beach, and of course, all the action that we saw on day 3 of the event window already. And guess what, guys? It's the 3rd day of the period. We've already gotten 3 days of work done. Mitchell with the 2 uncles right here, Kaipo and Marcos. Boa tarde, saúde, gentlemen. And guess what? A great day of action once again, and an incredible heat to finish things off right there. Eli Hanneman, fortunately for him, despite a slow start, you know, Kaipo was able to get things going, and eventually the heat victory right at the end, too.
Yeah, I like to see that from Eli. Of course, you know, as a Hawaii resident, you always, that's kind of the home team in a way. But you know what I also like to see? I like to see the grit of Liam O'Brien and persevering through that tough heat. I'm actually disappointed to see Levi Slauson out of competition and Taro Watanabe, but that's the way it goes. I mean, 50% advancement, we got to lose someone, but yeah, I lost a couple of my favorite surfers in that final heat of the day.
Yeah, especially in that last heat, we saw 4 kids that have the potential to qualify. Liam's already been there, but the other 3 know each other very well, Marcos. Eli, Taro, and Levi actually trained together with Chris Gallagher.
It's hard to separate those feelings, you know, but it is what it is. He's a professional like any other one, so you got to scrap, you know, grind to survive, and it is what it is. No pain, no gain.
Well, speaking of gaining, he's gaining ground in the rankings. Let's hear from Eli with Rachel.
Eli, congratulations again in the glass, again winning the last heat of the day. You feeling better? You said that you were sick. How was the challenge for you today?
Yeah, it was grindy out there. I'm super stoked to get through. That was a gnarly heat. I think that might have been, in my eyes, the gnarliest heat in the round. So I'm stoked to get through that one. And yeah, honestly, like I was waiting for a good one for the first 10 minutes, and then I kind of just had this feeling that it was going to go pretty quiet. So I just went, you know, I'm going to go on the inside, use my talent to my advantage, and just kind of create scores. And yeah, it worked out.
Super worked out. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you rest. Thank you.
Oh, grindy, he said, but very talented indeed. Made it through with a victory, and he is gaining ground in the rankings. One of our standout heats, gentlemen, of the round of 32 was heat 2, by the way. 2 Brazilian surfers making it out of that one. It was Kawa Costa, the wild card, taking on the former event champion, Kaipo. Right here, Samuel Pupo was also able to advance in 2nd place. They unfortunately knocked out Imai DeVault and California's Dimitri Poulos in the process.
Yeah, this was an impressive one for me to watch some new talent coming out of Brazil with a bright, bright future. Kawa Costa, he's a lightning bolt in the Brazilian storm. He's got electricity to his surfing. I'm a big fan already of this guy. He made some ground here last year as a wild card. He's doing the same thing again this year.
Yeah, back in 2022, 9th place finish as a wild card as well, as you were mentioning. And Imai had a couple of moments himself. Unfortunately, right at the end, got knocked down to 3rd place, Marcos, due to Samuel Pupo getting a score, but it was Kawa Costa really at the beginning of the heat with 2 great scores.
I always tell people that this is the best Brazilian surfer that you don't know yet, but if you don't know, man, now you know.
And kid out of the northeast of Brazil, originally from there, now a proud Carioca himself. And fortunately for Pupo, literally in the nick of time, he hadn't caught more than 1 wave with 27 minutes gone by, Kaipo. And fortunately for him, was able to get this one at the end and into 2nd place with it.
Samuka showing perseverance right here. And that's what the great guys do. They don't give up. They fight till the end. They put it together. They perform when it's a clutch position. And that right there is what Sammy Pupo is made of. I'm glad to see him moving on.
The results right there. Heat 2 of the round of 32. The 2 Brazilians moving on into the round of 16. Kawa Costa a 6 and a 5.23. Samuel Pupo literally just ahead of Imai DeVault and Dimitri Poulos. We'll see them both compete at Pipeline later on in the season. So there was one heat that we didn't get to in the round of 32, and it was the last one. So, gentlemen, starting with you, Kaipo, Mateus, the hopeful for Brazil, he's going to be in the red. Caius King from Australian blue. Luke Thompson, the new ratings leader, is going to be in the white. And Keijiro Nishi in the green. Stacked one to finish off the round.
It's a stacked one. What are you asking me? My opinion? Who you think is coming out of here? You know what I like? I like a ratings grudge match between Mateus Hurdy as well as Luke Thompson. So I'd like to see those two guys advance out of there into the round of 16, where we go into man-on-man competition and really battle it out on the rankings.
Well, there's big expectations for Mateus, right? Especially right here, this not being the last event of the season anymore, Marcos.
Double-edged sword. He's surfing, you know, in front of his audience, his peers, his fellow countrymen. The other part of the sword is pressure, man. There's pressure cooker from Mateus, but I think he's going to rise to the occasion. He's so well-rounded.
And there is, I mean, a big deal right here, though. I know it's not the last one, Kaipa, but if he does win this event, which would be his major accomplishment of his career so far, he's on tour for 2026.
I call it poetic justice. You know why? Because this place was a heartbreaker for Mateus Hurdy. Not once, but twice. 2 times finishing outside the top 10, 2 spots out of the top 10 in 12th place. The heartbreak happened here in Saquarema. I would love for the celebration to happen here for Mateus Hurdy.
Also one of the few surfers at this location that does have a perfect 10-point ride as well. That was last year with a backflip. Well, also a big topic of conversation today was definitely one of our women's heats earlier on. 2 of the top-seeded surfers, both Luana Silva and Tia Zabrowski, our youngest ever, and one of our most and talented surfers out there that was able to qualify in the process of coming to this event, Marcos, advancing pretty easily too, at a 5.67 and a 5.53 in the first stage of the heat, and then Lulu came back with a 7.17 and a 6.1, taking away the W.
Tia slicing and dicing, Lulu with a lot of maturity, with tons of authority too. Amazing to watch those girls rising.
And Lulu did make the final here at the CT level, her second one this year, Kaipo, and, you know, just making sure that competing at home in Brazil, staying content, but Tia once again proving why she's moving through.
Pressure cooker's off for Luana Silva, frees her up, but there's a question mark. Will Tia Zabrowski be able to match the skill on the CT level next year in 2026 now that she's qualified? I think the answer is yes.
Well,
Tia Zabrowski's going to be able to match that.
She is looking to win another event this season, too, as Lulu had the best score of the heat, a 7.17. Enemies in the water, friends on land as always. Big performance by the 2 of them, and the local surfer, the Brazilian, taking away the W. There are the results. Eden Walla, by the way, Marcos, big heat for her, 11.1, just nearly got edged out by Tia Zabrowski, and did have a 6 in the process. And Florida Zoni Benedetto, unfortunately, out of the event.
Amazing head highs for pipeline for Walla and Benedicto.
So those are the results. Heat 1 of the women's round of 32. We're going to see the round of 16 for the women later on this week. We don't know when that's going to be, but what we do know is that Kaipo loves to feel the power of freshness. And guess what, Kaipo? It is our Natura Kayak Wave of the Day, and it is none other than San Diego's own Levi Slauson. Double trouble with the rotation, an 8.5 for an incredible combination of airs.
Entertaining, talented, maybe, you know, this is a consolation prize. We just saw Levi bow out of competition, but let's just celebrate an incredibly well-written wave. Air reverse to start off, gets the carve, and then goes, you know what, are you not entertained? I'm going to give you the full row to finish. Bang.
Little Maximus Decimus Meridius right there at the end, too. The Gladiator in Saquarema. So that is our Natura Kayak Wave of the Day. Well, looking at the next few days, gentlemen, seems like it's been quite accurate so far. Very fun 3 days of competition already. We are looking to Surfline to see what's coming up on the schedule as well. Our official forecast partners here in Saquarema. And Marcos, you know the area very well. It's been active so far in the Atlantic.
Oh yeah, man, back to back, you know, action here. And I think the ocean going to provide at least some canvas for early start tomorrow, and maybe 8 heats would be a nice, you know, blueprint.
And it's not every day, it's not every event, Kaipo, that we're able to run the first 3 days of the period. Next 4 look fun too.
Yeah, look at that morning. So some opportunity in the morning, and then perhaps a down day on Wednesday, but then more opportunity going to Thursday, Friday, maybe even a little bit Saturday. We have the luxury right now, I feel, of kind of picking out little windows of wave quality for the rest of the surfers. So, and then remember, we got to still finish off the round of 32 for men. We still got one more heat in that round.
We do, and then round of 16 for both divisions after that. So fortunately for us, as Kaipo did say, Marcos, a lot of playing field, a lot of wiggle room, and fortunately, there is some activity in the Atlantic that could be forming for next weekend as well. The doctor is in, the doctor is called, and that is the Dr. Peanut top 5 waves of the day. And guess what? Starting off, new rankings leader, top 5 moments by Dr. Peanut. Kaipo, Luke Thompson took away a W this morning. He is now leading the rankings. He is looking for another win so far in 2025 on the CS.
BRU, brew. 7.23, 6.67. Luke Thompson looking sharp, looking like he belongs on the championship tour. He's one step closer and taking the lead on the rankings. That's right. Big fan, great surfing, confident. What more do you want?
The haircut says a lot about it, too. Lost in the 90s over there. Levi Slauson, number 4. So we saw the Natura Kayak Wave of the day. He also comes in at number 4 in our top 5, Marcos.
Talking about starting with the banger, guys. Whoa, amazing. Almost like a special session turn. Can be in a flick, a surf flick. Check it out. Bouncing back. Whoa. Once again, full rotation.
And 2 fully different types of airs on that wave as well. Number 3, Samuka. Champion back here in 2023. At the buzzer, Kaipo gets done.
Yeah, well, Imai Kalani DeVault really put in a tremendous effort, was in the top 2 for most of this heat. It was Kawa Costa with a fast start, big airs, was dominant in this heat, but Samuka, Samuel Pupo, he really had to battle back, and that is what great surfers are all about. Performing under clutch, spun the web, and came through. We'll see Samuel Pupo in the round of 16 after this performance.
Yeah, the Green Goblin got nothing on him. Spider-Man moving through into the round of 16 once again. He loved it as well. Why not? Number 2, the wild card continues. She is in the event for a reason, Marcos. And Taina Henko proving why she is looking to get a finals day berth here in Saquarema.
It's almost paradoxical to see Tainá still as an underground here in the scene in Brazil, but she's a ripper, back-to-back, you know, nice traction, snaps, amazing flow. He got it. She got it all.
And she's going to be facing off against Sally Fitzgibbons in the round of 16. So a tough task, Kaipo, but looking good so far, especially on the back end.
Well, she'll be relying on local knowledge as well as the local crowd and the local vibe, giving her some energy. With that matchup with Sally Fitzgibbons, we know she's always a tough cookie to come across in competition.
And our number 1 moment of the day, Japanese Dreams. Mirai Ikeda, she won heat number 3, an 8-point ride, Marcos, and in to the round of 16 for her.
I was watching that one from the Red Bull, you know, athlete zone, and I thought she was surfing in Peru. Never-ending land of the lefts. Amazing, connecting all those rail-to-rail turns. Beautiful snap, lot of flow. Amazing. Omedetou.
3 heat wins in a row, Kaipo. And they had a great celebration, too. I love the flag in the hair. We need to see more of that.
Yeah, Amaru Suzuki, just so clean on rail. Long projecting bottom turns by the Olympic bronze medalist. Smooth in transition. Easily winning this heat just with quality surfing, and again, the rising sun getting waved on the beach.
A 6-point ride on her best wave to be able to advance and win her heat. And then Nanaho Suzuki, she dropped a 4.6, was able to get things going at the end of the heat, and a lot of big smiles for her as well, taking away 3 heats in a row for the Japanese surfers.
Amazing, back to back to back, beautiful dynamic, beautiful, you know, crew and entourage feeding themselves from each other.
All right, gentlemen, guess what? We're done for the day, but we got a call tomorrow morning, 7:15 a.m. for a potential 7:30 a.m. start right here for a potential day 4. We would be finishing off heat number 8 of the men's round of 32 and then potentially going in to both round of 16 for the men and the women. Mecho Salazar, Kaipo Guerrero, and Marcos Bocaiúva saying goodbye here from Saquarema and potentially seeing you tomorrow.
Cheers. Saúde. One more for the boots.
Take my time to get there. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.